Now, I read through the comments in your confidential forums, and the last night and early this morning. Pardon? Well, yeah, it's going to be interesting. That's why I wanted you to be sitting like this. And 80 to 85% of the audience, when you had a list 1 through 7, you know, God, country, family, etc., country was last. I was stunned. Country was last. A couple of people put God last. A number of you, a majority of you, put friends in 6th. Then country last in importance. If you put friends in 6th or 7th place, you got no problem being a quantum leaper. Because it doesn't matter what the morons say. Yet, when I talked about that, I could see your asses pucker up. So either you're lying on the forms, which is, even though the confidential forms, you're either lying or you don't understand, or you're dumber than this group's dumber than I thought it was. But there's a dichotomy there. Something's wrong. For all these people that don't give a damn what the friends are last, country's last or friends are last, then you ought to be quantum leapers. You ought to be leaping from the chest of your competitors right now. Now, that coupled with the fact that when I asked the question, do you care what your friends think or what your competitors think? Remember that question there? Some of you said you didn't care about in your business life what they thought of you as a business person, but for you personally, it hurts your feelings, or different words, what people thought of you personally. Well, there's a big dichotomy. If you got friends 6th and 7th on your list, but you want people to think good of you, something's wrong. You're either doofuses, you don't understand, or, you're living in a dream world, but that just can't be. You just can't. You can't have it both ways. Either you care what they think or you don't care. It can't be, I care what they think, but they're 7th on my list. That's something wrong. That's why most of the psychological testing, this new testing they just came out about sex, you know, that was published in all the newspapers. That's why I have very little faith. What color are you?
I'm a red.
A red? Yeah, we changed all around here. Yeah. Out running 45 miles, you know. Okay, we got to get another chair. Just sit at the end of one of these. The reds are supposed to sit up in front. Get another chair. Sit at the end of one of these tables. Okay. The other thing that was very interesting when I was going through the confidential forms was that the question that said, do you ever put yourself in a position where you can be hurt, you know, feel some pain? And most of you said no. One said, one said bullshit. I forget who said BS. Somebody said BS. And somebody said, is this a doofus test? Which I thought kind of cute. Why don't you just sit at the end if that's all right? Yes. Yeah. Is this a doofus test? It was interesting how many of you are at emotional and financial crossroads. Big-time crossroads in your life. Like you're at the V in the road or whatever you call it. Fork in the road, that's what I'm trying to think. Yeah, that's exactly right. And clearly, probably 3/4 of you. 3/4 of you. And in a braggadocious sense, you come to the right place, because I understand that, and to the extent that I've had a great deal of success, and I have had a great deal of success with a lot of people, it's getting you down the right road, or bringing you to the realization that you're fine just where you are, because you're not willing to pay that price to action. And don't whip yourself and don't beat yourself up about it anymore. I'm okay, you're okay, cha-cha-cha, like the book says. Another interesting thing in the profiles were, what's my dream, my ultimate dream? And I'm positive there's 4 or 5 of you that put net worths of or liquid assets of $200, $300, $400 million. There's no doubt in my military civilian mind that before and some of you handed in the forms late. Now, what I didn't do this time is correlate the guys that said, or ladies that said $300 or $400 million net worth to the ones that handed them in late. I have no correlation. I got a feeling that there's a statistical pattern there, that the ones that handed them in early didn't have those $300 or $500 million net worths. I'm willing to bet my life on that. But we didn't. See, normally we put a time stamp, but we didn't do that this time. But I'm positive. But other than that, you know, as a group, they were between financial independence, not having to worry about money in doing the things I want to do, generally speaking, and there was just a handful build a large organization, $20 billion in sales, $2 billion in sales, etc., etc. Now, what I'm going to do, Lorraine, I want you to put down, pass a piece of paper around, because I'm going to go back and correlate the reds, the greens, the blues, etc. When your name goes by, put your name, just put the color, predominant color. If you're a switch hitter, put both your colors that are tied. And go back for my own, not peace of mind, but for my own reasoning, and go back and find out if there is any correlation. And I think there will be. I don't think, I know there will be. But, and then one of the questions was, is happiness, at the very end, the last question, this was the Doofus question, the sucker question. Is happiness the real thing, or is making money, you know, and virtually all of you said, I want to be happy, but I think I could be happier making a lot of money or having money, but virtually all of you. And that's not how I filled out that form. When you were asked whether you were a realist or a romantic, all the women lied and said they were a realist. Virtually all of them. Well, I mean virtually all. Virtually all doesn't mean all. Okay, virtually all means something less than 100%. Hey, Harvard, talk to her at the break, will you please? Okay. The guys put, a couple people put both, romantic and realist. That's bullshit, but anyway. And, but virtually everybody said that they're realists, and that's not true. I mean, I've talked to some of these people, and the other parts of your forms don't correspond to being a realist. So this begs a big question now. Why is there such a dichotomy in the way these things are filled out by the one person from the first page to the last page? Because the last page is the doofus question. It's the sucker question, you know. And my experience has been, because of the preconditioning that you've had all these years, the 20, 30, 40, 50, 60 years of your lives, has been not only wrong, but it's been inconsistently wrong. And I try to look for some patterns for the minorities vis-a-vis if their inconsistent patterns were the same as the Caucasian inconsistent patterns, and there wasn't any, I couldn't figure out any correlation. I had to go back and try to remember who was African American, well, the Hispanic ones were easy. I mean, and your name was easy because I remember that name. That's kind of a funky name. Too many people named that have your name. But so even in filling out forms, and that are based on your business experience and your life experience, there are the great inconsistencies. You know, like my wife would have filled out that form, and she said, you know, like the sign says, you know, if you don't think you can buy happiness with money, you don't know where to shop. And when I met my wife, she was, you know, airy-fairy romantic. Now she's a rich airy-fairy romantic, but I mean, she knows what side her bread's buttered. And what quantum leap thinking is all about is to figure out, if you want to put butter on your bread, what side do you put the butter, and to remember that. And most people that go through the seminar circuit don't understand that. And that's why there's a lot of inconsistent thinking. This can be broken down, quantum leap thinking can be broken down to very simplistic precepts, and we're going to talk about growth today. and how you put your growth plan together. Now, I also heard through the grapevine that we have one or two people. Remember I kept on saying, how does this apply to you, and how do I take action? If you have questions, it's not my job to go around and say, do I have all your questions answered? You're not going to leave here being unhappy, because I don't really give a shit. If you don't ask me the questions, I don't want to see it on the critique sheet. I said that before. So today's the day. You got questions? Flap your lips. If you don't have questions, as an engineer once told me, a very bright Stanford engineer, he said, because I was asked why I didn't have any questions, he says, Mr. Pena, I thought questions were only, you should only entertain questions when the individual, the participant, didn't understand. I understand in an unqualified manner. I said, okay. What the hell? That's Jake with me. I mean, if you understand, you understand. But so, I mean, if you do, and some of you do, that's fine. But today's the day. And again, how does this apply to me? How do I take action? Now, again, because you're thinking, preconditioned thinking, you may understand how it applies to me, but you probably don't understand how to take action. What you do. Mr. LeGrand understands how it applies to him, and he knows how to take action because he's already taken some steps. The young lady in the front here, the kid, the baby, who figured it out in about the first 40 minutes. And so, a number of other of you that I've had the pleasure of sharing some time with, personal time. But if you walk away from here after we go through this action plan part, and you don't understand how to take action, after we spend a couple hours trying to take action, then I mean you've got to stop me, and we've got to talk about it, and I'll answer as many questions as necessary. Is there anybody that doesn't understand that? Now, shoot, somebody. Okay, now, we talked about yesterday creating your dream team, dealing with outside advisors. We talked about how perception is reality, how I'm perceived both in Europe and throughout the United States. We talked about clarifying your vision, and part and parcel of that was setting goals. Are you passing that paper around? Okay. Setting goals, and I gave you a goal form that I didn't use when I started, but I've developed over the years. And even though that there's a time frame column, that's, in my judgment, better used with people that don't understand the quantum leap thinking, not necessarily yourself, but the people that you work with, because they'll deal with easier with time constraints. And always make the time a lot shorter than the people that report to you want it to be. If let's just for an example, instead of having a 30-day time frame, you give them 12 days. And by God, you'll see, it'll come in 12 days. You give them 40 days, it'll come in 40 days. And the old adage is, if you want a job done, give it to a busy person. I mean, and that's very true. Okay, so we talked about that. And now we're going to spend today talking about working on your action plan and capital, raising money, even though we touched upon it. All I did was I went to the sections. By the way, did the person return the section of the paper, the LA Business Journal, that had all those people listed? Because it was conspicuously absent from my pile of junk when I left last night. I mean, so I would like to see it back on my table, the table before the day's over. And we're going to talk about internal versus external growth, and how, in my judgment, it's a lot internal to have external growth than internal. Unless you have a business that's an anomaly. I mean, quantum growth, exponential growth is not impossible. growing internally, but I mean, unless you're Dell Computer or some company like that, I mean, it's very, very difficult. And if your business is in a recessionary mode, which a lot of yours is, or if it's in a mature phase, which a few of yours are, or if it's in an extremely capital-intensive industry, which I don't think any of you are really in, it's going to be difficult for you to grow internally. Okay. Now, to me, growth is growing as fast as you possibly can, doing it morally, ethically, and legally. Now, Fred Smith, that founded American Express, he also believed in quantum growth, but he didn't necessarily opine to the ethically, morally, and legally, because as anybody knows that has followed Mr. Smith, I mean, he took money from his sister's trust and he invested it in the company and didn't tell them about it. And when they found out about it, they sued him. And by the time they went to court, their $2 million each that he took was worth like $160 million. So the jury didn't think that they were damaged too much. So as I remember, nothing really happened. But, you know, the other side of it is, as we talked about yesterday, do the ends justify the means? He did whatever it took. Now, I think he probably didn't think his sisters were going to sue him and take him to court. But they did. Women have a funny way of doing things that you might not expect. But, so growing to me is growing as fast as you possibly can. In the dictionary, it says the process of growing development. To Dan Pena and to a super high performance person, it's doing it as quickly as you possibly can. All of you understand arithmetic growth and the same numbers, and some of you have seen this before. 5 squared times 5 squared equals 625. We're using the same numbers as 5 plus 5 equals 10. Big difference between 10 and 625. I grew at the 625 level. As I've said already, probably ad nauseum to some of you, I ran the fastest growing energy company in the world for 5 years in a row. And we just grew like crazy. We exceeded exponential growth. Whatever transcends exponential growth, that's what we were. And when you get in that mode, it becomes infectious. Your people expect exponential growth. And for an example, we built an in-house acquisition team. And we made 2 or 3 acquisitions that were marginal, but we had to feed the machine. And that's why the 80s got to be a debacle in some cases, because they had to feed those machines, those big machines at Donaldson Lufkin, those big machines at all the big investment banking houses, the big machines in Europe, S.G. Warburg, Rothschild. Because when you got these man-eating guys and gals on your team, you got to throw them meat. You got to put something through their mouth. Because when you have these kind of high, and these are all high-performance, super smart people. And I mean, they want to be working on deals. They want to be working on transactions. They don't want to be sitting there with their thumb up their butt. And so that's why, unfortunately, a lot of these deals, in my judgment, that got done shouldn't have gotten done. A classic example, probably the preeminent example in the history of Wall Street, was the Nabisco deal. When they bid the first time $3 or $4 billion, whatever it was, that was the right, maybe another billion on top of that, that was the right price to pay for that conglomerate. And everybody knew it. They could carry the debt service. They could pay down the debt a little by selling off a few assets realistically. When it got up to 12 or 15 billion or 20 billion, whatever the number got to be, everybody that was close to the transaction knew they were paying 3 to 6 times more than the pig was worth. Everybody knew. But $1.7 billion, I believe, were paid out in commissions and fees.
1.8.
Is it 1.8? $1.7 billion. That's close enough. It's close enough for Pena. Government work. I mean, and remember I told you, and that deal closed at the end of the year, I mean, the people had already spent that money. The Kidder Peabody guys and the Merrill Lynch guys had already spent that money. They had already bought those things. That's why you go to them at the end of the year. I don't want to go into that again, like I told you why you go to financial institutions at the end of the year. Jim, we've got them split. The reds are up here. The greens are where? Right here. You're green, right?
I was red.
You're red. Oh, you're red now. Shit, a year ago he was a green. Okay, the blues are here, and the yellows are here.
Okay.
And except for the people that are later in the back, and so they're, you know, we've got a couple of the 1/4 of the Mexican morons and 2 of the Harvard doofuses in the back there. For those of you that want to talk to a Harvard-educated lawyer that doesn't have much experience, he's sitting right back here. Raise your hand, Roll. Yeah, right there. He's one of my doofuses. No, I don't want to insult the Mosbys. They're my doofuses. These guys are, I got to come up with a different name for them. So,
Dilbert.
Pardon?
Dilbert.
Dilbert, no, okay, maybe. So, that was a classic example of quantum thinking about not only revenue generation, because quantum thinking can also follow the fee and commission rational line of thinking. And that's what happened to Wall Street in the 80s and the early 90s. And fortunately or unfortunately, I had already been gone from Wall Street a long, long time, so I probably would have gotten in trouble if I was still there. It's a sudden, highly significant advance and breakthrough. Remember how I talked about and how the young lady said, I guess I'm going to have to get out of this business. It's completely walking in a different direction. For those of you that haven't thought about selling your business, for those of you that haven't thought about going public, and the top of the bull market is here. I don't know if it's going to last 3 more months or 2 more years. I don't know. But I can assure you this is the top. Because they're taking shit public that... And I've been through 2 cycles. Some of you haven't been through 1 cycle. And I mean, they've taken stuff public, you know, they'll be taking the flower shops public pretty soon. I mean, you know, push carts. I mean, push carts. I'm not talking about flower shops. Yes, sir. Mike. Where's the mic? Everybody looks around. Who's Mike? Okay.
How does that affect the guys who want to go public? You know, it takes a few years to do that. If it happens,
well,
you just have to wait to the next cycle?
No. You never wait to the next cycle. What you do is you make it happen by buying somebody. See, and then when you buy somebody and you know you're gonna, let's just say that we were going to buy your company, and let's just say for right now it was worth $1 million, and let's just say to make it simple that he makes $100,000 after taxes a year. So right now they're taking companies at public that 15 times earnings to 50 times earnings. Okay, let's just say that 20 times earnings. So pardon? Oh, so we're going to pay him. Now in the public arena they do that. Now in the private arena you buy companies for 6-8 times cash flow, and I'm not going to get the difference between cash flow and earnings, but let's just say we could buy his company for $5 million, but he negotiates hard, and he winds up getting 8. Who cares? We're going to spin it off at 20 times. So instead of making the difference between 5 and 20, we're going to only make the difference between 8 and 20. Who cares? Most people in this room would care, and they would beat and lose the deal over it. If he wanted 12 million, if he wanted 15 million, I don't care. Let's just get him in. Yes.
So what's a company that's earning $5 million worth on taking public?
Well, it depends on the industry. If you're in the coal industry, you're worth 8 to 10 times earnings. If you're in a high tech, you're probably worth 25 times earnings. If you're in the service business, you're probably worth somewhere between 10 and 16, 18 times earnings.
Who determines this?
Well, the marketplace determines it. It's where the marketplace is. Right now, the companies are selling for multiples that are the highest in recent memory. Remember how they said recent memory? They're always the highest in recent memory, but they're the highest in the last 10 years. Glamour healthcare companies are at the higher end of the continuum. Telecommunication companies, you don't even have to make any money because, you know, they think Star Wars and they think they're going to be beamed up and all that crap, and I'm not going to live, that won't happen in my lifetime. But I always like a business that you can't get a hold of, as they say in Texas. You can't get a hold of the numbers. I like an amorphous. I like mercury that's slipping around so you can write anything about it and not be lying. That's what I like. You know, I like it to be just kind of rolling around and you just can't grab it. Yes, ma'am.
Dan, when you're saying earnings, are you saying net earnings or gross earnings?
No. After-tax earnings are always net. After tax. Now, it's interesting. One of the reasons I went to the United Kingdom is in England and Europe, they don't care about after-tax earnings. Everything's pre-tax, and there's a reason for that. because they know everybody cheats on taxes. So they pay on multiples of pre-tax earnings. And it was a mitzvah. I mean, as soon as I saw that, because of my Wall Street background, I knew I had a home. I mean, this is my kind of place.
They're still doing that?
Absolutely. Absolutely. And because they know. Now, because I was an anomaly there, I was a U.S. reporting company that had conformed to U.S. GAAP, General Accepted Accounting Procedures, that was reporting in the United Kingdom. So we had our numbers, Coopers and Lybrand had our numbers laid out just like an American company. Then in the annual report we have a summary of the numbers, and then it'd say above the line, below the line. That's what they mean by before tax, after tax. And we'd show, all this above the line stuff. And that's why we paid our bonuses out of before tax profits instead of after tax profits. Sometimes our bonuses were more than our after tax profits, which you couldn't get away with if you were listening. You could do, but I mean the shareholders would get all upset with you. But we had all UK shareholders except for a few of us, myself included. So it doesn't matter what you pay this guy if you're going to take it public. I mean, within reason. I mean, you don't do like KKR did and pay 6 times what the company was worth, and it have it be a great debacle. That's not what I mean. But the minutia, the micro stuff isn't as important. It just isn't. And that's why, going public with America's is all about. I mean, they're creating capital. I don't know how many tens of hundreds of millions of dollars Michael Milken created in the market, but he did. He created hundreds of thousands of jobs. That's why all those CEOs got up and testified for him in the trial. At the end of the day, the judge, didn't give a damn, but he created a lot of jobs. He created more jobs, I believe, in this century than any other man has.
Is he still in jail?
Michael's out. No, Michael's teaching at the Anderson School at UCLA Graduate School of Business. That's where he's teaching.
He doing deals?
Yeah, oh, absolutely.
I've seen him at the market in Encino.
Yeah. Yep, he's still.
Yep.
He's not wearing his toque anymore, right?
No.
Yep.
He shops at Gelson's.
Yeah. Sure, he just lives above there. Or below Gelson's, not above. Okay, so we want you to come up with a breakthrough strategy today and this afternoon, on how you can make your business grow and what you can do with it. Physicists studying quantum mechanics note that particles make these jumps without apparent effort and without covering all the bases between the starting and ending point. I had a guy who was a real PhD physicist who had worked on that. When I say Kennedy, the moon deal, he had actually done that deal. And I used to say there was tens of thousands of permutations. And he took me aside during the break. And as it turned out, this guy went to Taft High School in the Valley, contemporary, same age as I was. And I told him that Taft High School just won the National Olympics, Academic Olympics, or whatever they call it. And he said he couldn't believe it. Now, this guy went to MIT, PhD. Taft, William Howard Taft in Woodland Hills, impossible. They're all morons up there. I said, well, since you left 30 years ago, maybe they've bred something other than morons. But he explained to me, and he got up and with a chart and tried to explain to the audience, which went over like a fart in a punch bowl because nobody cared. But there were millions and millions of permutations, not tens of thousands. But that's what physics is. Quantum leap. The atoms and the neutrons, they just bounce all over. They don't have the energy. And that's what I want you to start thinking like. And if it means turning your business over to your partner or your employees or your brother or sister and doing something else, or getting rid of, you've got to think that way. Otherwise, it will be virtually impossible for you to have quantum growth. Quantum leaps require you to take the offensive. You can't achieve exponential gains in your success from a defensive posture. You can't remain in a passive stance and make a quantum jump. Most people in this room, most people that I speak to initially until they understand what's going on, are not, as I said yesterday, they're not playing to win, they're playing not to lose. Their whole life is based upon a defensive posture, not losing the assets they have. And the reason why that their whole life is based on a defensive posture, because either they don't have the confidence they can do it again, or they know that they got what they got by luck and not design. If you're confident you can do it again, and if you're confident you know how you did it, then you don't worry about these things. I have no doubt and all the ventures I go into that we're going to be successful. I know what it takes to make a successful, my formula, not mine, the one that has been around since time began. I know what it takes. I know how to create the team. I know how to create, I know that structure follows strategy. I understand that. I understand that goals don't have to be realistic. I know how to motivate people. Money! And then it's easy. I had dinner with Mr. and Mrs. Hoffman last night, and like I said, it's easy. It's difficult for someone that doesn't know as easy as it is to comprehend. And I mean, some of the people in this room that I've worked with for a while understand how easy it is, and they don't worry about making a mistake. I mean, because it doesn't matter what the morons say. I mean, it just doesn't. I mean, unfortunately, some of you are going to say that the morons are your spouses, your parents, your business partners, the guys you play golf with. So, quantum leap is a move you're already prepared to make, you just haven't done it. Everybody in this room, everybody, even the lowest form of doofus in this room, is capable of this. There's nobody. If I could introduce you to some of the people that I grew up with, they would get up here and say, we can't believe that Dan Pena, one, lived this long, let alone made any money. From the background that I came from, it's beyond, even when I think about it, sometimes I give myself a reality check. I drive down to where I showed you where I used to live. Then I drive up to my house in Palos Verdes. Whenever I have to go to a reunion, the 10, 20, and 30 year, 25 and 30 year high school reunions, they don't understand. When I went to my 10-year reunion, they thought I all died in Vietnam, and then when I went to my 20, they thought I died from drugs, and then when I went to my 25, they finally figured out I hadn't died yet, and they don't understand, My wife has talked to some of these people. If I can do it, anybody in this room, it's a lot of the other high performance people most of them don't tell you how easy it is, because why educate all these people, Dan? Because if everybody gets educated, it's going to be harder. That's true. It will be. Like Candace Knoll, God love her, she says, Dan, don't be coming and educating any women down here in Houston. I got Houston by the ass. I want to keep it that way. So I cut that deal with her a long time ago. Don't go down there teaching women in Houston, which was not a good deal. One of my 30,000+ mistakes I made in business. But because it just isn't. I mean, you've heard Burl talk, you've heard Whipple, you heard the Verdiers, you heard the tightwad cheapskate Rick Smith, you've heard Casey, and just if that tightwad, who's so tight, he squeaks when he walks, he's so cheap. He's even done it. And you can figure out he's done it as cheaply as humanly possible. That cheap, screw, he's figured out a way. The reason why he waited a year, because it took him a year to figure out how to do it cheaply. You can even do it that way. Well, that's not the way I did it, but you can. So, it's just not, it's not hard. And you're all are ready to make that move. Now, I've alluded to this off and on for now almost plus 2 days plus, is that one of the keys to putting your plan together is not wasting time on things you can't change. So that may be partners, spouses, whatever. Now, I'm not suggesting you all run out and dump your wife or your husband or your business partner.
Sure, yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm not suggesting that you do that unless you want to grow. If you don't want to grow, then then you don't have to do that. Now, but one of the things that I pride myself on is I virtually waste no time on things I can't change. I just don't. And there's a lot of things in our lives we can't change. That's why it's critically important that when you're working on your growth plan that we're going to develop here in the next 2 or 3 hours, that you put like a column down the right-hand side, either in your business organization, in your life, and this is the, call it whatever you want, the Doofus column or whatever, and you make sure that you don't incorporate those people, those entities in your change, because your plan has got to be change. If your plan doesn't show and dictate change, then you're not doing it right. By definition, your plan's got to show change. Now, those of you that are near the startup phase now, you're probably growing geometrically. You're getting ready to roll over, though, you know, like on my chart, where you roll over and stay flat. To achieve hypergrowth, you must avert avoidable mistakes and let your successes run their course. Some of you are doing some things very well. And some of you are doing some things that are hampering your success, i.e. dealing with a bank that can't take you to the next level. Okay, you can avert that because that's an avoidable mistake. You now know intellectually that something should be done. Now, if you stay with that bank, or you stay with that lawyer, or you stay with that accountant, or business advisor, or whoever the hell else advises you, now that's an avoidable mistake. You can change that. You can't change that because you haven't developed the right software package, if you're in that business. You can't change that until you develop a new deal, or you buy it, or as Gates did, put an option out. Gates was one of my great idols, and then he became even a greater idol when I found out the thing that he developed, he didn't really develop it. He got it from somebody else. He paid an option or something for somebody. That's great. Well, you know, why spend 15, 20 years doing that when you can just go buy it from somebody? Some computer nerd that doesn't know what the value is and give him 20 grand, 50 grand, that's dynamite. So there's certain things you can avoid, you can change in your life, and there's certain things you can't. So to have hypergrowth, you must avert the avoidable mistakes and let your successes run. It's very much analogous. If it ain't broke, don't fix it. Now, in your business relationships, there's not that many things that ain't broke. So most of them are broke, so you ought to be fixing it. Bless you.
Thank you.
And concentrate on your future successes and forget about your past failures. I mean, a lot of you, in sidebar conversations that I've heard or that have been related to me, you know, have had failures in your business career. Some a few, some many. And a few of you have had some real successes. And so what human nature has a tendency to make us, what it makes us do is we spend time patting ourselves on the back, and I'm all for giving ourselves a lot of pats on the back, a lot of positive strokes ourselves. I'm not so much into, I don't need them from anybody else. But nobody blows smoke up my ass better than me. And you should be the same. But I don't dwell, and you shouldn't dwell on anything that you've done wrong. And God knows I could sit back on my laurels. I've come a long way. And I don't think of it that way. I only think about where I've got to go yet. And if you don't have that burning desire and total commitment, then you spent a couple days in Palos Verdes and maybe had some nice food and looked at the beach because I can't produce that for you. I can help you develop it if you hang around with me or hang around with somebody like me. Now, part of this plan that we're going to develop, and we're going to go over some rudimentary things here for a minute. There's two different ways, two basic ways. The B school's got 50 basic ways how you do it, but in life there's two basic ways. The boss sets the goals and everyone follows, or you ask the lower level employees to state their objectives, then move the plan up to the next level until it reaches the top. Most people in this room run their business in an autocratic method. They don't give a damn what anybody, they set the goals. And I'm here to say it's got to be a combination of the two. You can easily set the goals by yourself.
Excuse me for screwing up your seminar. I can't do forward on that.
Okay, it's all right. Does he get hey, Ed, we got to give him a discount if he's part of the props now? Huh? Yeah.
The lights up there.
Yeah, okay. Is that any better? Okay. So, when I first started Great Western, I did the top. I mean, of course, I was the only guy there. I mean, me and a phone, it wasn't too difficult. So, But as I gained acquired employees, and because I learned long before that I was a macro manager. And you know, one of the reasons I became a macro manager? Because I wasn't worth a damn as a micromanager. It became very obvious to me. And you know what? Most of you aren't any good as a micromanager. You think you are, but you're not. Because not many people are good as micromanagers, period. Not just us. There's a certain mindset that can be developed over 5, 10, 20 years. You know, in Citicorp and organizations like that, develop the hell out of them, right, Jim? I mean, they hire young MBAs and they shove them through like crap through a goose. But most of us don't have that talent, if you want to call it talent. Okay. Do we understand how this applies to us and how we, the individuals sitting in the audience, put this into action? Is there anything that's not clear so far? Again, remember, we's the problem, us. We're the ones that screw up our business, nobody else. Okay. Peter Drucker, who I have a lot of admiration for, he's over at Claremont, the Drucker School of Management at Claremont, out here near Pomona someplace. Management by objective works if you know the objectives. 90% of the time you don't. So this, you know, total quality management and the management by objectives that became very popular in the 80s and the 90s. And, I mean, that works, but 10% of the time, because 90% of the time we don't know, we don't understand. And even a higher percentage of the time, the people that work for us. That's senior management don't know, let alone junior management. If senior management only knows 10% of the time, what the hell is, I mean, middle and junior management know? Yet we, especially I like when the young kids come out of the B schools, they come full of piss and vinegar and they're all fired up and they've got all these books and they got their Lotus 1, 2, 3 and they can crunch numbers and all this stuff. But, you know, remember, structure follows strategy. They know how to put, you know, the structure together, but they haven't figured out the strategy yet. And as a macro manager, a macro thinker, I'm more interested in the strategy, and the structure will follow, just like NASA followed President Kennedy. Exactly. That's probably one of the great examples of macro thinking in this century. And Jack wasn't that bright, President Kennedy. We had a lot brighter ones. But, I mean, it happened. It just happened. And when Ted Turner started CNN 10, 11 years ago, they all thought he was an idiot. They all thought he was crazy. Well, his goal is to control that medium worldwide. That's his lifetime, or not his lifetime, his goal that transcends his lifetime. Who knows? We'll see. He's certainly got a big leg up on it now. There's no question about that. Rick Scott's goal was to control health care. That's a pretty damn big global. I mean, that's a ballsy deal. But I mean, it's a complete reversal. Rick Scott was a lawyer, in my judgment, one of the best corporate lawyers in America. He was my lawyer. He just turned around completely. I'm going to control the health care industry. That's a pretty damn big. I mean, it transcends big. I mean, just like Adolf Hitler, 3 greatest salesmen in the world: Hitler, Muhammad, and Jesus Christ. Hitler said back in the 20s at the Wannsee estate out in Eastern, it used to be East Germany, now it's in Big Germany, when he sat down with the industrialists and his team, he says, we're going to control the world. And they put together their plan. I mean, he was a little former corporal from the First World War that had been mustard gassed. I mean, a little doofus guy. He came a long way. Quantum thinking works. Now, these are things in your planning, and I say CEO, but it's the senior entrepreneur, the owner. These are things you can't delegate, in my judgment. Not just in my judgment. I mean, a lot of guys smarter than me that have come up with this. You can't delegate strategic planning, the system. Cannot delegate that. That has to come out of your mind, your brains. Number two, you cannot delegate control and accountability of the system. If you put the system in, then you sure as hell got to be responsible for it. When I deal with companies, depending on whatever the portion equity that I take, normally that function, even though I'm not the CEO, I normally take over as chairman. Normally I'm not a functioning CEO. But I mean, I can't, because I came up with it, I am the one that's accountable. I'm the one that is ultimately in control of it. You cannot delegate system to grow managers. You have to be the nurturing. Christ had 12 disciples, and they had, I mean, so, and in my judgment, you can only nurture, 2 or 3 at a time. And last but not least, and this is what I think I did the best, and so does Rick Scott and all the guys I've alluded to for the last 2 days ad nauseum, is the care and feeding of the corporate culture. The CEO, the head guy, should be what I call him the glad-hander. Just glad-handed, looking for deals, looking for money to grow his company. That's it. That's all these big guys do. I mean, Rick doesn't know about some healthcare deal down in Waco, or I mean, he just doesn't. I didn't know about my operations in West Virginia. We had three main divisions. I didn't know. I didn't know we were closing offices, opening offices. I didn't even know we bought 300 new trucks. In the coal mine. I didn't know that. Didn't want to know it. If I knew it, then the guy there shouldn't be there. Clyde Goins, who was the president of our coal division at the time, then old Clyde, and he knew that I didn't want to know it, and so now when they renamed the coal mines and stuff after me and my kids, I knew that. They used to come down and I knew stuff like that. But that's about the most detail I knew about the company. And what you find is, because again, preconditioning, because of all the faulty knowledge that you've been given, is we spend our time actually running the business. And that's not what we're good at. Any questions on this? People don't do what you expect. They do what you inspect with respect. This took me a while to learn this, because I thought if you dealt with bright people, you never had to inspect or check on things. And so periodically, these top guys do check. More of a spot check. It's not like in the Army where you check everybody's lockers and everybody's rifles to see if they're clean, etc. Rick Scott, I'm sure, does make spot checks and goes to various outlying, 4 or 5 times a year, his operations. And I'm sure I know all these big guys do the same thing. And they normally make in conjunction when they're going to be in to make a speech, a keynote, do something else, then they check. But what they're not doing is crunching the numbers, and like George Verdier used to do, he'd come in on his computer every morning to see how many sales were made. He doesn't do that anymore. And one of the reasons he travels so much is because it's hard for him not to do it. That's one of the reasons. He didn't say that, because I told him, get your ass out of the office then. Then you can't do it. But he said, well, I can have a laptop, Dan, and I did, because I don't even know you could have and I could do it. I said, well, don't carry a laptop. Because he's going through withdrawal like this. But he did, and now look at it, they're having a lot of fun. And you'd be surprised how much your life improves when you're making a ton of money. I mean, I don't know what it is exactly, like the endorphins in your body come out. I don't know what the hell it is, but just a lot easier to be happy.
How often do your people
I have a meeting normally once every 4 to 6 weeks.
Your top people.
Yep. And we have timelines. I don't know. The report, Jim, that you send every 2 weeks, what the hell is that thing called?
Critical path or something.
A critical path. Yeah. Well, he sends it to the two people that report me, and I get copied. Or sometimes he just sends it to me and he copies the other senior people. But I mean, I don't think I've ever called you on what the report says. No, I never have. I read it, and if I have a question on it, I'll talk to Grubbs or Tim. What's the moron doing here? What's going on here? But I wouldn't call him. Like yesterday, I told him to watch out for the weasel. Did you meet with the weasel?
Not with the weasel.
Okay. I said, watch out for the weasel. Now that, I told Bud to send you a fax, and that's what he did, right? Watch out for the weasel that that he met with. And, but I mean, I get those reports. I get them from Leanne Kelly on our manufacturing operation. I get them from Valerie in Scotland. And I look at numbers. I get a monthly P&Ls, but I don't look at them. I look at the P&Ls normally 3 or 4 times a year, normally on the quarters. And sometimes I don't look at them. I've gone as long as a year and not looked at them. And because if something's going real wrong, I expect people to tell me. And if we're going to be way off projections or way off budget. See, I don't like surprises. High-performance people don't like 2 kinds of surprises, good or bad. They don't like surprising good news, and they don't like surprising bad news. Because if we get surprising good news, it's because we didn't have a feel for what we were doing. And we should have a feel for what we're doing. We shouldn't have profits, shouldn't be 300%. That means that we had a misallocation of assets, we had a misallocation of people. Something's wrong when profits are up 300%, we think they're going to be at 15. Something went wrong. And I don't want that. That means we could have had other people doing other things. This business is easier, or the margins are bigger. And if that's the case, you don't need the 5 people there, you only need 2. We could have had these other 3 people running another business. Okay. And then, and the thing, once you put the plan together, this is critically important. Most of you take their plans, anybody that's had one, and you put them in the top drawer of your desk, and they stay there. For those of you that flew here, the first thing the pilot does is check his flight plan. Then when he gets up in the air, what does he do? He has to change it. If you're off 1% coming from Sacramento down here, you'd be out in the middle of the Pacific Ocean someplace. You constantly change it, and if you send a rocket toward the moon, about 90% of the time it's off course. It fails its way to the moon, continually making mistakes and correcting them. What you've got to do with your plans once you get them is you continue to monitor them and adjust them. Monitor and adjust them. Life and business, neither one are static. And what we do is we shove them in a drawer, and we don't look at them. And big companies do it best. Big companies, Citicorp, have got a 3- and 5-year plan. They probably haven't made changes. I mean, because pride of authorship, the guys that put the plan together, if we have to change that plan, they made a mistake. It's not true. They didn't. I mean, something else has happened. Saddam Hussein did this, the price of oil went this, interest rates had a change. I mean, something changed. And you see very little in the larger the organization, the less flexibility there is in the planning mechanism, in changing it, in adapting it, in moderating it. Now, some of these things may seem to you, well, guys, talking about, I'm just, I got a push cart here, I'm selling flowers, this is me. If you don't understand this stuff, you're going to have a fish or a flower cart pushing in the middle of the street next time I see you. You got to understand this stuff. Or you got to get somebody that understands this stuff. One of the two. Okay. In your packet. Now, again, the people in San Diego got this, but we're going to go into more depth today. Pull it out. You should have one of these, God willing. Now, when I first started giving the seminar a year ago in May, I didn't have the handout, and I didn't put it together this way. But I got, and I used to go through this just off the top of my head because I've done this so many times. I mean, I don't have to write it down, but so then we put it to paper. Does everybody have one?
It looks a little different.
No, that's the 4. There's the one that's attached to that should have 11. There's 2 of them.
It says 11.
It says 11 on it.
It's a little different look.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay, you got it. Looks different, okay. And there should be one that back up says 4 on it. 4th step, whatever, okay. Now, how did I develop this? I developed it by making 20-some thousand business mistakes. That's how I developed this. I developed this getting my head handed to me in various parts of the world in business. I developed this by getting my knickers ripped off in Abilene, Texas, in Graham, Texas, in Mineral Wells, Texas, New York City. That's how I developed this. I developed this because I got scar tissue all over my body and a lot of up my backside. Okay. The most crucial thing about, now this is taking an idea from an idea form to execution. And most of you, not all of you, most of you are past the idea stage. You had a different idea. Now you got a different idea, and some of you may have changed your idea since you walked in here. Start hearing me babble on about it. Okay, so you've got an idea. Now some of you come up with ideas almost instantly, like the young lady. I'm doing something. I'm not in the right place. I got to be someplace else. Some of you develop ideas over time. Doesn't make any difference. Once you've got the idea. I can normally come up with ideas like that. I mean, I don't develop anything over time. I don't know if that's a right side or left brain problem, whatever. By the way, if you want if you ever think you're losing focus or concentration, if you go like this about 4 or 5 times, and just over a couple of your ears, the gurus say that brings your right left back into balance. I don't know if it does, but I do it all the time. I don't know if it works or not, but whenever I do, at least I go like that. Okay. Don't hurt yourself. Okay. Now, so I've come up with an idea. Now I'm gonna try to use like this with your fingers. Hey, Craig, just turn around and hit that guy in the head and maybe help him a little. Anyway, okay. Some of the analogies I'm going to use about how I decided to get into personal development, business success, business. I came up with the idea back in April of 1992 when I was doing some lectures pro bono, and somebody said on the way to the Metropolitan Tennis Club that I belonged to, I played a lot of tennis at the time, he says, Dan, you ought to do this for real. You ought to do it for money because, and this guy was a seminar junkie. He says, I've gone to a lot of seminars, and maybe there's 10 or 20 guys that are, or ladies that are worth a darn, and the rest aren't too sharp. And you like public speaking. Making a long story short, I didn't think anything about it. We played tennis for a couple hours, and I'm in the shower getting cleaned up, and like a light bulb went off in my head, like those old Ford commercials where the big light bulb went off. Big light bulb, and it was like I was blinded, and either I was having a seizure or I was having an idea. And so I thought to myself, and I immediately thought of dominating the personal development business. I instantly went to that. I didn't think about sitting down and test marketing seminars for $89 to 10 grand. I didn't think any of those things. But I just said, yeah, dominate. I saw myself walking around and 10, 20,000 people in stadiums, and that's what I thought. Okay. Now, I instantly came up with the idea. I'm a cross between Billy Graham, or excuse me, the guy that just Elmer Gantry and Norman Schwarzkopf. I instantly came up with that analogy. Didn't know what we would call it or anything like that. I called Bud Grubbs, who's one of my partners now, who is a consultant that I helped convince him to leave Ford Motor Company after 17 years, 3 years before his golden, whatever they give you at Ford for after 20 years. And he left and went out on his own and became, he has a specialty on dealing with government on government contracts. He's one of 2 or 3 guys in the country. And the first year out, he made like 4 or 5 times more than he ever made at Ford, which he made a lot of money for it. And so I says, Bud, I said, I think I'm going to go in the seminar business. What do you think? He said, yeah, that'd be dynamite. He said, how soon can you get over? He says, tomorrow. So he came and we sat down and we worked through 3 days, day and night with Leanne. And we bought one of these things where you can write on it and you press a button and it comes out like in a fax machine, you know? And we worked day and night around the clock for 3.5 days. And domination of the world, this industry was at the top, and then we worked down. Okay. So we had this idea, and we came up with what we said a 4-page game plan. No time frame. And then I said, okay, now I'm going to go out and I got to investigate what the competition is. Just because one guy I played tennis with says there's no competition doesn't mean that there's no competition. So I spent the next 6 or 8 months going out listening to everybody that gave seminars at the high end, because I wanted to dominate the high end of the market. And if I dominated the high end, I thought I could dominate the whole market. And so that was part of my investigation process. And when I went to see these people like Jay Abraham and all these others, Dan Kennedy, I hired private investigators. I found out if they had any money, if they, you know, how many times they'd been sued, for what, et cetera, et cetera. And every single of the top 20 or 25 people in the industry, I investigated the hell out of it. And then when I thought I was done investigating, I investigated some more. Now, I have a private investigator that is part of my team who's sitting back there. But you don't need to have a private investigator be part of your team to do this. There's a lot of ways of doing the investigation that you don't need someone on your part of your team. But I investigated for probably 4, 5, 6 months. I did my homework. And my friend was right. That I felt confident. And I didn't know what unique selling proposition was at the time. I didn't know what that meant. But I knew that I had made my money not by seminars, but by the sweat of my brow in business and commerce. Okay. Then I became committed to the idea myself. You've got to get committed yourself as an individual. It has to be your whole life. It has to be, you have to be obsessed with it. Craig Hoffman reminded me at dinner last night that he came out to visit me at the castle with his lovely wife and another gentleman, Kent Browning, who owns 8 or 10 car dealerships here in Southern California, Browning Motors, and he said, you were really obsessed in those days because I didn't go play golf with them. They went to play golf and they went to do all these things, and a couple of nights I didn't even go to dinner with them because I was focused. And he said, you were, and I was a lot more focused in those days than I am today. But I mean, I got focused. I got obsessed. My whole life evolved at that time around finding out more about this business. If you don't have that level of obsession, then as we go down this list for the next couple hours, not just this list, for everything that you aren't willing to do, you're dropping your chances, let's just say, for an example, 10%. The probabilities go down 10. 10. 10. 10. 10, and pretty soon they get into the minus. And then I can with some clarity predict whether you'll be in business 3 years from now. In the business you're in. So I get obsessed. I make that commitment. And as for people that have known me, like Mr. Orman in the back room, when I make that commitment, I'm committed. That's it. No birthdays, no Christmases, no Hanukkahs, no bar mitzvahs of my friends, no nothing. That is it. Just like the Verdiers are committed now. They are committed. They are going to dominate the country in their business. I'm sure they will, short of something happening to them. Okay. Then I make, with my other decision makers, preliminary decision, you and the other people, to the extent that you depend on anybody else in your group to make decisions. You go to them and you share this obsession. Up heretofore, I hadn't shared it with anybody. It's me. Now, if I've got, like right now, I have 3 or 4 partners, I would share the obsession with them. And if my partners were here today, which they're not, they tell you that Dan's obsession, whether you want to share it or not, he's got plenty of obsession enough that he doesn't need you really to be obsessed. It's better if they're obsessed, though, because my partners know that the probabilities of me being wrong are so remote, because I've been right so many times, that they, even if they can't get up, they can't get hot and bothered about it right now, they know they'll get hot and bothered as we go down the road. In your case, you can't risk that, because you've probably never been hot and bothered about anything before, other than maybe some person of the opposite sex, and that only lasted 3 or 4 or 5 months. So you share the obsession with your people, and you live it totally. And just as Mr. Hoffman said, I didn't go play golf and I didn't go to dinner. I lived it totally. It was my whole life. Now, see, you only have to do these things if you want to be a high-performance person. If you don't want to be a high-performance person, you could, sleep till 10 and, you don't have to do these things. Okay, then I continue my investigation of this industry. I continued to go see, now instead of seeing the top rung of speakers, I was down to the second rung of speakers, but I was continuing to see if there was somebody out there that had a similar story to tell that I did. I didn't find such a person. But you continue to investigate about your idea, the competition, like in software and in the computer business. I mean, there's companies popping up every day. I mean, there's people all over the place. So, I mean, if I was in that industry, I'd be investigating forever. I mean, and by investigating, I read all the magazines, I went to see all the guys, and I mean, there's all kinds of stuff in the computer business. There's all kinds of stuff to read. And then it became so much I couldn't read them anymore. So I immediately delegated it off to somebody else to do. And so I only read and investigate part of these deals. I had somebody else reading them. And at that time, it was a young guy named Monty Perkoff. He read everything that was ever written about the personal development business, and he would send me back executive summaries once or twice or 3 times a month. And they would just tell, there's a guy here or a lady here that does this, and sounds like it might be, maybe somebody should go to see the seminar, and I'd send him. And he'd come back and says, no, she was a doofus, don't worry about her, blah, 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 blah. But continuing the investigation. Then you're going to put together your decision action plan, you and the other decision makers. You're bringing them into the decision-making process. You sit down with your, if it's 1 person or 2 people or whatever the number is that are the decision makers, because it's important, because ultimately these people are the people that are going to run it, because you're going to step away from it. You'll step away and they'll run it. So that's why it's important to bring them in. A lot of entrepreneurs are off running around doing all these things, and then if something happens to him or he has to turn it over, then the other people that are expected to run it and hopefully given the responsibility and the authority don't have the basis of knowledge to do anything. So then they make a mistake, and the boss gets mad. But there's a reason. The reason you're mad is because you haven't brought them in early on. Okay, now you further expand. Now you're still working on how this is going to make them rich, how this is going to make the company to the next level, how this is going to be the greatest thing since sliced bread, that this is the greatest thing since religion. I mean, you continue, you never let up. And you walk your talk, and you never, 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 never share a doubt. Never. I don't care if the bank calls you and says they're calling the loans on your house and your car. I don't care if they're repossessing your furniture. I don't care if your mother and father and all kids get kidnapped and they find them in a ditch. I don't care what happens. You never share a doubt about a business proposition with anybody, ever. Under any circumstances. Never. Because, as I told the story many times, that little bit of indecision on your part, like I said, guys, we're having a rocky time of it. By the time I got back, the deal had collapsed. The other side got up from the table, walked away. Because if the old man says we're having a rocky time of it, I mean, he obviously smarter than I am. I mean, Eisenhower at Normandy knew the invasion at D-Day could not work. Wasn't supposed to work, but they had to do something to show camaraderie amongst the Allied nations. It worked. D-Day wasn't supposed to work. We read about it in his memoirs 10 years later. Rommel, I can't remember who he kicked the hell out of in the first, for whatever general, when he first was fighting in North Africa, whoever he was fighting, Rommel was undermanned, no ammunition, low on fuel, da-da-da-da. He wasn't supposed to win. In his well, he didn't write any memos. People that wrote about him, his son wrote about him, that he knew he couldn't win, but but he did win. You never, these guys never share doubts. You think George Patton, General Patton, thought that he was going to win all those battles? No. Yet I see in business daily, on an hourly basis, when I talk to people, they have not just a little doubt, they have massive doubts. And it comes across. It comes across when you talk to your lawyer. It comes across when you talk to your banker. See, and when you show them that you have a doubt, then the pressure on them to perform is a little less. Excuse me, a little less. And then when the lawyer shares it with the accountant, Craig really doesn't think that this deal is going to go through, then the pressure is a little less. And by the time the thing comes full circle, the deal is with a tidy bowl man. These guys, when Trump was fighting Merv Griffin over the control over those casinos a few years ago, I mean, nobody was sharing any doubts with anybody about anything. They never do. They just don't. Because success begets success, obsession grows and becomes infectious, and you make deals. The key to being a super, super high performance people is making bad deals good. That's my specialty. Bringing them back from the death. Bringing them back from the other side of that tunnel. Does everybody understand that you don't share doubts? No matter what.
Hey, Dan.
A mic for Mr. Hoffman. Well, this may be pearly words that I'm going to put in my memoir someday.
Before we went out to dinner last night, I was watching the Laker game, and at halftime they were interviewing the new coach, Del Harris. Chick Hearn sat him down, and the first 14 games of the Laker games of their schedule is going to be on the road. And he says to this guy, he says, now would you be happy? You're going to be on the road playing all these tough teams. You would probably be happy if you came away 7-7. And no way was this guy going to say, well, I'd be happy 7-7. He looked at Hearn and said, I'm going to take each game at a time. I think we can win each game that way. And he said, I would be happy being 7-7 if going into the 14th game we'd lost 6 and won. I mean, we'd won 6 and lost 7.
Yeah. Yeah.
He wasn't going to. There was no way he was going to share any doubts
Absolutely.
about how bad the schedule was and the fact that they were on the road.
I mean, it just this thing about and I'm talking about with your spouse. You don't share. You just don't. One of the reasons my wife's spending pattern doesn't change, even though I teased her the other night, I haven't had any real income for 3 years. I've been unemployed. I never collected unemployment. I guess I could have. I never thought of it really. I guess I could. Yeah. I guess there's no reason why I can't. I certainly paid into it, but I didn't even dawn on me to collect unemployment. How much is unemployment a week? $220? Jesus. No, it didn't even dawn on me. Is there any time limits? Can I still run back? But the yeah, I got to go look for a job though. Okay, I got to qualify.
Maybe you want to apply just so you can show them how screwed up the system.
Yeah, but I mean the reason because my wife thinks that everything is fine. There aren't, she doesn't. She sat in on part of a business meeting I had yesterday with Mr. LeGrand, and it's the first time she sat in on a meeting 10 years, maybe longer. And yeah. She thinks you're a nice guy. See, something's obviously, you were giving her all the bullshit. But anyway, yeah. But I don't share those doubts. My kids, when I first got thrown out of Great Western, and my daughter and my son were worried about it, and Dan Jr., after about 6 months, he says, quit complaining. He says, has our lifestyle changed any? He asked his younger brother and sister. No. This is Dan. Explain it to him. Does the house look the same? Did the castle look the same over Christmas? Is there anything missing? Do we still have the same cars? Nothing's changed. So what? Because they were worried because I didn't have a job. And so because it's so important, I mean, to keep a deal going, and to keep the momentum going, and to keep everybody online. And I assure you, if your lawyer doesn't think that you think you should win, he's gonna not read that brief the last time. If you got roll, he might not read the brief the first time. Yes, Mike. We got to get a guy, Mike. We got to hire a guy, Mike, to run up and down. A little guy. What are the midgets' names? First names?
Greg and John.
Oh, we need a Mike. Okay.
No, Daniel, I was just thinking of how many doubts the attorneys tried to place in you.
Yeah. Well, we're going to get to that, but yeah.
It would have been so easy to buy into the doubts, and it would have changed the whole outcome.
Yeah. One of the things that we're going to talk about after the planning part is that even though I recommend highly that you hire the very best you can't afford, even they will tell you you can't do it. And they will write you letters up the yin-yang, protecting themselves, and I have top-notch, world-class lawyers, but we'll get to that. So you can't share a doubt. I mean, nobody. Joan of Arc, who's one of the only women I could work with, she was a little before my time. I mean, she sure as hell didn't share any doubts. She shared a doubt in the when she's that scene. I don't know. I forget which play it is when she's praying to God. Maybe you can share a doubt with him, because he ain't talking. You know what I mean? But I mean, anybody else, forget. Okay, now for me, I had never had a problem walking my talk, because this is the way I live. This is the way I act in my house. Somebody once asked me in one of these seminars, is this part of your makeup, your seminar suit? For anybody that's been around me, my house, my kids, unfortunately, I swear at my kids. I talk to them just like I talk to you, call them doofuses, and this is just me, this is 100%. So I don't have any trouble walking my talk, because this is the way I live my life. Some of you are going to have to adapt like a chameleon to being this way all the time, because the more you act this way, the easier it becomes, and pretty soon it's not an act, it's reality. And reality always works better than an act. Okay, now you put together your other decision makers, not you, a critical path. And the primary reason you haven't put together a critical path, Mr. Mosby, is because they're going to be responsible for it, enacting it. And you want their head on the nail on the door. You want them to take responsibility. You want them to take the authority, because you're giving it to them. So you let them put the critical path together. You let them, not you. And part of this... Okay. Now, we're at the stage, we've just, you've gotten your other decision makers and you to put together an action plan. You've made that decision. Okay. Now, from that action plan, you're going to put a critical path or a timeline together. And some of them have... Can you read that? Well, not well, but anyway. Well, it doesn't say anything yet. Why do I get all these damn things that don't write? Well, okay. You're going to have two. One method of doing it is on two axes. One is time, and these are events. Another way of doing it is 5 days increments, 7-day increments, what you're going to accomplish in these 7 days, what you're going to accomplish in the 8th through the 15th day, what you're going to accomplish from, etc., going out 90, 180 days. And so then the things that you're going to accomplish in the first 10 days are listed. And obviously they're listed in some basis of a priority. I mean, what you've got to do here normally builds on what you've got to do 3 months from now. But you put together the critical path, and you have the individuals that are going to be doing it and or overseeing it put the critical path together, put the structure together, because first of all, they understand what needs to be done better than you, because they're doing it. If you understand the critical path better than they do, something's wrong, because you're not doing it. If you understand, this is one method where you put time down here, okay, and you can put 10-day increments, 10 days, 20 days, it could be months, it doesn't matter, out 180 days. And then you have items, item 1, 2, 3, 4, and certain things will overlap. So you're into this project, by the time this project ends, you should have already started this deal. You should be in the 3rd or 4th day. And the 3rd item, you're not going to start till 4 or 5 days until you finish the 2nd item. And this would be 5th item. And then the 4th item, you're doing the same time as all of them, because let's just say you're putting a prospectus together. See, the prospectus is being worked on during the whole time frame. And then down here, the 5th item, and this could be the accountants, the lawyers, printing, etc. And you put a timeline. You have them put a timeline together. Mike for Bruce. Now, engineers know how to do timelines, critical paths. MBAs know this kind of stuff. Right, Bruce?
Absolutely. When you first did that for Great Western, you did the first timeline yourself, and then part of that was to get a group of people you could have do another critical path? Or how'd you handle that?
When I put the critical path together, when I first founded Great Western, I pointed at the moon. I said $2 billion and the top energy executive 5 years in a row, 4 out of 5 years. 5 years in a row, I think it was. And that was it. That was my grandiose critical path. Just like we're going to land the moon, okay, man on the moon. Now, as I brought people in, then it's just like when I started in this business, I want to dominate the industry. That was it. Dominate the industry. I didn't say timeline. I didn't say when, where, who, how, what. When I came in and there was more than one employee, and we had 3 or 4 or 5 employees, then that's the stage we're at now. You get together with them, and then Charlie and Mark put the critical path together. Charlie and Mark were my 2 co-founders that I gave equity to. Wrote, signed over, did an option back, didn't. I thought about the questions yesterday. Let me get off on a tangent for a second. The questions, what do you do when you have to fire the guy? What do you do when the guy winds up being a doofus? What do you do? Remember all those questions? The more I thought of that, the more I should have said to you, the glass is half full, not half empty, or half empty and not half full. That has never happened to me in my career, ever. It's never happened. And it's not just because I pick right people, because I picked some doofuses. But at the end of the day, it didn't matter that I gave away equity to people that were no good. That's the answer. I made so much money so quickly, and the other people basically squeezed those people out that I made a mistake on. It ultimately didn't matter. It just didn't, because we were going so fast. Remember I said there was a slide yesterday that the revenues overcome even mistakes. I mean, if you generate enough revenue, mistakes will be, I forget how I put it, it's one of the slides from yesterday. And that's, in essence, we made so much money so quickly, the people, I think I remember giving 10% to somebody in one of our subsidiaries. He never even cashed it in. We wound up firing him. He left, didn't get a lawyer, didn't do anything. He's some weasel guy, engineer, petroleum engineer, that was selling our prospects to somebody else. I forget why we got fired, but anyway. Because he would have, for him to have been a 10, in hindsight, I guess, for him to have been a 10% shareholder of one of the subsidiary companies, he would have had to deal with all the people that hated him, that knew that he had been a turncoat. So he just walked away from the equity. Because being 10% owner of a company is like kissing your sister. It means nothing unless you sell the company. And that's why everybody was interested in it, because they knew that I sold assets. If you're going to hold on to your assets and hug them to death like a teddy bear, you're not going to get much, as my coal miners used to say, much incentive from, it's not going to give them much incentive. But if you're a shaker and mover and they know you're going to roll assets and sell and buy, and then owning something to somebody is a big deal. People like to own minority interest in things that I own because they know I'm going to roll them. Take them public, sell them, stuff them, do something with them. But I sure is not going to hug them all my life. But if you got, if you just got a little teeny business, you're just going to nurture and, let it suck on your breast for the rest of your life, then giving away equity in that doesn't mean anything. So, I mean, it's part of the transformation you've got to make. And you got to walk your talk, and they got to believe you, because employees know when you're bullshitting them. They know. They get back there in the coffee room or wherever, and they just know, that's a load of crap. That ain't going to happen. And they just go back to their old ways, 4:30, they get down like track stars, to the elevator, get run down. So, I mean, that's how I should have answered it yesterday. And the reason, I guess the reason I fumbled about it yesterday is because it never happened to me. And then I thought about why. Because we were, we did so many deals, giving away equity to somebody that wound up not being good. And I try to think how many times I was wrong. Maybe I was wrong 3 or 4 times in 15 years, and I was right in 50. And those 3 or 4, maybe I would have made an extra, thinking like the cheap screw here on the squawk box yesterday. It probably cost me, I don't know, I have no way of quantifying it, maybe a couple $1 million, maybe. I don't know. I mean, it was de minimis, though. I mean, it didn't matter. Didn't matter. So that's my answer. But getting back to this, you have your people put these together, and then they run them. You don't. And then they come back and they tell you, however you have them report to you, quarterly, bi-monthly, or whatever, once a month, and this is where we stand. And then these lines will change if you do it this way, because then maybe this will be turned into dots, because no timeline's perfect. I mean, just like numbers aren't perfect. I mean, none of these things, just because you put it down doesn't mean this is concrete. That God didn't put these. This isn't the 10 Commandments. And so they change. But what you don't want them changing where there's no resemblance. There's no semblance of order. You want them to be reasonably close. Right, Ed? You bet. Yeah. Yeah, mic, please, for Mr. LeGrand. Where's the mic? Yeah, just keep them.
Turn it on.
Yeah, on the bottom.
Question, do you give away equity all the way down to the bottom, all the way through all of your employees, or just to your executives, or what?
Before we went public, I gave equity down to, we only had, 14 employees before we went public. I gave equity down to everybody. After we went public, but that was a small number. After we went public, when we had a lot of employees, I gave stock options all the way down to the receptionist, the guy that parked the car, my chauffeur. We didn't call him chauffeur because that looked really bad in the prospectus. We called him something else. But I forget what he was.
Transportation inspector?
Yeah, he was something. He was something.
Personal assistant?
Yeah, I think he was, PA, personal assistant. So we gave it all the way down the line. And I tell the story, one of the happiest days of my life was when the day that Leanne Zakelli, who's now running one of my companies, who was my administrative assistant for 10 years, she bought her house with the options from when we were a public company, and then she churned in some more options, and she expanded her house and built a new kitchen, or I forget what the hell she did. And you have no idea what that does to the employee, the ranks. First of all, everybody in the company knows it. They knew it before I did. I mean, everybody. And we had a lot of employees all over the United States and in Great Britain. Everybody knew about it. And of course, we had a newsletter. I forget what it was called, but Leanne was the editor of it. And of course, she put it in the newsletter, which for those of you that have enough employees, I would recommend that highly. A newsletter, I mean, because I mean, they will pump more smoke up themselves about you and your successes than you would ever. You would be. I wouldn't be. You wouldn't be embarrassed to write about yourself, but most people would be embarrassed to write about themselves. But I mean, and so you have no idea how it becomes infectious, or when a low-level employee turns in options and buys a new car, or what. I mean, and it always gets exaggerated. Sometimes a guy had only put $2,000 down on a $12,000 car. By the time it got around the company, he bought the car cash. That's good, I mean, it's not your fault because I'm not spreading the rumor. And good news, just like bad news, has a way of expanding. And pretty soon, I mean, it's bigger than life itself. So, but this is critically important, to have them as part of it, doing it themselves, and then continually measuring it. You have them continually measuring and modifying it. The one that Jim Mosby does for us, I know there's changes, things change from, that we're going to be in the 20-day period, and now they're in the 30, or vice versa, because he's continuing to modify, because you've heard me say it time and time again, business isn't static, life's not static. So you continually to measure it, as opposed to that plan you put in the top drawer. Now, the implementation of this, where you're actually going out and doing the work, is done by the other decision makers, not you. Not you. Some of that implementation will be sending somebody to the banks, start softening them up for financing. Some of that implementation will be interviewing new employees, because when this thing gets on the ground or comes to fruition, we're going to need more people. But they're doing it, you're not. You've got to be focused follow-up at other levels, because now that level of people, to the extent you have that many employees, is now overseeing another level. So, but there has to be followed up at other levels and focused follow-up at decision makers level. So in other words, and then once a quarter, once every month, or once every 2 weeks, whenever I meet with them, I'd follow up and say, well, first of all, they'd present it to me, and then I'd ask questions. But Charlie Soliday used to say, you always ask the questions of the projects that we didn't finish, or the projects that were not done by the timeline, deadlines. Intuitively, I wouldn't have to read. I just knew. I only ask questions where things don't get done. I intuitively knew, because I had a feel in a macro sense, what would get done. I also knew their strengths and their weaknesses. I mean, that's part of being a leader. I mean, you got to know their strengths and their weaknesses. But Charlie would work his ass off, and we'd make an acquisition or whatever we do, and then the two things that he didn't do, would be on the way to the airport, I'd say, well, what about A and what about B? He says, well, I haven't done A or B yet. And then we wouldn't be silent. And then we'd be getting my bags out of the trunk, and I'd start walk towards the thing, and then I'd turn around and I'd say, when do you think we're going to get A and B done? And he said, as soon as I can humanly possibly do it. I said, good, I'll talk to you. Didn't beat him up, didn't scream at him. Then he'd go home, and I'd tell us his widow, the widow was Soliday, as I call her now. She'd come home and says, he didn't ask me one thing about all the good things I did. He says, all he asked me is the two things I didn't have time to do yet. He didn't ask me how much money we made. Do you realize, in all the years I've been in business, almost 24, super successfully for 15 at least, nobody's ever asked me how much money I've made on a project, a transaction. No bank. They wondered, but nobody's ever asked. And yet, that's all you guys worry about. Not one swinging banker has ever asked me in all the time that I've been doing this, did you make money on Bow Valley? Did you make money on this? Did you make money on that? The first year I was in business, $50 million in revenue. Some of you have already heard this. Nobody's ever asked me how much money I made on those $50 million. Nobody! And I've talked to tens of thousands of people since then. I made 90 grand on 50 million. The 50 million is all they remember. 50 million. You won't even remember the 90 grand probably a month from now. You'll remember the 50 million. I'm still riding that 50 million horse. Actually, it was 50,540,000 to be exact. With one employee, me. Nobody. I think this is the first time I've ever written it even. That's what I made. Nobody ever asked me if I made money on my government contracts. Nobody ever asked me if I made money with Leggett and Abilene. Nobody. Yet that's all most people, virtually all people, focus on. Ladies and gentlemen, I've said it before, the key to super success, high performance is equity, not revenue. Equity. And what I call transactions, what you will call doing it over and over and over again, replicating it. Replicating it. The reason there's 4 or 5 people in this room that would like me to be their partners, none of those 4 or 5 ever asked me if I made any money on any of my deals. He lives in a castle. He's got 10 cars. He's got more net worth, and his wife's got more. The value of his wife's furs are bigger than most net worth, the average net worth of this room. They're not even throwing any of her jewelry in. I mean, nobody asks, because perception is reality. All you know, or you're almost positive, I got a lot more money than this group. That's pretty safe to say. Well, that's a fact. We don't have to. That's not a question mark. And it'll be the same, and it's the same at all levels. People always perceive you to be more successful than you are when you're at my end of the continuum. That's why when I got them to work on the castle, I got them into their knickers 3 months, said, you're going to finish the castle this year. And they did. Of course, then they were all proud of themselves. They changed their brochures around to say, you know, one of the biggest construction projects in the history of Scotland, done by Webster Patella, and 216 days from... They changed their whole marketing around. Their unique selling proposition changed. Yeah. They've made tons of money since then. Now they become so big, the boathouse and the chapel I'm building at the castle, I'm using somebody else. They're too big now. Webster won't even talk to me. He's big. You know, so I got picked number 4 company in the area. I said, it's your lucky day. It's your lucky day. So we're doing, you know. But I mean, perception is reality. And you will find, just as the way you look, all these things are part of the package. Not sharing your doubts, acting positively, acting enthusiastically, all are part of it. Okay. So you follow up with the decision maker level, so you follow up with them and they follow up with the level below. And then under execution number 10, I mean, you focus your people in a laser beam method. This is the most important thing in their life. It's the most important thing to their income. It's the most important of anything short of death. This is the most important thing. And they will perform like that. If you act like it's the most important thing, they will perform like it is. If you act like it's willy-nilly just one of the deals, guess what? That's exactly how they act. That's exactly how they act. It was important to the employees of Great Western Resources that we were the fastest growing energy company when thousands of companies were going out of business every year. It became important to them. That's one of the reasons we were able to maintain it for so many years. You lead from the front, and you never second-guess your employees. Now, during these critical paths and all these times, trust me, people are going to make mistakes. One of the reasons they're going to make mistakes is because you've never given them the opportunity to do this before. That's not their fault. That's the boss's fault. The Verdiers, you know, we're talking about, and they didn't talk about them. We did a little bit at dinner, but I mean, not everybody that they gave all this responsibility did everything 100% right. But guess what? I've got another saying, but you gotta see. But they did it good enough. Perfection equals paralysis. We got some doctors, but they're not. What kind of doctor are you? So that's not life. You're not life, death. Okay. Doc? You're a life, death doctor? Okay, we got no life, death guys here. Okay. It's good enough. In fact, Dr. Job, who's working on my shoulder from the Curl and Job Clinic here locally, and I said, just do it good enough, but don't do it like Art Wall, the golfer, that you had to do 5 times. That wasn't good enough, the 5 times one. Good enough, I mean, just fix it good enough. Mike for Jim Mosby. Mike? Oh. Yeah.
Okay.
Jim?
In regard to the 11 steps here, I'm sure number 10 hasn't changed from when you started, but 1 through 9,
yeah.
How have you kind of refined this plan from when you started based on your 50,000 decisions? What are some of the components that you've either added or taken out? Or has it changed at all?
I really haven't. Well, the next plan, the 4-step plan that you've got, okay, last but not least, I mean, let me get finished up here and then I'll answer your question. So you never second guess your employees. They know when they make a mistake. And, you know, and it's difficult sometimes because when you really get irritated with somebody, you know, you want to whip them, but that doesn't do much good. Other than gives you maybe some kind of sadistic satisfaction. But I mean, that doesn't work. They know when, if you have good people, they know they made a mistake. So, but you can't second guess them. You can't, all you do is say next time. Next time we'll do it this way. Will. You're part of the problem. Okay. And then obviously, or not obviously, the 11th is you continue to reevaluate and monitor the process continuously. To reevaluate. You're not reevaluating. Those top decision makers that came up with that critical path that we had here are continuing to monitor. If you got to continue to monitor it and continue to reevaluate it, something's wrong. Either you're getting your fingers in the business where you shouldn't, because you're a control freak still, or you got doofuses working for you, or a combination of the two. Okay, now I'm going to answer Jim's question, but are there any questions on this so far? Okay, next is in your packet should be one of these. Now this is what I do now. This is the short form quantum leap, shove it down their throat method. This is the jump starter. This is when it's 5 minutes to 2 and there's just you and another of the opposite sex sitting at the bar. I like that. That's a new one. Yeah. This is the time to get down to business, as they say. Okay. Now this is what I do. Now. This is the 4-step super action plan. 1, I decide what the outcome I want. Very simple. Outcome. And the desired completion. Not the desired completion date, but the desired completion. Okay? Very, you know, if we're going to the moon, landing a guy on the moon was my outcome. The desired completion is the infrastructure to get it done. Simple terms. 2 sentences. 1 sentence. Okay. Then the commitment that I'm willing to make, my pay price to action. George Verdier talked about it, and he said once he got over that hurdle, it was like feces through a goose. I mean, it was easy. And it is easy once you get over that hurdle. But for some of you, that's a big hurdle. It's like, what are the 3 hardest things? Kiss a girl leaning away from you. Climb a fence. I forget now. Some Texas bullshit. I forget what it is. But I mean, it's hard. It's a big hurdle. Okay. Now, I figure out how it's going to be measured And who's going to measure it periodically? Normally that's not me, that's somebody else. So somebody in my staff, I'll say, Tim Harris, you're the one that's going to do this. Ed, you're the one that's going to do this. And then I figure out in my own mind how often there should be benchmarks that I should measure against. Whoops. And the next, in my mind, plan how I'm going to modify it, because normally it's modified within the first few days, any plan that you come up with. And I look about how I'm going to change the plan as necessary, and then I make a commitment, and I built into my staff how they're going to continue to measure the modified plan. Because by definition, if your plan's not a modified plan, then you did something wrong. All plans should be modified plans. All plans should be modified plans. Now, this is the pay price to action. This has been called by some of the attendees, especially the ones that I whip in Scotland. Some of these people that are mentioned here, by the way, Burl put this together. This was the group that Burl was with. Did she? Yeah, you're right. It doesn't matter. Okay. CFO, Snooker Doofus. We had a lot of Doofuses in that group. Anyway, what do you... Pardon? Is she the assassin? Yeah. We've got things that we want in life. We want more revenue, higher net worth, 3-hour marathon. That'd be slow for our runner in here. Where's our runner? That'd be slow, but for the average doofus, that you understand what I'm saying? Okay. Lose 20 pounds, be well-adjusted, have well-adjusted children. We all have problems, but we don't want to solve all our problems. It depends on the cost to solve or pay price to action. We want to be wealthy, problem, but we don't want to pay the price to action. Doctors say I should lose 10 or 15 pounds. I'd have to stop drinking because I don't exercise as much as I used to, and I'm not willing to do that. I don't give a shit. Not that important to me. We know, for those of us that are overweight, we know what it takes. For those of us in our business, again, if I go to the yellow pages, I can tell you, I can find somebody that's beating your ass in business, whipping you like a dog, no problem. Because they're willing to pay the price to action. Either it may be you got to be away from your spouse or your significant other more than you want. It may be a lot of things. But some people have said this is the most critical and crucial element of everything I say. And everything else comes secondarily to this. It's what you're willing to pay to get it done. And remember, you've got two checkbooks in life, emotional and financial. Most of you can't write emotional checks because you got no suds in there. You don't have a reservoir. And because financially you are where you are, you can't write financial checks. So where are you? You're in a deep hole with no ladder to get out. That's where you are. Yeah, screwed. This, and I thought about it, and this probably can be called, maybe not the most important, but one of the real building blocks of being a high-performance person. Because high-performance people do what makes you nauseous. They're willing to pay that price. They're doing, as we talked about the comfort zone, they're walking up there on that 2x12 between buildings 50 floors up. They're willing to suck up their pantyhose and do whatever it takes, whenever, no matter what, time of the year, Cinco de Mayo, doesn't make a damn. And frankly, ladies and gentlemen, there's just not a whole bunch of people out there willing to do that. And if you are, that's great. If you're not, at least you know. And you didn't go to your grave wishing and hoping. As I told you before, there was a gentleman, he happened to be a Hispanic, at a deal that I was the keynote And he got up and he said, Mr. Pena, he says, I'm glad that I was here, but I'm not willing to pay that price to action. At least I'm not going to kick myself in the ass the rest of my life. I'm 41 years old or whatever he was. That's great. Because as I said earlier, this isn't for everybody. Sure as hell isn't. And you don't have to take the whole program, you know, like cod liver oil down your throat. I know, and the reason why I don't just deal with high-performance Fortune 50 CEOs is because even if you take part of the deal, you're going to be significantly better off in your business, or in your life for that matter. And that's not a rationalization by me, that's the truth. You know, we've heard from 4 or 5 or 6 high-performance people that have made my stuff work exponentially. You know, I could have had 300 that have only used it 10 or 20% and still changed their business, improved their profits. They're not necessarily growing exponentially, but they're growing, and their business is a hell of a lot faster than they were. The pay price to action. Now just think in your own mind, when you're putting your plan together, what you're willing to pay. Are you willing to, and it's not necessarily work 20 more hours a week, and it's not necessarily work Saturdays and Sundays, are you willing to do whatever it takes? That's the real question. Because you know what it takes. When I sit down with people and we talk about growing their business, and I say, well, what do you think it takes? And they tell me, and guess what? Normally they're right. I got to get rid of my brother-in-law. I got to divorce my wife. I got to do this. I got to change bankers, but I went to school with my banker. I got to stop hanging around with the doofuses I was in high school with. And they go through this list of things, 80 things. I don't have any work. I said, yeah, well, let's just prioritize these 80. Because down deep inside, you know. It's no secret. See, you know, unlike some of these other gurus that come around and say there's secrets, I didn't know they were called secrets till I got in this business. There are no secrets. There's no original thought.
Secrets are worth more.
Yeah, I understand that. Secrets are worth, but I mean, this is all, you know, common sense stuff, if you know. And now I quantify it, and I've codified it over my career. But I mean, there's a lot of guys that have done just as well, if not better than I have. They're just not out talking about it. There's not many of them. And but you know if you can come up with a list of things that you should be doing different, and the reason why you're not doing them is because of that pay price to action. You're not willing to pay that price. And with my Latino kids that I'm working with, most of which went to Harvard, I mean, we sit down, and these guys are bright, you know. They have no experience, but they're intellectually bright. And they know, you know, they have they think they know some of the reasons why they act they do, the way they act, the rationale behind it. And in a lot of cases, they do understand. But because of the conditioning they've gone through, not the educational part, but where they've lived and how they've been raised, some of these things that I'm talking about doing are very difficult. And I just use them as an example, but I mean, nobody in this room falls into any different category than that. I mean, my daughter came up to me yesterday when I got home and said, Daddy, what are you doing tomorrow? And I said, why? Because whenever she asked me, what am I doing tomorrow, it ain't because there's a reason. And I said, well, what is it? And she says, well, I want you to come to my soccer game, and you haven't seen a soccer game all year. And we're running out of weeks. And I said, well, I can't come tomorrow, honey. I'm going to be giving a seminar. And I said, but you ask me again, and I'll make sure that I get to one game before the season's over. Now, that's my pay price to action. And I don't have any Jewish guilt, because the reason I say Jewish is because the Jews put guilt on themselves better than anybody, you know. But I have no Jewish guilt about it. I don't feel bad about it. It's a decision that I made long time ago. And the kids know that. You know, my two boys, one has a miniature Ferrari and one has a miniature Porsche. You know, and they know that all that stuff they have, and like Derek says, I said, why don't you practice on the golf course or the golf thing that I put in the backyard? Dad, when you have as much as we do, you take it for granted. I mean, we're spoiled. This is Derek, my 11-year-old saying. They probably won't play on the golf course I'm building. I'll probably be the only one to play. When Hoffman comes over, I mean, they're not going to play. But they know when I'm gone, and it's provided all this. Now, you could say, well, they would rather have you home because happiness is like that last Doofus question on the thing. Well, I don't buy that shit. I don't. Because if you don't think money can buy happiness, you ain't shopping in the right place, as my wife would say. You're just not. I've been rich and I've been dirt damn poor. And there is no comparison. It's not like even black and white. It transcends black and white. I mean, when I sit up there overlooking the Pacific Ocean, picking my nose, drinking a beer in the afternoon, going off hitting golf balls onto my putting green, I mean, there ain't no comparison. Well, don't you not like to have to travel? Wouldn't you like to not have to travel so many miles and miss all these holidays? I look around, I think about the castle, I go, no, I don't think so. I think I can handle traveling, all right. Now, if I was traveling and wasn't making any money, I don't think I could handle that, but that's not my problem. And the mic for,
I was just going to say...
wait, please.
I had a similar situation. I just had my wife videotape it. Bring me the video and I'll look at it.
Yeah. And so, but I mean, and that's why your spouse, your significant other, whatever you want to call, has to be part of the program to the extent that at least allow you to do the things you're going to have to do. If they're not, then it's going to be tough. Nothing's impossible in my mind, but it'll be extremely tough. Now, do we understand pay price to action? Okay. Now we're going to take a break, and then you're going to come back, and I'm going to ask you what you think your pay price to action has to be. We understand the pay price to action, and arguably could be the most important part of what I say. It's obviously the oldest thing since mankind began. Am I going to go out and hunt the saber-toothed tiger? What do you got under a blanket for? What the hell's wrong with you? Well, Ruben's hands are on top of the table, but that's what I first thought. Well, you got one of the rich ones, Ruben. You're going in the right direction. I mean. Yeah, okay. The arguably has been around since mankind. When they said, they're going to eat. Am I going to go out and hunt the saber-toothed tiger? Am I going to eat or I'm not going to eat? The pay price to action was he went out and jumped on the saber-toothed tiger, and he either got eaten or he killed it. I mean, this is not a new concept, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, it even goes beyond Mr. Ormond. It's older than Mr. Ormond. I mean, what's wrong?
Definitely.
So, it's an old concept, and most of the concepts that I talk about are as old as mankind. I mean, Napoleon Hill memorialized them, in some respects a lot better than I try to articulate them. Okay, now, absence of evidence is not evidence of their absence. Just because you don't know anybody that thinks like I do, or has related these concepts to you like I have, just because you've never heard them before, I'm sure you have. If you've read all these seminar books and all that crap, I mean, you've had to have heard some of these things, doesn't mean it doesn't exist. The old question is, if you're standing in the forest and a tree falls and you hear it fall, you hear it fall. Now, does the same tree make the same noise if nobody's there to hear it? Yes. So absence of evidence is not evidence of their absence. Just because you're not there to hear the tree fall doesn't mean there's no noise. There are people, men and women, mostly men, that are shaking and moving all over this world of ours, doing exactly what I've alluded to the last 2+ days. I mean, there are tons of money being made in every industry that everybody represents, or profession, and or profession. But just because you haven't been there, believe me, doesn't mean it's not happening. Now, that says one big thing. That means you ain't hanging around with the right people. Like my wife says, if you think money can't buy happiness, you don't know where to shop. My wife can show you. They don't send her things from Amsterdam and all over the place because she doesn't know how to shop. She knows. And I was telling somebody earlier during the break about how I get involved in companies, and I said the reason why most companies can't really afford me, and I said I don't want the money because it just reinforces how equity is important, because my wife can, in Rodeo Road, can spend more than my $3,000 an hour fee, easily, without even breaking a sweat. So if my wife can spend more than I can make an hour, I know I'm not getting paid the right way, if I'm ever going to stay ahead of it. So it's critically important, you know, this underlines, and one of the things that came out in your confidential questionnaires, it's obvious, very few, no, not very few, virtually no one in the room hangs around with, as they used to say, heavy hitters. I mean, it became blatantly obvious when you read through and the comments that were made, because if you had been hanging around with heavy hitters, you'd be thinking more like heavy hitters and you would answer the questions differently. Now, when I've had those questionnaires filled out by super high performance heavy hitters, the answers are different. And they all revolve around the financial motive, as Napoleon Hill said, that was listed on one of the deals. Financial motive must prevail. All the heavy hitters I know, to go back to use the term from the 70s and early 80s, I mean, the most important thing in life, short of death, is financial. There's no second. I mean, there's not even close. I mean, there's nothing.
Where does health fit in?
Only recently health has become more vogue because they want to live longer, and because it's been proven that if you take better care of yourself, then you won't die. But guys don't even talk about health. I mean, they just assume you're going to stay healthy. That's why I Stairmaster, and you know, and they just assume that's going to happen. But they don't. I don't know any fanatics, real psycho fanatics on health that are high performance. And the reason why is, you know, most of these guys that are working 12, 14, 18 hours a day, 7 days a week, even though they should take a break and go out and run maybe for an hour or so, not many of them do. Michael Milken, I don't think Michael Milken did any physical exercise. You know, I don't think he did.
Jail?
Huh?
Not even in jail?
Oh, in jail maybe he did. But I mean, when he was out there running, shaking, and you know, in industry, I don't think he did anything. I mean, he did nothing. He just worked. He figured every hour he wasn't working was probably worth $1 million to him. Now, if you started acting as if every minute you didn't work or every hour it cost you $1 million, your attitude would change. You'd have an instant attitude adjustment. I don't care how much you like playing golf. I don't care how much you like cheating on your spouse. I don't care what you do in that time frame. If it was costing you $1 million an hour, you'd be doing a lot less of it. A lot less. Even you, Hoffman. But that's not how we think. That's because that's not how we've been conditioned, and because that's not how who we're hanging around with. The one thing I miss from Wall Street is because it is the center of greed of all mankind. I miss that. I miss the fire. Now, I was fortunate enough that I kept enough of it, even though I left. But that's why most of these guys live in New York. Michael Milken was an exception. They all live in New York. Virtually all of them. Warren Buffett's an exception. Everybody know who Warren Buffett is? Yeah. Warren Buffett is the second richest guy in the country, I believe. He's a Berkshire Hathaway, which was a private holding company founded back in the 50s with He took $1,000 investments or something from 100 people, and he's grown $100,000 into about, I don't know, 6 or 8 or 9 or 10 or 12 billion dollars since the 55. He is the Graham and Dodd were financial analysts that came up with, you don't buy companies with debt. You don't buy companies that haven't earned after-tax profit of 6 or 8 or 12% compounded annually for 10 or 20 years. They're called fundamentalists. I mean, you buy rock-solid conservative companies. Warren Buffett was trained by Graham and or Dodd, I forget which one, and he is the latter-day saint of fundamental financial analysis now. And he basically says he hasn't been investing in the public stock market in any great way for some time. He's been taking over, trying to buy into other companies, private companies now. And he's looking for distressed situations because companies are so highly leveraged. Their earnings, they're selling at 20, 30, 40, 50 times earnings, et cetera, et cetera. So there's no fundamental buys anymore. But he's an exception. He doesn't live in New York. But I mean, there's a handful of exceptions. But the reason they're there is because they want to rub shoulders. And that's why I went to New York when I did in the early 70s. But I guess I had enough fire that I could leave New York and maintain the precepts that it takes towards that kind of commitment. Okay, so there are people out there, and it means that you're not hanging with the right people. And as I've said, structure follows strategy, as opposed to the way most people deal with their businesses. And this is important because a stumble often prevents a serious fall. And yet we're also careful in our business. We don't want to stumble. We don't want to do anything wrong. Well, what if I put out this new product? Or what if I did this? And it's better to learn how to stumble than fall down the toilet. It's better to trip over the toilet than fall in it. Yep, I like that. Write that down, Laurie. Better to trip over the toilet than fall in it. Well, 10 years and was born. Okay, yet we've been conditioned all our life not to stumble even. It's the old adage, you learn how to crawl before you walk. Now, I didn't learn how to crawl before I walked. I already think I told you. My mother held me on her hip till I was 3. As long as your troughs and peaks are higher than the ones before, your quantum program is working. Now, I see, this is what I think is the cornerstone. And, who knows better, the people that come and listen to me or the guy that wrote it? I've already said, by definition, when you started your business or whatever, you were growing exponentially because you were starting from ground zero. Everybody understand that concept? Okay. Even the non-Harvard ones, you all understand, right? Well, I'll put it another way. Do the Harvard guys understand that concept? Okay. Burrow, now leave him alone, Burrow. Let him pay attention here. Keep your hands above the table. Okay. Everybody in this audience, especially you, Hoffman, focuses on, when you're in a peak in a valley, the distance that you've gone. You count your net worth and what you're worth from here to here. And then when you have a setback, financial setback, you figure how much you lost, okay? And you do that through life. When the important thing is, as long as your troughs, the setback points, are going this way, your program's working. The distance between here and here doesn't mean spit. I'm $40 million poorer today than I was a few years ago. And I could kick myself to death like a lot of you would. A lot of you commit suicide over that. But I don't focus on this, where I've come from the last point. I focus on where I'm going because I'm up here in one of these troughs now. This is what's important. This trend, not this trend. And virtually all of our planning that I've seen, and I've never seen an exception to this, I mean, this is what the small to medium-sized corporations focus on. Now, when you see a long-term stock chart on the Dow or whatever, what do you see? You see the big time trend line on the bottom, don't you? On all those Doofus programs on the Financial News Network and all that junk. That's what's important, not this. And everybody gets bogged down with this. The distance that you've come from here to here instead of the distance, and every time you do it, you know. If your troughs are continuing, and that's not such a great trough that I drew now that I look at it, but if your troughs are continuing on that angle. First company I built was a $2 million company. The second company I built was a $50 million. The third company I built was $400+ million, and then I had a bunch of companies within that I built up. At any point in time during those cycles, I had down short-term reversals at any time. But I looked at the troughs, and that's what that means. If your troughs are higher than the ones before, your quantum leap program is working. And you know, just take in some of these cases, I mean, if you were a salesman and you didn't have a business and you were just, you know, independent contractor, I mean, and you had a bad month, bad quarter. I mean, you can relate this any way you want to. Another way of looking at it is I focus on the glass is half full, not half empty. It's another simplistic way to say it. Here's the prime condition of success, according to Mr. Carnegie. Concentrate your energy, thought, and capital exclusively upon the business in which you are engaged. Having begun on one line, resolve to fight it out on that, to lead in it. I told you the story already that when I was in the refining business, I was making $14 a barrel, and instead of building 3 or 4 or 5 more refineries, what I do, I went in the show business. I really can't remember why I did that. I know I did it because I know I lost the money. I know I did it. I can't, for the life of me, tell you why in 1978, 79, why I didn't build a second refinery down there in Louisiana. Lake Charles, I don't know. I know I didn't know, that's what I know. And I know I lost a lot of money. I lost focus, you could say. And that's easily done. And as I've said yesterday, big companies that make a lot of money, they diversify, and now all those big companies get out of all the service, all the industries that they diversified into. And I don't know why I didn't make that refinery. God knows. The only man who never makes a mistake is the man who never does anything. And most of the people you hang around fall into this category. Never do anything. And that's all right. If you never want to do anything either, that's great. It's not great in my opinion, but I'm okay, you're okay, just like the book says. We ought to give that book away, you know, Lori? I bet you could buy it for a nickel now. Buy about 4 million of them for a nickel. Okay. Another important part of your planning. Penaism. Plan for success. No backup plans, no ripcords, no fail-safes, or you will fail. This plan, this idea, the execution I talked to you about, you saw no space for contingency in there, did you? What if it doesn't work? What if I can't borrow the money? What if... No backup. If you plan for a B plan or a C plan, you will have a B or C plan. When I went public and when I've acquired these companies, and even the couple companies that have got ripped away from me in the last few months by some other people, I had no B plan. I had no B plan like when I was called and told that Merrill Lynch put a $15 million for 15% of the company. When I was going to take control of the company for $1,620,000, they said, well, don't you want to up your bid? And I thought to myself, what's this guy, an idiot? I was going to take control of the company for $1.6 million. Merrill Lynch puts up $15 million for 15%. Don't you want to up your bid? I said, what are you, a moron? No, I don't want to up my bid. I said, you know, I mean, just the fact that he would ask me means he's a moron. I would have fired that guy right away. You know, because there's always another deal. There are always more deals. And I don't have a secondary plan. Either the primary plan works or you forget it. Yes, sir.
Earlier you talked about modifying, but now you're saying don't change.
No. Now I'm talking about a bid. Now, there's nothing to modify on a bid. Okay, wait a minute.
Well, this modern equipment just drives you nuts. See, it says on.
Well, range is turned.
Yeah, but it's mute.
Yeah, it's on. Okay. No, I'm not. In a plan, you have to continue to modify. But when you make a bid that's that diametrically different, 50.1% for $1.6 million, and some moron comes and gives them $15 million for 15%, there's nothing to modify. Forget it. Walk away. Go have a burrito or something. I mean, forget it. I mean, pardon?
Take the money.
Yeah. I mean, just, buy my wife another necklace or something. I mean, forget it. I mean, that's not even, I mean, yet there will be people, you can bet your life on this, there will be people that change their bid. Because he says, I'll give you 5% for $1.6 million. I had 50%, now I'm going to get 5. I said, no, thank you. And then he called, remember? Yeah, Lorraine was the one that was, pardon?
Just last week.
Yeah, just last weekend. Now, and I mean, of course, I got so much scar tissue now. Those used to bother me. Now, Mr. Whipple and I were involved in a deal not too long ago when some doofuses, purportedly Morgan Stanley, were going to come in and pay, $15 million more than we wanted to pay. We were going to pay $27 million. Morgan, and the 11th hour the 11th second of the 11th hour, they came in and said, we'll give you $42 million. I told Bruce, it's crap. It's not going to happen. This is Morgan Stanley's way. They come in on their name. They're going to take it. They're going to get an option for 60 or 90 or 120 days and then shop the deal. If they can't shop the deal, they're just going to drop it in the toilet. 60, 90 days later, and the wind was slightly taken out of Whipple's lungs, because he had to work over Christmas, and he didn't have to do anything. He worked over Christmas, and his wife got on his case, and his partner got on his case, and then when the deal dropped in the toilet, Pena's crazy, blah, blah, blah. 60 days later, whatever, the gentleman that owned the company called Whipple up, or they talked again, and Morgan Stanley pulled out of the deal, never performed. This is the way the Wall Street does it. I mean, they've been doing it since Wall Street began, and the guy's now got his thumb up his ass. And so he wound up selling a partial sellout to his ESOP. He sold it to his employees, and he stayed on. But we got the deal ripped from us. But happens all the time. Now, in some of these cases, in the Merrill Lynch case, I'm sure because Merrill Lynch, who knows who I am, they used that to jack Merrill Lynch's deal up and get more money. So I mean, that's why there's a certain there's a reason sometimes not to tell who your financial partners are, because it excites the other side enough to up their bid. Now, I don't care if God came down or Trump. I mean, my bid isn't based on that, because I always know there's another deal. I always know there's another pretty girl going to walk down the street that looks hot. Mike, for the...
Back into that deal, not when Morgan Stanley dropped it?
Well, as it turned out, the gentleman that was the founder, one of the 60% founder, he decided that he wanted to sell it to the employees because he could cut a better deal with the employees. He wound up selling 60% of the company for the same amount of money. I was going to pay 100% of the company. So, I mean, but that happens. It just happens. But you've got to have the discipline not to jump back in. And professionals have that discipline. Remember, the difference between a professional and amateur is that patience and persistence. I have the discipline because I know there's going to be another hot-looking fox walk by. I just know it. Maybe the same day. There always has been, and there always will be. But when you're not accustomed to dealing in that arena, and that's why most of the guys get taken advantage of. Anybody that believes Merrill Lynch or Kidder Peabody is an idiot. But they come in and they put you in the big oak room, and the room is longer than this room. And there's enough seats for 200 people, and they come in, and first of all, the young associates, the little doofus Harvard MBAs come in, Harvard MBA lawyers, combination, they come in there, and they got their little, they all look alike, they're all sitting there, and then the managing director will kind of stroll in, about 20, 30 minutes later, and he'll sit down, and he'll say, It's got to be short. I don't have much time. We're closing a deal with Citicorp for $800 trillion. And so, and then you know, you're sitting down there, you know, and but it works. It's been working since time began. And I don't care how smart you are. I don't care how, you know, if you're not used to that, it gets to you. You know, it just gets to you. And I mean, I've been there so many times. I was the one that used to come in strolling in my previous career on Wall Street. But so when I was doing this with S.G. Warburg, who's considered themselves the creme de la creme of merchant bankers in the world, I mean, I used to do this. So I mean, they don't do that to me. Or if they do it, they only do it once. And I say, okay, let's cut the shit. I mean, I've been through this regimen before. I wrote the book on this, so I mean, let's get down to business. But I mean, it works. And so you think that there's not another deal. You think that there's not another bank that'll give you the money. Because you're inexperienced, you're scared, you don't have the confidence because you haven't done it, and you're not, and unfortunately your lawyers and accountants and the people that advise you aren't much more experienced than you are at it. You bring a guy from, you know, Electra, Texas, except for Mr. Ormond, because he's been through what I'm talking about, but you bring some little guy, you know, guy that runs a one-room bank up to deal with Citicorp. Unless he's a real good horse trader, and they got some good horse traders down there that don't have any education, I mean, you're at a disadvantage. So you're at that disadvantage. That's why hanging around with those kinds of people that have done this will make you feel more comfortable. There's no way to gain that experience, ladies and gentlemen. There's only two ways to do it. One, you got to do it yourself, make all the mistakes like I have, or you find somebody that's been through this cycle. There's only two ways. And I wouldn't wish the mistake way. I mean, because unless you're like Alexander Graham Bell and you're willing to do 10,000 experiments, you know, most of you take a couple, 3 financial hits, lose half your net worth once, and then lose half of it again. I mean, you're not up to the plate anymore. You're just going to stay back there on the bench and just watch the balls go by, because that's normal. There's nothing wrong with that. It's just normal. I mean, and in my case, because I stood to the plate with somebody else's money first when I was on Wall Street, and I learned, and then I learned the game, and then I've also, doesn't mean I didn't strike out a bunch of times. Babe Ruth, leading home run, leading strikeout, right? And by the end of the day, you will understand enough to know that you got to step up there, even though you may be dragging your bat, and not be real. You know, you better be enthusiastic. You know, you got to stand in the box, and you got to watch the fastballs come down from that movie. You know, the movie The Natural. Remember?
Yeah, right.
That young kid who pitched balls to Robert Redford in that final scene. And you got to know that you got to get the bat off your shoulder. Can't hit it just watching it fly by. You got to get the bat off your shoulder, and you got to step in and swing. And right now, most people that attend seminars don't understand that. They don't. You got to swing, and you got to swing with authority. And sometimes you'll walk back to the bench having struck out. But you've got to do it, and you can't. This is not experience that you can read from books. The book the kid from Solomon Brothers wrote that said everybody was a thief on Wall Street. Liars. Okay. How many read that book? A few. Dens of Thieves. Yeah. Liar's Poker. No, that's the one. Yeah, Liar's Poker. Okay. Just because you read that book, anybody read? I mean, if you think that's going to give you experience dealing with these guys, you're crazy. I mean, you just can't. I mean, it's like reading about a sexual experience and having your first one. Was it anything like you read about? Huh? What are you smiling about? Okay. It's just not the same, is it? No matter how graphic the words are, it just ain't there. Well, it's the same when you're sitting in that 120-foot table with all those guys down there. It's not the same just because you read Liar's Poker. Trust me, it just isn't. Unless you've got somebody sitting next to you that's been part of that Liar's Poker soap opera. It's just not the same. So we do ourselves an injustice because we don't equip ourselves properly to go. You know, it's like going to, you know, going fighting in a gunfight, you got no guns in your holsters. I mean, and that's what inadvertently most business individuals do. They go to a gunfight, or as Sean Connery said in the movie The Untouchables, just like a guinea wop that come with a gunfight with a knife. You know, remember that scene? I mean, you come to a gunfight with a knife. And that's, you know, and that's because the people that you're hanging around with, or what's even worse, you don't even come to the fight. That's where most people are. It's not that you're coming with a knife to a gunfight. You're not even coming to the fight. And you've got to go to the fight. You know, the example of the gentleman that hounded that poor guy for a job. What's your name again? Mark. Mark. I mean, that's a perfect example of doing whatever had to take. Didn't matter. Now just think if you had done that when you're going through your planning, that you're willing to make that same commitment that I don't care what it takes, I'm going to do whatever necessary. I'm going to fly and follow, chase this guy around all over the country. And I'm sure he had, before he got onto this this mission, and it is a mission. I mean, I'm sure he had other plans, he had other things he was supposed to. It didn't matter. He dropped them all. It's like Prince Charles when he got hot and bothered over Streisand yesterday, the day before. He dropped all his plans for a whole day to go over and have tea with Barbara Streisand. Do you believe that? He dropped everything. Do you know what the future king of England drops all his plans? You know what that looks like in the English press? Do you have any idea what a moron he looks like? Or as they say, what a randy moron. He didn't care because he was on a mission. And I'm sure, knowing Barbara, it was worth it for him. But that's the kind of missionary zealot I want you to become. Because that's what it takes. That's what it takes. And anything less, you're going to be doing detrimental stuff to yourself. It's going to be a detriment to yourself. Another pennyism, which we've already talked about, the more you investigate, the less you have to invest. I was told a story a number of years ago. I was trying to sell an oil prospect to a guy, and he owned the second largest bridge building company in the world, and it was called Johnson and Brown. And I asked Mr. Johnson what his decision was. He said, well, I'll have to check with Mr. Brown. I didn't see him for 2 years. We were at a dinner party, something for the royal family, and I went up to him. I said, we can never get back to you. You never took our calls, etc., etc. He said, Dan, that was just a polite British way of me saying no. I said, well, what did Mr. Brown say? He said, Mr. Brown died over Dunkirk in 1943. This was 1988. And he says, I investigated the deal and I decided that you didn't have enough expertise as a company to be drilling those kind of wells. Which he was right, we didn't at the time. We did a lot of things we didn't have enough expertise. If I waited around to have the expertise, I'd be still waiting. But yet I convinced the Israelis. Have I told the Israeli story here? Well, in San Diego, but I'll tell it again. I convinced the Israelis 10 years ago. I decided that if I found oil in Israel, I would be able to raise so much money from all the Jews all over the world that I would have to hire guards just to queue people up that were going to give me money. So I finagled for a year, and I got an invitation by Minister Modieh, who was the then Minister of Energy, who was a lawyer. And we went back to Israel, and Charlie and Mark and I, we flew TWA, $3,300 round trip both ways for us. We hired a high-priced consultant for 10 grand, who flew to New York first class, Concorde to Paris, rested 2 or 3 days at the Ritz, then flew to Tel Aviv, and we met him there. His ticket was 10 grand round trip. So we got in and we're making the presentation, and it's hot as hell, and we're wearing suits and they're wearing short sleeve shirts, and Minister Modé, I get through the presentation, he said, Mr. Pena, we've had Superior Oil here, we had Arm & Hammer here the day before, we had this, why your little company, Great Western Energy, should we do business with you? And I jumped up, and with all the enthusiasm I could muster, I said, with the greatest respect, Minister, when I jumped up, all the bodyguards jumped up because they didn't know what I was going to do. I said, do you know the difference between chicken shit and chicken salad? And he looked, and it seemed like an eternity, but it was only 6 or 8 seconds. And one of my partners was Jewish. He just kind of rolls under the table. And I said, you've been dealing with a chicken shit, and I am the chicken salad. He laughed, and he said, I believe if anybody can find oil, he can. And he turned to the PhD, Elazar Barak, who was a MIT PhD and a 2-star general in the Army. And he says, do the business with Mr. Pena. Okay. And so I convinced them where I didn't have any experience. So I convinced a lot of people. So just because Mr. Brown tells me, or Mr. Brown and Johnson tells me, if I had waited around for that experience, I then got the Orthodox Jews to sign on the Sabbath, 10, 11 o'clock at night Friday, which everybody reads my book and says that's impossible. I said, well, I got pictures. I mean, I know I got them to sign on the Sabbath. And because they try to negotiate, they try to get me to stay over the weekend till Sunday, and I knew I had all the leverage then, and so I went to the airport in my car, and they had the police bring me back. They thought I was bluffing. You got to know when to bluff them, when to hold them. That was a big bluff for me because we needed that business like we needed blood in our veins. And but on the way to the airport, I kept on asking Mark, do you see any cars behind us? Do you see any cars behind us? He says, Dan, I don't see a damn car. And I said, oh, God. And I'm going about 10 miles over the speed limit. I didn't want to slow down too much. And so then just before we got to the airport, police cars got in front of us and pulled us over and said, the minister wants, you're not allowed to leave yet. Yeah. And we signed the deal, and we signed it on the Sabbath. And as it turns out, the Lebanese war broke out. And I say man plans, God laughs. Lebanese war broke out 10 days later. The $63 million they were going to give us, they had to give it to the army to fight the war. No, we never. I came back to the United States because I kept on saying, I'm going to make it happen anyway. And I had I'm trying to think of the big Jewish club in downtown Manhattan. I had a big deal. I had the founder of Solomon, or Fibro, who owned Solomon Brothers. I had all the B'nai B'rith. I had everybody. I had room. And then and we were using Landsat satellites, the laser deals up in the sky to find oil. And this was new technology. It doesn't work, but now I know that. I didn't know it that. And all these guys were saying, and I was trying to explain why there was no oil in Israel heretofore, and all around Israel there's oil. And then you talk to the Arabs, they said God knew what he was doing, not giving the Jews any oil, Dan. I mean, there's a reason why. But I mean, it's because basically if you turn this chart like this, the ground flaps underneath Israel, and the crease takes all the oil away from them. That's very simplistically. I mean, that's why there's no oil in Israel to speak of. There's there's none, period. And so I was out there trying to raise money, not believing that. I thought the Lebanese war was going to be over, that I didn't believe it. And then after 5 or 6 months, it became obvious that even with my enthusiasm, I wasn't going to get the war over with. I couldn't, you can't plan for unplannable things. So I just, I'd spent quite a bit of money, but I just licked my wounds and moved on to the next deal. Then I decided I'm going to get the Kuwaitis, and that's what I did. And the Israeli says, when you go to Kuwait or Saudi, you got to take this page out of your passport. I got a new passport, didn't take the page out. And I just rolled over, just like nothing happened. Since I'm an expert on this geology now, I mean, Kuwait's just right over here. I just flipped it around, and now I'm a Kuwaiti expert. And I did, and I got $400 or $500 million out of him.
For exploration?
Exploration, that's correct. That's what helped build Great Western. Can we have the mic, please, for this gentleman?
Hey, probably kind of trivial, but why did you have to take the page out of the passport?
Because the Israelis and the Arabs don't like one another too much. And those, of course, now they're all bosom buddies. Everybody kissing everybody. When I saw him kiss Arafat, Rabin, I almost had a heart attack. Because I said, I'll never live long enough to see that. Pardon?
You said Yemen, Kuwait.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah. I mean, all those countries. Yeah, they hate each other. And they're kissing each other on TV, but I'm sure that Rabin went and washed his lips right after that happened. Yeah. So, but I mean, but see, what I did is and it was a hugely devastating thing to our little company at the time. I said, God, where can I go? How can I use all the money and all the expertise? Got to be the Arab countries. And who did I go to? I didn't go to the weakest link, because the Kuwaitis are arguably the smartest investors in the Middle East. The Kuwaitis are arguably the smartest investors in the world. So, where am I going to go? Where they got the biggest pockets. Not where I got the littlest pockets, where I got a bank that's got a $500,000 lending limit or something. I went where the pockets were as deep as, the center of the earth. And then what happened, though? Saddam Hussein, the prick, he went and invaded in 1990 and knocked my whole deal apart. I had built the whole... Now, who would have thought... Who could have planned for that? Nobody. Although I got accused by the shareholders up and down that I should have known. Nobody's closer to the Kuwaiti government than you are. You got all their money. Nobody told me. I didn't know they were lining up on the damn borders. I didn't know that. But I mean, the whole deal changed. And then ultimately it was the end of my demise. 19 months later, the Kuwaitis said, Dan, I think it's time for you to retire. And I didn't retire right then, but I mean, that's what happened. So I mean, it not only changed the company's life cycle, changed mine. So now thinking like some of the people in this audience think, now if I hadn't gone to the Kuwaiti government and got all those $400 or $500 million and put them in my pocket, I'd still have a job.
Get more unemployment.
Yeah, and if I hadn't done that, then what do you do with a shareholder that you want to fire? I mean, it all became moot. But at the end of the day, it was better for me to own 15 or 20 or 40% of a $400 or $500 million company than it was to own 100% of a $10 million company. I mean, there's no question. But you automatically, by definition, when you go public, you lose control, almost always. And almost always, that's the beginning of the end of your management, because you're going to get thrown out.
But who cares?
That's exactly right. But to some people in this room, it matters. See? But I mean, just, now I ultimately had to fight for my money, but I mean, so I fought and I won. But it doesn't matter. If the big picture, if landing on the moon is your goal, if not landing on the moon, and it's celebrating Cinco de Mayo or being home for Hanukkah, then, I mean, all this, you can just take this and, wipe your backside with it. But, I mean, this is virtually all these guys think this way. Now, the people problem vis-a-vis doing your plan is you've got to sell your dream, and you've got to, by definition, let go of part of it, and that is give part of your company, part of your deals away. Another way of handling it, and this is the way the Bass brothers did it, were pretty smart, because they're cheap guys, Bass brothers. Smart. Richard Rainwater, who worked for the Basses and took the Bass brothers, or Bass family, from $400 or $500 million net worth to $10, $12 billion net worth over a period of 10 years. The Basses would give you pieces of the deal, not pieces of the holding company. And that's how Richard Rainwater got to be worth $400 or $500 million, and then he hooked up with Rick Scott. So there's a lot of different ways to cut the pie. But you got to give away. That's the part that you still got to do. Now, the Bass brothers arguably, why should we give away part of our holding company? It's our holding company. Well, that's fine. So they set up a bunch of other companies, and everybody that was there got a piece of the deal. And it's very similar. Like the Mosbys, I'm not going to give them part of the holding company. Contrary to, I don't believe they thought that. If you did, let me clarify it here on public record on TV. See, so there's different ways to cut it. So, but you've got to sell that, and you've got to get rid of that pride of authorship. Don't be trapped by it. And engineers and scientists are really tough on this pride of authorship. Can we have the mic, please, for Ruben in the back, please?
Thanks. Right there about pride of ownership and giving away a piece of it.
I'm glad you made the distinction between the company and the project you're working on. How do you know? Someone asked yesterday, how much equity do you give away? And you looked at him and said, well, how much money do you want to make?
That's correct.
If the project, in terms of the project, how do you know? I guess common sense, correct me.
No,
Dan.
common sense doesn't. You never know. You do.
How do you know what they're worth? That's what I'm saying.
Well, you never know. You know, I know because I've got a gut instinct because I've done it a jillion times now. But the first time I did it, I didn't know. But, I mean, most people for having to put up no money, make no guarantees, have no risk to get 5 or 10% of a deal that you're excited about will kiss your ass out in front of this hotel and give you a week to draw a crowd.
Does that mean they'll like it?
Yeah. Now, a lot of times what I do is when I'm going to do that, let's say when I'm going to put up money, and even though the guys are poor that are in the deal, I make them put up the equity of their house. Not that it means anything to the deal. You know, sign over their cars to me, because I want them to be focused. Because even though he doesn't have any money, if he loses his cars and his house, his mama's going to eat him alive. And guess what? They do it.
You asked another question in terms of the focus, even if the enthusiasm.
Here's the guy that lives by the radio, you know?
And the funny thing is, I couldn't, even without the microphone, I couldn't tell.
Okay, go ahead.
The enthusiasm, even if the enthusiasm is there for them and you know what they're worth, should you be, you want them there, like you said, focused all the time. So you don't necessarily, correct me if I'm wrong, you don't want people who are dabbling in your project with a bunch of other projects. You want somebody...
No. Yeah, that's a good point. I haven't covered that. You don't want dabblers. That's an excellent point. You don't want that. You want people that are just focused on your deal. And if you've sold your obsession right, by definition, they're obsessed. And by definition, your project is now their project. If you haven't done that, something's wrong. You want them to be consumed. You want them to walk your talk, which will become their talk. You want them to be able to say, that's why when, you know, they say, you know, I'm partners with Dan Pena and this is our project, but, you know, you want them to be able to say that. It gives them more credibility. It makes them feel better about themselves. And again, the foundation to excellence is self-esteem. And it's all this thing that we're talking about is a big web. You know, they're all an integral part. But the reason you give them something, when was the last time anybody was ever given anything for nothing? Can anybody answer me? Do you know how unusual that makes you? Or how they say, how special? It separates you from the riffraff scum that permeates business. It makes you a big hitter instantly. It brings you from the bowels of humanity to where halo. Now maybe I should have made that more clear. That's one of the reasons you do it. The best reason is because it works. You know? I mean, just think the last time somebody gave, really gave you something for nothing. No, I'm saying, jumping up and raising it. It doesn't happen. You know? Unless they gave you the clap or age something, maybe that was for nothing, you know? Huh? Yeah, I got a punch in the mouth for nothing a number of times. But I mean, and if you go over to Virginia, you never get anything for nothing. I mean, we're going to send this to the board of directors, Craig. Could I have the mic for this young man here? It just separates you. It makes you, and I don't like to use that word special because it just gags me, but I mean, it makes you special. It makes you different. Because there's just not that many people that do it. You can count them. There's 50, 100 guys in the country. I mean, that's it. Yes, sir.
From the standpoint of a time frame, what would you say is the time frame that you allow someone to show their worth in that situation without screwing it up?
Just a moment. It's not that I can't answer the question. Okay,
or is there a guideline to that? Is there a guideline that you use as far as determining whether a person is worthy of the investment you made in them by giving them a portion?
I don't know if I haven't really looked at it that way, but I'll tell you how I look at it. It's slightly different. The people, for the most part, with one or two exceptions that I've given equity away to, are people that have represented me, lawyers, accountants, etc., that I brought ultimately in-house and made them my partners. And so I've seen them perform. Another universe of recipients of equity are people that have already been within the company and performed there. So it's then against the performance benchmark. Now, notwithstanding those two examples, I have also, and just recently, I think the Mosbys are a good example, and a couple of things I've done recently, where I haven't really seen a performance, but I'm basing it on my gut instincts, and my gut instincts are almost always right. And I told you, you know that movie, Star Wars, Let the Force Be With You. Obi-Wan, what do I do? What do I, when he's got that sword, that laser thingamajig. I mean, that's true. That ain't just in the movies. It's for real. I mean, I don't call it the Force, but I mean, my instincts are right on. And so I've done it the other times just based on my gut instincts, that I know, I feel good, and I've been occasionally wrong, but it's in de minimis. In the cosmos of time, it's de minimis. It hasn't meant anything the few times I've been wrong.
I have one more question. When they make a mistake, do you...
And they will.
And they
Trust
will.
me.
Yeah. When they do you make a determination whether they'll go to the next level and whether you want to continue on with them at that point, or
No.
do you give them a certain amount of chances, or?
Oh yeah,
how does that work?
I'd say next time, let's say it's you and me. Next time, what are you going to do next time? You say, well, I know I did it wrong this time. Next time I'm going to do it this way. Fine. You can't have it a one-shot deal where you're going to land on them. Great performers, in football drop the ball once in a while, or throw it out of bounds by accident, when they should be hitting the guy open in the flat. No, you'll have an instinct. I mean, if he drops the ball or she drops the ball a bunch of times, then if they have value in the organization someplace else, you put them there. If they don't, then you have to make that decision, and you jettison them.
And it gets back to what we were talking about yesterday. If you have to get rid of them and they've got all this equity, what do you do?
So what?
No big deal.
It's no big deal. It's just... See, what you're really saying is you don't trust your own judgment. That's what you're saying. That's another way of saying that. You don't trust your own judgment. I'm going to make a mistake. If they're going to... See, you got to expect them to make mistakes. You got to expect yourself to make mistakes. And what you're really saying is you don't trust your own judgment. You don't trust who you hired. You don't trust who you have decided to be in business with. That's what you're really saying. That's the real fear factor. But see, I have no fear about losing in court. I never have. Someday, maybe, ain't happened yet, been a lot of years, someday some slick lawyer is going to get a hold of me, maybe down in some regional court down there in West Texas, where my juice doesn't count. That's why I stay in big cities, New York, Chicago, Houston. I don't want to get down there sideswiped by some little guy from, but I trust my instincts. I trust my decision-making prowess. you have not had anywhere near the experience in making decisions. As I said when this thing started, I've made over 50,000 business decisions. You know how many that is? That's a lot of, and I'm not talking about pencils and what kind of stationery to buy. 50,000, I mean a whole bunch of them. And you can't make 50,000 without making mistakes. And I've told you I've got near 20,000 business mistakes that I've been wrong at. And the every strip center, when I was in the construction business, I made about probably 5,000 right there. But I mean, they gave me the demographics for the strip center we're going to put in. The thing was a bomb. I mean, so even that's why gut instincts, how you feel about somebody, it's that old thing when, you know, when it's hot or she's hot or he's hot, it's hot, they're hot. Normally, you like somebody, you get good vibrations when you're around them the first time. That's why I keep telling you, it's so important. You only get one time to make a first impression. You only get one time. You don't get 2 times to make a first impression. And we, as individuals, don't take it seriously enough. We just don't, and it's a difficult concept to get kids to understand. You know, you look like a pig, you hang around with pigs, you talk like a pig. You must be you are a pig. You know, and you know, it's like, you know, my kids, you know, one of my sons has got a friend with an earring. I said, he comes to the house, I rip it out his ear. It's that simple. Okay? Yeah, I know. Okay. Okay. I don't care. And I know, you know, you come home with green hair, I shave your body, including your privates. You come with hairdos, you're only going to do it once. Just once, and my kids know. I said, if I ever find you have anything to do with drugs, I said, I will beat you as close to death as humanly possible, and then I'll put you up as a ward of the court. That's it. There are no. And my kid believes me. When I was a kid, my father, heroin, they didn't have cocaine. He says, Dan, there's only one cure. Oh, I didn't bring my gun today. Anyway, there's only one cure. There's only one cure, and that's a bullet in the head. He used to take the gun and put it and pull back the hammer of his .38 and put it right there. There's only one cure, and it's a bullet through the brain, and I'll be the that does it to you. Guess what? I believed him. And guess what? The drug culture that I should have been part of, I missed. It never even dawned on me to do anything. When people tell me, I said, you traveled overseas during the 60s, you were this. You never got into drugs? Nope. Didn't even dawn on me. My dad was serious, and he would have. There's no doubt in my mind he would have. And so my kids believe me. My kids, you know, and because I mean, there's certain things, but I have this experience that you don't have to make a decision when you're going to have to throw somebody out. I've done it all these times, and so that all high performance people do it all these times. You know, one of the things I haven't really said, we're going to get into it later, is that joint venturing is the quickest way for the average person to make quantum growth. Joint venturing. If you remember, you know, I went to Leggett, which was a huge billion-dollar company, a private company, Abilene, Texas. They became my special limited partner. Nobody remembers that they were my special limited partner. I had all the liabilities. Nobody realized, you know, I was a senior partner with the Japanese, and with the Kuwaitis, I was the managing partner. But I did it through joint venturing. Finding somebody that had the requisite qualities or assets, and normally that was money, not so much expertise. Joint venturing. And by definition, joint venturing is, you know, you may not both put up the same amount of money. When I work with companies, we're joint venturing, I'm putting up my expertise normally, and or my staff, sometimes my money. But I mean, it's joint venturing, and for you to make these decisions, it's, you know, it's find a mentor that's done it before you, that's got that is more comfortable, or joint venture. My first joint venture was with the federal government. At that time, I wanted the deepest pockets with the most inept management system that I could find. I went directly to the federal government because I knew. I just gotten out of the military. I was a career military officer in my first career. I knew how inept they were. They couldn't get any smarter by the time I just went back to school 2 or 3 years. They couldn't have got any smarter in just 3 years. And they didn't. So, I mean, joint venturing takes a lot of this mystique out. Doing it with somebody that already has. And if, you know, I don't like to put it this way, you know, until you got the experience. You don't really, see, I know you don't need the experience, but a lot of you in the room, I can just tell by the looks on your face, you think you need the experience. If you think you need the experience, ladies and gentlemen, you need the experience, because perception is reality. If your comfort level isn't there, then believe me, somebody sitting across the table with infinitely less experience than me is going to see it. And then just eat you alive. And then what happens is then your whole investment career, your whole business career is going to be shaped by something that you made a mistake. And I use the example about my father. And my kid brother's not here. My kid brother doesn't like to hear this. So that's why I didn't say it yesterday. My father's whole life, he's 76 years old, is revolved around two things he didn't, one thing he did and one thing he didn't do. In 1956, 57, 58, he had the opportunity to buy the corner of Topanga Canyon and Ventura Boulevard. All 4 corners for $3 grand. Okay, now the last time he didn't. Last time I checked, or not last time, the first time it rolled for 640,000, and 800 and some thousand, then 2,600,000, and then 4,800,000, and $12 million last time when you add up the 4 corners. Okay, he didn't make that investment. My dad doesn't even like to drive down that end of the valley now. That end of the valley doesn't exist to him. It's like in a time warp. Then he invested, instead of that, he invested $10,000, all the money he could borrow, in the Lucky 13 uranium mining company. Because you know, we were going to all die from A-bombs, and you needed uranium, and you had bomb shelters in your backyard and all that stuff. And it was a fraud. Oh, no, it was Nevada. It was a fraud. My dad has not made an investment since. Most people, their whole lives are based on, they stuck their head out of the turtle shell one time, they got it clipped, and they never brought it back out again. That's my father. Vince doesn't like to hear it, but he says, geez, you know, just think what it could have been like. And in fact, Vince says, my dad used to beat me. What my dad did to me was child abuse now. And then when Vince came along, he was older, and he more tired or more mature, whatever, and so he didn't beat Vince quite as much. And then he didn't beat my baby brother at all. My baby brother's a bum. And Vince was the youngest fire captain. He's not a bum, but he said, just think if Dad had beat me with boards like he did you, maybe I'd be a billionaire. And you know what? And I agree. All these high-performance people, most of them, led very disciplined lives.
Dan, would he have sold the property at a small margin anyway?
No, because my dad, the things that he does own, he's owned forever. See, so he probably still own it.
You would give him the confidence to buy more.
Probably, you know, he could have gave me some money or something instead of a smack in the head, you know. But the other side, if my dad was sitting here right now, he'd say, I have no idea why Dan is the way he is. He's an enigma in our family. We don't understand him. We don't relate to him. And very few of us associate with him. If he was standing right here or sitting here. And it's the truth, I don't. I am like a Martian. Now, part of that is intentional because I don't want to be around them. I don't want to hear negative shit. You know, I don't want to hear, you know, and in the Hispanic community, they stay in this little dumpy, you know, going uptown from where I live is if you live in El Sereno, you know, or Hacienda Heights if you really hit the big time. For those of you that are from the LA area, you know where that is. But I mean, it's, you know, it's nothing. And I didn't want to be exposed to that. I don't want to hear that stuff. I don't want my kids hearing it.
Not just Hispanic either.
Well, I know. Well, I understand that, but I'm more of an expert on that. But in the African American community, it's the same thing, you know, same crap. Yeah, and that's why I don't have anything to do with them. That's why the guys from Harvard, the Hispanics, and when I tell them, the first time I told them that, I mean, and these are smart guys. I mean, they look at me because they know in their gut I'm saying is right. But the first time they heard it from somebody, you know, as forcefully as I talk, just like many of the things I've told you in the last 2+ days, it hurts because to make a quantum leap, ladies and gentlemen, I'm getting to my conclusion way ahead of myself, but this is important since we're on this trend. Some of you in the room have got to say that you've pissed away a lot of years. That's a tough thing to do. Easier to do when you're younger, when you haven't got that preconditioning. But to make that quantum leap, to hunt with them big dogs, you got to say, maybe I've been screwing it up. Not maybe, I have been screwing it up. It's much easier for a young 26-year-old woman to say, well, I'm done with this business, my shit. I'm out of here. It's not so easy. I'm 48, I'm 53, I'm whatever the hell I am, and to do this. Because you got to suck them up tight. Because to adopt this methodology, basically you got to say, everything I've been taught has been wrong. I followed wrong methodology, and I'm considering myself a bright guy, so maybe I am a moron, doofus. I mean, you got to go through all this. That is extremely hard. It is possible. I mean, it happens all the time. And God knows it's rewarding. Believe me, it's rewarding. I mean, I think Burl will attest to, you know, it's a lot more fun doing $5 and $8 and $20 million deals than $10,000, $15,000 deals. I mean, there's no comparison. And Burl, I'm not taking anything away from Burl because Burl's a smart lady, but I mean, she ain't that smart. She's just not. Nobody's that smart. You know, so you have to make that commitment. You don't have to do anything. You know, I would submit to you that you should make that commitment, and and a lot of people have. And it's easier, not easier. It's as easy as it can get because I'm a person that has made the commitment and that has been there. I'm not telling you something I read in 800 books. I mean, I'm embarrassed to say this, and I don't get embarrassed about hardly anything. I've only read 3 or 4 books my whole life. My whole entire life. I read Candy twice. Does anybody remember Candy? Candy's a book about a nymphomaniac that basically screws her hunchback father in the last page. Give me the hump, the hump, the hump. I read that book twice. This is true. I'm not lying about this. Okay, because this tape is going to, you know, forever. Okay, I read The Life and Legend of Che Guevara, who my dad allegedly assassinated when he was in the CIA. My dad was an assassin hitman in the CIA. I read The Life and Legend because I wanted to know what kind of guy my dad had purportedly wasted. And more recently, I read Lee Iacocca's book, his first book. And, of course, I've read Think and Grow Rich. And I've read Release Your Brakes by Jim Newman, and that's about it. And I've thumbed through at my 6,000 words Rubin's book, and I've thumbed through those books I really read at my 400, 500 word pace, but I've thumbed through maybe 15, 20 other books since I learned how to read as quickly as I do. And I told you, maybe I didn't, my wife reads at 12,000 words a minute, excuse me, upside down. She can read a book backwards. No lie. Like this. Just about this fast. Backwards.
Did you go to school for that?
Yep. We both did. In fact, I one time was going to have the guy do these seminars, and we had 2 test markets in the Valley. Some very bright friends of mine that went there, and they were so uncomfortable. Lorraine was there. They couldn't believe it. I got it. Linda got it, and one other person got it in the room. The other 15 or 18 or 20 PhD psychiatrists, Jim Newman, rocket scientists, lawyers, couldn't, no matter, you know. Linda, it works. It really does. I can tell you. What was the guy's name? Stracker. Ed Stratcher. I mean, he did it. I mean, I've done it. And I remember the psychiatrist that was there, he said, this is bullshit. And I said, well, how come I can do it? He said, Dan, you just think you can do it. And I said, Linda outlined the book. She outlined the book, about 5 pages, all the salient points, backwards, upside down. And he said, well, she's obviously read the book before, she just doesn't remember. This is what the psychiatrist told me. And I said, Carlo, no, she didn't. And then we'd give her a finance book, a book on finance, and Linda go, zip to it. Now, to the extent my kids are supposedly geniuses, even though they get in trouble all the time, I think they got their mother's genes more than mine, because I'm not that smart. I'm just not. But see, we had a group of sophisticated people that couldn't accept this. And Jim Newman is an open-minded guy. Jim Newman focused in on the fact that he tried to explain how the neurons, when you look at something, I guess it's upside down when it's taken back into our brain. Okay. Well, this system supposedly, and Jim says that's crap. But I mean, you know, I can put you in touch with them. I mean, it worked for me. It worked for my wife. And can you imagine he's been trying to sell us to Xerox and IBM? You know how far he's gotten? I mean, they laugh when he shows up. You know, they just now it's been more successful with kids. Because kids don't have that preconditioned kids, you know, he's gotten kids to be able to read real quickly. But Linda, I always said when we were going to college, Linda's been a space cadet all her life. She's been out there in the twilight zone her entire life, you know, and I guess she really has been, because she just picked up to it like it was brushing your teeth, you know. It was nothing. Because he told her that your mind, you know, like when we look at a room, does your brain say, this leaf, when you look over here, this leaf has got lines? And no, you're taking big snapshots, aren't you? Well, your brain, according to his theory, is the same thing on a page. You look at the page, it doesn't matter which way, it's a snapshot. It's going to feed the information in. Linda believed that. So it makes sense to me. So she did it. Now me, I believed a lot less, but I still could do it. Because and the guys were teasing me, said, I was outlining the book, and he said, Dan, you'd recognize Rolls-Royce or billionaire upside down or sideways. I mean, what's so great about that? Because I was reading a book about the richest guy in Korea, the book I did it to. Why don't you do it on a book that you know? And so, but then I did do it, and I still did it at 4,000 or 5,000 words a minute. But it's getting back to changing the way you think about these things, and getting your people to believe like you believe. And your plan will grow so quickly, exponentially, that you won't believe it. Okay, it is now 1:45. We're going to take 45 minutes for lunch. When we get back, we're going to talk about working capital, how you get money for your business, how you grow internally, how you grow externally, what's the best way. Now, I forgot to ask you that. I haven't forgotten that question I was going to ask you, remember? Yeah, I didn't forget that. I just wanted you to, I want some food to throw up when I ask it. I want you to toss it up on the table. Doing? Huh?
Yeah, Michael Van. I was just getting good, too.
Jesus, Hoffman.
Oh, what? Oh, really?
You know what?
Well, I guess
you
I'll
know,
get a free one,
when you got enough net worth, it warms you.
They used to say you're a winner.
Oh, really?
And he's rich. I mean, he's not one of the ones dealer in the continuum, but if you had double your net worth, it'd be a little warmer.
Dan, did you ever tell this group about meetings you have with the temperatures?
Oh, yeah. No, I haven't really. The temperature thing. I'll talk about that. Okay. Before I talk about that, though, one of the born doofuses in the audience, a little more high profile. Yes, Raul, I am going to take credit for it. Where's Raul? He's not here? He left? Okay, this is Ruben, who's sitting back here. This is tomorrow's Times, LA Times, the calendar section. And this is the guys, his partner, you call them partners? This guy was, this other guy, this black dude that has the co-host with this show that, his popular show that he runs, or co-runs, or whatever the word is. And and one of the bit of advice, we had dinner a couple, 3 weeks ago, the thing that I told Ruben, in addition to, you know, notwithstanding his Harvard education and stuff like that, and the fact that he's already written a popular book and it's been published and all this, my advice to him was, vis-a-vis what we're talking about here, being a high-performance person, is that he's got a trait that is difficult to develop, but he seems to have it naturally. And I had the same trait when I was in my middle 20s, and I've made a lot of money off my trait, and I would hope, and I know that if he devotes his time with great passion to his trait, and his trait is the gift of gab. He's very good, he's very articulate, and he's not afraid to open his big mouth and let his lips flap. And he can make a ton of money off that. I once had a guy I worked for when I was selling real estate while I was going to graduate school, who told me, he says, Dan, as long as somebody doesn't cut your tongue out, you're going to be super rich. Well, he was right. That was Kelly Norwood, who was a disbarred Bolt Hall lawyer who was my sales manager when I first started selling real estate. And it's this kind of exposure that will help Ruben, given the guidance if he chooses, and I'm positive he's already decided to follow some of these precepts. Otherwise, he wouldn't be hanging around me. You know, I can't get rid of the kid. He's like the clap. You know. So, but that's good. That's a good problem. Any questions about anything that we've covered so far? Mike. Oh, Mike's here. For ladies first, okay.
It's not really a question.
Well, then,
I just wanted to interject something about happiness. I know that I put that on my form.
Yeah,
and
I know you did. I'm not going to forget it either.
But I think you can achieve happiness because I know that that's what will make me happy.
Yeah,
I would not be happy at home, all comfy, and letting someone else go out there and have fun. So my view of happiness is what would make you happy. So it's an individual thing. And I don't think that you would be happy either at a 9 to 5.
Yeah, it's still a doofus question, and you gave the doofus answer. So irrespective of that bullshit you just went to. Okay, next.
Throughout the 3 days we've been here, you talk about hiring all these Harvard guys and stuff like that.
No, I haven't. I've hired a lot of them, but I mean, but that does. Okay, I don't want to get ahead of your question. Go
okay,
ahead.
well. What's your feelings about hiring college educate? I mean, is formal education important to you?
No.
When you...
No. Mm-mm. No. All things being equal, and we already know that's not true, but all things being equal, I would rather have a guy or a gal, haven't found too many gals with it, but a guy that has tremendous commitment, tremendous discipline, tremendous passion, and him being smart. It's nice if he's got, you know, an MBA or a PhD or he's a medical doctor or some, but it's not mandatory. It's nice. It's not a requisite for success, because the guys that were the Edisons of this world and Fords, I mean, they had 4th, 5th, 6th grade education. Some of them didn't have any. Andrew Carnegie. I don't know if he had 9th grade. I forget what he had. He didn't have, but very little. So the answer is that burning desire, that fire in your belly is much more important. People that have a more refined intellectual side can make it perhaps slightly easier to make great amounts of money. Because, you know, it's better to be a smart person and have the fire in the belly than a moron, you know. It's just that simple. But, I mean, it's not absolute. I don't look, well, I used to look, but I don't anymore. You know, like, I like MIT, I like guys, not MIT, I like West Point, Naval Academy, Air Force Academy. I like Academy guys. You give me a Harvard, Stanford guy with no education, everything else being equal, I will pick the academy guy every 100% of the time.
For what? Discipline?
Discipline, because, I mean, this is no question. I mean, they have a fine education. They prove they have the desire to put up with a lot of shit because they whip you like a dog going through the academies. They don't whip you like they used to, but they still whip you pretty good. A lot worse than these other schools you go to where, you know, they don't whip you at all. I mean, plus you've got a lot of training in leadership, which I've already said is very important. And I'm partial to academy guys. I'm partial to military background guys. It's like there's a young man that I've identified who is a MIT West Point graduate. That's an awesome combination. And he's 38 years old, and to the extent I get in telecommunication, this kid's going to be my CEO. I mean, and when I called him on a deal here, this deal that Merrill Lynch stole away from me, I hadn't talked to him in a few months, called him one afternoon. I said, can you be here tomorrow for a meeting? He says, yes, how early? I says, can it be early, Mr. Pena? I go, why? He says, I'm having President with Pac Bell tomorrow, lunch or dinner with Pac Bell in San Francisco, and I need to go to San Francisco, but you've got me until I got to get on a plane. This at the last minute. He dropped everything. I forget, it was his 4-year-old's birthday party, and he just dropped everything. And then as it turned out, Merrill Lynch stole the deal from me, and so the meeting never happened. But I mean, that's the level of commitment and discipline I like. But other than that, you give me a guy that's got a high school education, or you give me a guy that's got a college education, doesn't really mean any difference. It doesn't.
So where do you look for them in any one place that just you bump into them and I mean,
no, they seek me out. I mean, it's like lepers. I mean, they seek you out. I mean, obviously the seminar is the circuit that I'm on is a conduit for a certain amount of them. The fact I taught college 1 year when I first left Great Western, and I met one there. The Harvard guys, I met one Harvard guy, and Harvard, it's like eating juju beans. One Harvard guy, and then you got 2 Harvard guys, and you got 3, and then pretty soon they're all over you, you know. So I've got a whole handful of Harvard guys on my back now. I found the Mosbys at a seminar that I didn't give. I found one of the Mosbys, and then the other Mosby came along. Kind of like AIDS, you know, it's just, you know, another venereal disease. It's kind of latched on to me. But the thing that I look for isn't so much education. The thing that I look for is perseverance. The thing that I look for is commitment. I think I said this yesterday. We had a boy, John Mosby, he was going to get married, and he came a few days before his wedding. And I don't really remember how much there is in preparing for a wedding, because I didn't do much preparation when I got married, but my wife did it all. But I know it's a fairly heavy commitment to come just a few days before you're getting married. But he didn't, you know, didn't ask me to change the meeting, just how long do you think it'll be? I said, I'm not sure. That's I think what I said. And he was there, and I think he was thankful that he was able to get back a couple days before he got married, though. But he never mentioned it to me. So I look for that level of commitment. And then I give a lot of Doofus tests. I ask you to come fight traffic both ways if I can. Saturday nights, Christmas Eve, on your 10th anniversary. Cancel your trip to Vegas. I like to see that level of commitment, because you can bet your sweet ass, if I'm committed to you, I'll do all the above. Won't make any difference. You know, and I want to see that same level of commitment, because, see, ladies and gentlemen, when times are easy and everybody's making money and everything's happy, everybody loves one another. When the shit hits the fan, I want to see how far, you know, there's a thing that kids, they call a wedgie. Is that a wedgie when you pull your underwear up? I want to see how much of a wedgie the guy or gal is willing to take. And so what I try to do, and I'm pretty successful at it, is to see how much of a strain I can put them in beforehand. Because And Lorraine, if she's here, I guess she's not right now, can tell you, I could see one person every 15 minutes, 365 days a year. I got no shortage of people. What I do have a shortage in which every high-performance person that's looking for other people that he can help be high performance or help his organization be high performance, it's a shortage of people with commitment. That's a big shortage. And it's harder to find that level of commitment when somebody's got a certain degree of success. Medical doctors, it's difficult. They made their commitment and they're already Jesus Christ and they can already walk on water. I mean, attorneys, accountants. I don't know why engineers should have their head up their ass. I don't know how hard it is to be an engineer, but it ain't that hard. I mean, I was pre-engineering. I even got accepted as college as a pre-engineering major. And if I got accepted with a 2.55 average, I mean, I was one step above an amoeba. So I always wondered why engineers would think they're such hot shit. It never ceased to amaze me. But I'm looking for that commitment. And it's like in the movie Wall Street. How many saw Wall Street with, okay. You know who, yes, you know who that movie was about?
You?
Me.
I was just telling my friend, you're Gordon Gekko.
Right, I am. I'm proud of it. The movie was about me. When that movie came out, I got more phone calls from every place in the world. Jesus Christ, Dan, have you seen the movie yet? I go, no, what movie? It's the movie with Michael Douglas. It's about this Wall Street cutthroat son of a bitch. I said, no, I better see this movie, though. And I went to see it. In that scene where the fat trader comes in and is talking to me, he says, we got him good this time. Remember that scene? Actually, Douglas should have done it because I used to do that all the time. I used to stand up on top of the trading desks with a bullhorn under my arm like in a submarine. Dive, dive, ooh, ooh, running around. And in fact, my former young colleague, who I helped groom, if that's the right word, is sitting in the back of the room with Bear Stearns. The young man with a mustache with a shit-eating grin back there right now, and he's still with Bear Stearns, and he's very successful. And my lifestyle very much paralleled that movie. Fortunately, I got out of the business before I got in trouble, right, Sherrod? Yeah, just a little trouble, but I slipped by it. But it's that level of commitment that we're looking for. It always is. I mean, anybody tells you any different. Now, with respect to good formal educations, to become a medical doctor, you have to have a big level of commitment. To go through some of the tougher schools in the country, you have to have a level of commitment because they're harder. To go on and get an MBA, you have to have a level of commitment. To go on and get a PhD, you have to have a level of commitment. And so that's why big business looks at those backgrounds and say, well, at least they had the level of commitment to do this, this, and this. That's their only benchmark. They can't sit down and go through all the crap that I've gone through with you people the last 2.5 days. The interviewing process would take forever. They never get anybody in a school. You never hire an employee. The level of commitment. You know, when I got the Award of Merit for from Sports Illustrated in 1977, for semi-athletic, I ran 1,052 miles in 1 month. You know, and I ran 100 miles the last 20 hours. Athletes are making tremendous levels of commitment all the time. But, I mean, and all I did is I took a level of commitment and I turned it into making money. And, but that's what they're looking for.
I have another question. How do you know if an industry is at the peak of its cycle?
If I knew that, Sherrod. I mean...
well, you made the comment yesterday, you know, get out when the elevator's at the top. And
yeah, well, I mean, you try to the best you can. I mean, nobody knows when it's at the top for sure. I mean, the bull market's been running, I don't know, 6 to 8, 10 years, something like that. I mean, it's been a long time. And I mean, historically, the average bull market's, what, 36, 39 months? Something like that. I mean, so we're 2.5 times past the average for the last 100 years. You don't have to be a Harvard MBA, I mean, to figure out that we're towards that end of the continuum. So, I mean, that you should use as a benchmark. I mean, you know, stock guys that are in stocks and equities, they already know that. You use as a benchmark the level of IPOs, initial public offerings, the kind of crap that's coming to market. You know, and 5 years ago, it was probably a higher quality company coming to market than today. You look at the multiples, the ratios for the S&P 500 or the Dow Jones. Companies, you know, at the bottom of a bear market are listed at 4, 5, 6, 7 times earnings. Now they're at 25, 30 times earnings. I mean, these are just simple benchmarks. Now, you know, some of the people on Wall Street try to make it sound much more esoteric than that, but I mean, that's simplistically, that's it.
But that's for the market. I'm asking, like in an industry.
Yeah, well, I mean, within the market, there are these various industries. There's telecommunications, there's healthcare, there's oil and gas, there's banking, there's financial services. You look at each one of them. Now, because of the super highway and telecommunications, you're probably going to get more stretch on that. Because of healthcare and what's happening to the healthcare industry, you're going to get more stretch on that. You're going to be able to make more. There are going to be higher multiples. You're going to be able to sell companies at higher levels because of that. But certain industries, you know, that are in the doldrums right now, Southern California real estate is still in the doldrums. I don't know if it's purportedly turned around or not. I don't know. I don't care. You know, somebody told me my house went down in market value. I think $3 million. My house here in Los Angeles, and you know, whereas a lot of people in this room, Craig knows because his house has gone down in value, I believe, not quite as much as mine, but it's gone. It does. I mean, it doesn't matter. I mean, unless you're in the business of buying and selling houses. I mean, it doesn't matter. Otherwise, you know, you make some adjustment on your net worth statement, or your accountant does. I mean, but it doesn't matter. So, but you have to. You can look at these general trends, and I don't read specific things on economics. I read general trends. I know real estate in Southern California is kind of in the hole. Probably be a good time to buy real estate, I would imagine. Although that's not what I do. I don't buy.
It's always a good time to buy real estate.
Yeah. Mr. LeGrand says it's always a good time. He's made a lot of money in real estate. I haven't. You know, the only real estate I basically have had, you know, I've got roughly basically $20 million worth of houses, but I don't have any real estate. So you have to look at those kinds of things. There's somebody else that's Mike for Jim, please.
Where's Jim?
Down at the back.
Well, kind of on the line of what he was just talking about, it's any business publication you look at, it's not hard to figure out if they're all talking about the same thing. There's your upcycle. Like right now, it's casinos. You know, Midwest just passed it. They're all over the place. If I had a casino, I'd be out of it now, because this is certainly an upcycle for something like a casino. But you know, anytime you look at a business publication, the easiest way I know is whatever Citicorp says is hot, it's time to get out. Things like that, because they're
the next Citicorp man.
Yeah, they're dead ass wrong. They are. It's the truth. You know, and so if you can find something like that, that's the easiest way to do it, and just kind of find where you fit in that group. You know, whether it's travel or, you know, real estate.
Okay. Any more questions about that? Okay. Now, I've had this up all day again. How does this apply to me, and how do I take action? And before I forget, you're trying to do too many things. I'll get back to you, but you're trying to do way, way too many things. You've got to narrow it down to 2. But I'll get back. Okay. Now, you have this in your dealie, right?
Right.
No. Are they? No, well, they shouldn't be. Unless because I start using it now, they decide they don't want to do business with anybody that I know. There are 135 sources that make money available to small business firms. Of this list, 41 are banks, 94 are non-banks related venture capital firms. Because as I said yesterday, I'm asked all the time, where do I get money, where do I get money? When I needed money, I just called on a jillion banks, knocking on all kinds of doors. And I would submit to you that that's what you should be doing.
When you say banks, Dan, you don't mean just like bank, Citibank. You
No,
mean
no, no,
anybody
no.
that might have a dollar.
No, I mean like the Equitable Bank, Danvers Savings, Commercial Bank of San Francisco, M&I Bank, Union Bank and Trust Company, Truckee River Bank. Truckee, that's in someplace in California, isn't it? Now, Battery Ventures Limited, BCM Technologies, CP Ventures, CW Group. I mean, there are literally thousands and thousands and thousands of financial institutions all over this country that lend money on doofus projects. Now, maybe intuitively you know the reason you don't make all these calls is because somebody's going to say yes. And then when they say yes, they're going to say, okay, you got to sign personally. Whatever little chicken shit net worth you've got, you got to put up. You got to put your equity in your home, and you got to put your balls on the line. Now that's why I think a lot of you don't make those calls, because you don't believe enough in the deal. I've done it. I've rolled my entire net worth 5 times. Everything I owned. Now I can't roll everything I own because my council and all that stuff is in a trust. And when I was begging for money, when Great Western had me by the throat and had me in a constructive trust, I couldn't write a check. I went to the trustees, O'Melveny and Myers, my good friends at O'Melveny Myers, and I asked Solomon Cam, who's the trustee, I said, Sonny, I said, I need to take $3, $4, $5 million quick. I need it like yesterday. That's too bad, he said. I said, what do you mean it's too bad? He says, Dan, you're not trustee, I am. And it's for the kids. I said, what are you talking about? I mean, what's the deal here? And he didn't give me the money. Now, in hindsight, I'm glad he didn't. Even though I won the trial. Made me just be a little more creative how to, get money. But nobody on the Hill knew that I was tied up financially. I couldn't write a check for $50. My lifestyle didn't change. Kids still went to private schools. Didn't sell any of my cars. Didn't go to any of my doofus neighbors. 40 IQ neighbors to borrow money. I doubt that anybody, very few people on my neighbors could write me a check for $3 or $4, $5 million cash anyway. So, I mean, I didn't waste much time calling them, hey, Craig, who can I get $5 million cash by tomorrow from? I didn't waste my time on many phone calls like that. That level of commitment, see, intuitively it's like the guy that asked 50 girls down the street, will you go to sleep with me, you go to sleep with me? Eventually somebody's going to say yes. You don't want them to say yes because they're going to say, by the way, for this money for your little doofus project, we want you to sign on the line, we want you to commit everything you own, etc., etc. And you're not willing to do that. That's why it irks me, pisses me off. I say, well, where do I get money to make my business grow? You grab yourself by your crotch and you go call on 300 banks. That's where you get money. Not going to seminars, oh, where do I get money to make my business grow? If I figured out where to get the money, there's not a man or woman in this room that shouldn't be able to figure out where to get the money. You got to suck up your pantyhose, go make 500 cold calls, and tell them that you'll risk everything in your life for this doofus project. That's why you don't get the money. I might as well be putting it upside down because you're going to call these people anyway. It doesn't make a shit. Doesn't make a shit. Doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. I mean, it doesn't. Just remember, it doesn't matter what the morons say. I might as well put it upside down. Now, Does anybody have any questions about where you go get money from? You know, we ought to start a seminar. How to get money in the 90s, where to go, and how to do it. And we got a cartoon with a guy grabbing himself like this, jumping from institution to institution. Now, do the midgets talk like that? No.
They can't jump like that.
You know, they can't. No matter how easy it is, easy it might be, never accept short-term solutions to long-term problems. I've said this, I'm just going to say a couple more things. In 1982 and 1983, I ran out of money. And I was calling institutions, but I still ran out of money. And I came this close to selling 50% of my company for $250,000 in 1982, and 25% of my company for $250,000. I got it wrong. 25% of my company, 10% of my company for $250,000 in 82, and $500,000 for 50% of my company in 1983, because I was against it, ran out of cash. But I remembered the story that Bob Guccione told me when he was trying to sell the idea of Penthouse magazine. In the early 60s, he was sleeping on a bench in Hyde Park. He'd run out of money, and he couldn't sell the idea to compete with Playboy. Everybody said he was nuts. And he sold half the idea of Penthouse magazine for 1,000 pounds. At that time, 1,000 pounds was about $4,000. He went to the Grosvenor house, he got a room, took a shower, ate for the first time in 2 or 3 days, and then when he woke up that next morning, he decided he had done something very bad. So he went around to the few friends he hadn't bummed money off of yet to get back to 1,000 pounds, and he went back to that person and he gave him back the 1,000 pounds. 3 weeks later, he sold the idea to a group of investors in London, and Penthouse magazine was off and running, and the rest is history. Short-term solutions to long-term problems. It's the easy way out. And almost always, not almost, always, it's the wrong thing to do. Most people in business have historically run their business by making short-term solutions to long-term problems. It's easy, it's comfortable. It doesn't make you uneasy. It doesn't make you nauseous. It doesn't do any of those things that you have to do to be a high-performance person. A guarantor is a fool with a pen. I say that, but for every company in this room, unless your companies are bigger than, and I looked at all those numbers, the bank's always going to want you, almost always going to want you to be a personal guarantor. Always. And if you think any different, you're not going to grow. I was a personal guarantor until we were public 1 year, because I always had deeper pockets than the company. When the company had $30 million in the bank let me off the hook. The company did, because the company was the guarantor. But, you know, prior to that, they didn't care. They always wanted me on the hook. So if you're not willing to do that, then at this level, unless you get a joint venture partner. Now, what should be coming, hopefully, obviously clear to you, is through partnering up, you're able to spread and limit some of these risk factors that make your private shrink up. Somebody's private just fell off.
That was my case.
Yeah, well, I didn't say whose private it was. I mean, so it should become obvious to you that the reason that a lot of people joint venture is to diffuse this challenge, this problem that we have of getting over the fact that laying all our life on the line. Whether you're It's a lot easier when you're 26 than when you're 36 or when you're 46, because your perception is that you got a few assets. Okay. Now, I want to talk about internal growth. I've asked questions. I've talked to most of you one-on-one. I've looked at your confidential forms you filled out. And I'm going to make a quantum leap here. But I can't see anybody in this room growing exponentially internally. Not one single solitary person that's got their ass on a chair in this room today. Not one. There's only one slide in the internal growth part of this seminar because I can almost always say that. Because it's a fact of life. Because you don't generate enough internal cash flow to grow geometrically. You just don't. And the only alternative is it's external. Where's the mic? We got to get a midget named Mike to run up and down these deals.
Dan, can you explain that to me? I'm not as...
Yeah, I am. I was just, I was pausing for like a great Shakespearean actor before I bust out and rip your face off, Okay. You got a business, whether it does $100,000 a year or $10,000 a year, or excuse me, $10 million a year, and you've got, your revenue less your costs, and you come up with some sort of margin, and most of you don't have after-tax profits, because one of the reasons that you can't grow internally is because you're milking your businesses to death. You're sucking the blood life. What are you smiling for, Craig? You're sucking the lifeblood out of your businesses because you don't want to pay taxes. And so if you ever try to sell your business, they think it was a piece of shit because it's not making any money. And then you say, well, if you back off this and the 9 cars I bought and put back my house and the fact that I paid for the sprinkler system out of the company in my house, and then I really made $1 million. Well, people don't do that, guys and gals. They don't back off and add back and do all that crap. They just don't. Either do banks. And that's why I said early on in the first or the second day to run your businesses like you were going to go public. They're more readily financeable, and then if by some stroke of God that you could take it public, then you don't have to go back up and bogus up the numbers for the last 5 years. But virtually everybody that runs a privately held business does just the opposite. When I was building Great Western, I did just what I just said. I ran it always like it was a public company. I always had audited financials that I couldn't afford. And then when it came time, when the opportunity was there, I could jump on it like stink on a skunk. And I was able to do it in 3.5 months. Because we didn't have to go back and make up all the numbers for the last 5 years. And pay the company back for all the crap you bought your wife and all this other crap everybody does. You cannot grow internally based on the conversations you had, virtually, I don't think anybody in this group, geometrically, to get where those goals, and some of them are $300 or $400 million. It's just not possible. It just isn't. There's not enough years in your lifetime. There just isn't. Unless we're living to 1,000 years or 1,200 years or something. I believe in compounded interest rates. I do. But I mean, it transcends the compounded interest rates. It just does. So by definition, people call me an acquisition guy. It's not so much because I'm an acquisition guy, it's because it's the only way I can figure out to grow quickly. Now, the energy business, drilling oil wells, is one of those businesses you can grow exponentially internally, but you got to find oil. And I found soon on I didn't know how to do that. It took me about 4 or 5 months of drilling dry holes. I mean, it was like a light bulb, instantaneously. So then, vis-a-vis internal growth, at the beginning when you start your businesses, you can have that exponential growth because you're coming from zero. But once you get up the cycle, anything above a few $100,000 or whatever the number is, it's not possible. It just isn't. That's why, excuse me, Craig, I'll get to you in a second. That's why most people are satisfied with arithmetic growth, because by definition, for exponential growth, you have to do something you don't understand. Most people don't understand exponential growth because they don't understand how you get there, and it means that you have to do joint ventures, you have to do business in a way that you haven't been trained. And that's the honest to goodness reason why most people stay small to medium-sized companies. Because again, it's their comfort zone. To do anything different would force you out of your comfort zone. Force you out of what you've been doing for 1, 2, 5, 20, 30 years. You've got to go do something different. And that different thing will make you feel uncomfortable and make you nauseous and all the things we've talked about. Yes, Craig?
Most small to medium-sized privately held companies that I'm familiar with don't really have a professional board of directors. And I was wondering...
That's correct.
I mean, they got their brother-in-law or their wives on it, and I'm included in this group. And I was wondering what your opinion of that is.
Okay. That's a good question. By the way, one of the ways that you surround yourself with, to attract high-performance people are to have boards. But you got to pay people to come on boards. Most of you have boards, you don't pay anybody anything. And you get what you pay for. You pay them nothing, you got to mooch. It's that simple. Which it comes in the form of your, and I don't mean this disrespectfully, it comes in the form of your wife, your brother-in-law, or your sister. I mean, it's just that simple. Remember I told you I bought that UK company in 1980, whenever I did, because it had a board. I needed a company in England like I needed AIDS. I didn't, but it would take me years to put that board together. So I just went, and I bought it. It wasn't a big company, but it had the right board on it. It was prestigious, and I bought it. And then I used that board. Then I formed a whole organization around it. What I would suggest is that you find, in the initial stages, 2 or 3 people that can be a board, and not so much a mastermind group or anything like that. You can find people like that. You have to pay them. I mean, most private companies, board members, except for the huge companies, they pay them $10,000, $15,000, $20,000 a year to attend, half a dozen meetings, plus their travel expense. Now, see, most of you would rather cut your toes off than do that. Well, I'm going to pay an idiot $15,000 a year, 4 idiots, $15,000 a year to come to 4 meetings a year. You wouldn't do that. And but probably another $3,000 or $4,000 in expenses per person. So that's why most private companies don't have boards. And if you're going to have a board, you ought to have audited financials, because, I mean, what's the board going to look at? Your internal stuff that was put together by your cousin? So, I mean, but Craig brought up a good point. I think you should have boards. I had a board early on, from the very beginning. And one of my board members sitting in the back of the room there, that guy that's as old as Methuselah back there in the left-hand corner. Another board member is sitting next to him, the one with a shit-eating grin that's hoping that you give him money to invest at Bear Stearns. I mean, they're 2 of my original board members from years and years ago. Yes, well, Mike for the kid. Well, you're not a kid anymore anyway. Was a kid, but now he's 40-something, but still a kid, 40-something, right?
I'll just add that it is not mandatory that you have to pay these people, too, when you get them on your board early on.
Yeah, early on.
Yeah,
I didn't pay these guys early on. He's right. He's right. He's right. He's right. He's absolutely correct. I didn't pay him. But you'd be hard-pressed to find somebody as good as I did. Maybe you will. I say that because it's easier to get them, and if you pay them. But and I assure you, if you ask either one of them, you're going to have to pay them now. It wasn't like 15+ years ago. But boards can help you. And again, then you want to pick somebody on the board that you want to be around. that is where you're not. You don't want to pick a bunch of guys you went to college with, and I mean, you're defeating the purpose. You want to pick somebody. Mike, for Bruce, please.
Thanks. In picking the board, did you give equity to the board of directors?
No. When I went public, I gave options, but I didn't give equity at that time. Now I'm doing it now. I'm giving equity, but I wasn't as smart. You know, I'm lucky I bumped into some people who had confidence in me early on in my career. But now I give equity when I form board members. Now I give equity away.
And if you're going to pick 2 or 3 people, what are the best talents in those 2 or 3 people?
I pick one from the accounting field, one from the legal field, and one from the general business. And if you're going to have more than that, then I have somebody that's got Wall Street background. But accounting and legal are probably the first 2. And I throw all my relatives off. Unless you're worried about a vote on the board, but if you own all the stock or most of the stock, because you're not going to give any away, I mean, it doesn't much matter. You can always get rid of the board. You're the largest shareholder, just throw them out. It's not a big problem. Any more questions on that? Okay. By definition, internal growth is, most of you grow internally, not real internally, because when you borrow money, to me, that's not growing internally. You call it internally because you don't have to give up any equity or anything. But I mean, it's really external growth when you're borrowing money from financial institutions. Because now you can overcome this internal growth quandary if you generate enough revenue. Revenue generation, again, not cost control. You can never experience hypergrowth, quantum leaps in business without generating a lot of revenue. You can get past this idea of internal growth if you can generate enough revenue. I mean, a lot of revenue. Most people don't fall into that category where they're generating enough revenue. Because with enough revenue, you can get banks to do special things, you know. But most of the people aren't generating enough revenue. Mike for Mr. LeGrand. Ron.
If you generate enough revenue, why do you need the banks?
Because, well, the reason I still use the banks, even though I generated a lot of revenue, is because I wanted to even grow faster. See, you know, if I was growing at 50% a year, I wanted to grow at 300% a year.
So what'd you spend the money on, to acquire more companies?
Well, no. I spent the money on acquiring more companies, and I spent the money on paying my people more money. Sometimes I borrowed money to pay my people bonuses. Perception is reality. I assure you they don't care where the money came from when you pay them the bonus.
Is that true?
Yeah, that's true. I mean, that's kind of like the Doofus question. I mean, I borrowed money. Yeah. There's two of your team there both said, good thing I brought up, huh?
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah.
We got that squared away.
Yeah. And so, but unless, it's very rare that I've ever seen a company that can create enough revenue, unless, you know, they've got a lock on some end of the computer market or something where their revenue just explodes, you know, off the charts. And whether you need debt or not, there's so many companies that I look at that really don't have a banking relationship. A banking relationship, ladies and gentlemen, is a line of credit that you can call your little moron bank or say, send me 50, 100, 5 million, whatever it is. If you don't have a line of credit with your business, you don't have a banking relationship. What you've got is a deposit relationship. And a doofus hooker off the street can get a deposit relationship. Most people I talk to don't have banking relationships. They have deposit. They take your money they give you some miserly interest rate back on it. If you want to borrow money, you put up a CD dollar for dollar. That's where most of you stand. If you're that good. You need a banking relationship to grow. And you need, as I said earlier, you need a bank that can take you to the next level. The founder, the CEO, the boss should think nothing, have nothing in his mind or her mind other than generating revenue, exposing yourself to new deals and new transactions. Should do nothing else. The Verdiers, all they do is travel now. One, because George can't stand to sit in his office without screwing around with his computer, printouts of his revenue and costs and stuff. Burl doesn't even go to the office anymore, do you, Burl? Doesn't even go to the office. When I want her, I call her at home, or, you know, she's traveling. Leanne or somebody told me, talk to your sister, and your sister knows how to get a hold of you. Now, this is a woman that used to choke the people in her office to death. She doesn't even go to the damn office anymore. And business has boomed, shall we say. And you know, and again, I told her, I said, if you leave these people alone, and that you hired a general manager, didn't you, or something like that? If you leave these people alone, and you put one or two key people in there, this thing will make so much money and boom so quickly, it'll scare you. And that's exactly what's happened. Because we're the problem. The problem is here, and it's us. We're the one that everything up. It's not those guys that work for us. It's us. That's a hard thing to admit. That's a tough turd to swallow. The problem is here, and it's us. And it is. Believe me. I don't know. I could have brought in 5 or 10 more people to say the same thing. I'm not paying these people. They're not lying. You know. It's the truth. Penyism. All managerial performance sins shall always be forgiven during periods of rapidly increasing revenue streams. Always. You can never have too much revenue. I made some of the most horrific managerial mistakes in my career. But when revenue went from $5 million a month to $10 million a month to $50 million, it didn't matter. Banks didn't even care. Dan screwed up. He shouldn't have bought that drilling company. It's fine. Dump it. Blow it out. Banks will tell you, next time we'll get it right, won't we, Dan? The banks will tell you. It's, you know, like I said, the most important personnel problem we've got with your individuals is money. It all evolves around money. Just think, as individual entrepreneurs, how much time we think we've wasted, in my judgment, wasted, and hopefully by today you will agree it's wasted, on pencils, and I'm being this slightly tongue-in-cheek when I say this, pencils, bedding, paper, car leases, equipment, horse shit. I mean, just think all the time. How much equity should I give them? How much shouldn't I? How do I get it back when when I got to fire them or I catch them stealing? It all means nothing. But just think about all the time that we spend doing that. You know? Like I have a friend of mine who's got a daughter. She's 16 years old, very attractive, and she looks like she's 25. He all his waking hours and half of his sleeping hours. God, I wonder if she slept with somebody. I wonder if she's taking drugs. I mean, this guy's nothing he can do about it. He's either set the characteristics for her, or set up the foundation for her character, or he hasn't by now. Nothing he can do about it now. And yeah, but he wastes a lot of time thinking about it. And I'm here to tell you that most of the things you do, in fact, I'm going to be bold. Of course, I'm not usually bold. 95% of every working day, what you do in your office, in your business, if you never did it, it wouldn't mean spit. You've got people in your, for those of you that have employees, you've got people in your organization that can do it better than you. Some of your people can do it infinitely better than you, and you ought to get out of the damn way. Right, Burl? People ask, you know, somebody made the comment, well, Burl was already rich when he met Dan. He had a few bucks. I mean, and well, her net worth's only gone up 300 or 400%, roughly speaking, right? And she's working less, but she's working at what she does best. And these other people do it better, the other stuff. And that's all I did. That's all I did. I mean, this is no great genius, but 95% of your workday is a waste of time. So you think about, what could you be doing that over 95? You know, get a girlfriend or do something. I mean, have some fun in life, you know. My wife doesn't like when I say get a girlfriend, get a mistress, get a, you know, boy, I mean, you know, she doesn't like to hear that. But do something, I mean, do something productive with your time. Instead of in there bugging the employees, screwing things up. The CEO, the entrepreneur, the founder of the company should be a glad-handing son of a bitch that just walks around shaking his, hi, my name's Joe Doofus. I found a company. Wendy's, the former chairman of Wendy's, that fat moron that does the commercials, that's all he does. Hi, my name's... That's all you should do.
Must have saw one of your seminars.
Yeah. What's that moron's name? Yeah. Oh, when did you do this? I love that guy. I love that guy. You know? Now, the company, when they bought him out, that was smart thinking what they did. Of course, the last few years, I'm told, that's all he did. I mean, the senior manager said, you got to get out of here, Dave. I mean, you're screwing the business up. We're going to try to pump this baby up like a show dog and pump it out to somebody, but we need you out of the door to do it. And that's what happened.
So what happened?
He sold the... They sold it to... Who they sold to? Pardon?
He's still a large shareholder.
Yeah, but who's the major shareholder now? Somebody, but I mean... Pepsi or somebody. I mean, he got out of the way. Okay. Now, external growth, and this is what some people say the only thing I know anything about, which I don't believe is true, but perception is reality. I determined 6 months into my public life as a public CEO or CEO of a public company that I didn't know anything about successfully in an economic fashion finding oil. And in fact, Mr. Orman's nephew, who was on my board, a gentleman, a very bright guy named Wayne Phelan, who is a very bright petroleum engineer, who's still on the board of Great Western, came to me, and I came to him, I says, am I reading these numbers right? He says, yeah, Dan, we got to sit down and talk about this because the reserves that we thought were there aren't there in the DJ Basin. And he says, we're going to run out of money in between 15 and 19 months, and we'll be out of business in 20 months. I said, well, good. We just had a public offering. We just raised a ton of money to drill all these wells up there. So we're in a board meeting, and I'm sitting down, and I made an instant decision. We are now going to be an acquisition team. Notwithstanding, we don't have a lot of acquisition guys on here, but we're going to become an acquisition team because I'm going to take this $10 million that we raised from the public, and we're going to do acquisitions. And the first acquisition we made was Whitaker Corporation, which is a Fortune 500 company here in Los Angeles. We bought out their oil subsidiary in June of 1985. But anyway, but I instantly understood that we didn't have enough money. I could read the charts, or Wayne helped me read the charts, and I could figure out that the oil wasn't there. We had one of the finest petroleum engineers in the country tell us that it was there. We raised money on it. Everything was done right, but it wasn't there. It's not an exact science. Now, we could have continued to drill wells, and I could have continued to not want to swallow my pride and go begging on my knees to the shareholders, which I had to do, which I did many times. The CEO of the entrepreneur is the one that's got to go begging when things go wrong. And God knows, I got calluses all over these knees. They're a little softer now because I haven't had to go begging recently, but it'll happen again. And we changed our investment direction. We made a quantum leap. I just made like 60 presentations to institutions telling them we were going to do this in August of '84, and in October '84 I changed my mind. I just flipped around, and we're walking this way now. And I still remember Governor Hugh Carey, God bless him, he stands up, and I also cut salaries 40%. I took all the cars away from everybody, expense accounts away from everybody, everything. And Hugh Carey and Bruce Patterson, Hugh Carey, former governor of New York, Bruce Patterson, former treasurer of Royal Dutch Shell, got up, and they both made impassioned speeches about this is a bad precedent to set for the shareholders, to show them how wrong we could have been. Now, I owned 60% of that public company at that time. This is Dan. Every dollar I spent, I looked at 60 cents of my dollar. And Charlie and Mark owned 15%. So as far as we were concerned, the shareholders only owned 25 cents every dollar here. So it's our money. So we said, we're going to flip it around, we're going to change, and I cut salaries and threw everybody's car, took it away, and we decided to go on the acquisition train because we could not grow. I had been given a mandate, and basically, ladies and gentlemen, your mandate, in my judgment, is to grow your company as fast as humanly possible. If not, you don't have to go to work every day. If you have to go to work every day to maintain your company just so it stays where it is today, then something's wrong with it. You ought to get rid of it, fall under a bus, or do something. So my mandate was to grow a company geometrically. So I said, the shareholders don't care how I do that as long as I do it. So I decided instantly that we were going to do it by external growth, and by external growth, that meant ultimately debt and making acquisitions. Now, we've already gone through the names where you can go borrow money all over the country. It's not that hard. In fact, it's almost like opening the yellow pages and going down and just making 3 appointments a day. Get your good business plan. You can do it on Lotus. Well, I don't know if Lotus 123's got a business, but you got software to do business plans now, pretty sophisticated ones. And you pack about 40 of them in your car, and you just start pounding the streets. For those of you that aren't willing to do that, then you wasted your money coming here.
Yeah.
Oh, Mike, for Mr. Hoffman. Huh?
You don't obviously believe in when a company goes out of business and somebody says, well, they just grew too fast. That's what happened.
No, that's an excuse. They went out of business because of mismanagement. I've never seen a company that grew too fast. They went out of business because they grew too fast. I've only seen companies that were mismanaged. Because you've got to be able to manage rapid growth. And managing 25, 50, 100% growth a year is a lot different than managing 2% growth. Big difference. Big difference between not playing to win and playing not to lose. Big difference. And that's why I said joint ventures, you got to find somebody. You can grow geometrically, exponentially without somebody that's been there. It's harder. It's not impossible. But if you're willing to make the mistakes along the road, then you can do it on your own. Make a lot of mistakes. Make a lot of decisions. Open a lot of restaurants that fail. Open a few that are super successful. Yes, sir.
When you look for businesses, should they be associated associated types of your business or just anything?
No. Well, I used to think anything, but I don't anymore because I lost, like I said, I'm $40 million down here in the last few years. No, I believe they should have some, be at least ancillary, some sort of tangential relationship. So there, and I don't like to use this word, so there's some synergism. I'm not sure I know what that means, but I know everybody uses it. So there's some synergism. I don't like, businesses are way off in the, in Lapland and the, right now, because I'm in the fire resistance business, making fabrics by changing the molecular structure, we're looking at other things that are related to fire protection, fire resources. Well, that's the name of the company, Fire Resources, because they can be all kind of wrapped up together. Because I'm in the, what I call the business success coaching business, we're looking at the things that are, books, tapes, TV, that are, have something to do with that. Mike, for the young man over here.
You alluded to several times about how you change the relationship around when you see a banker. You don't go at them the conventional way. Because so far, I've only heard the conventional type way. How do you turn it around in terms of you're coming to them asking for something, that their attitude, how do you make...
Okay, that's a good question. We're going to use Burl for an example. One example. I'll try to give a couple more. When I first met Burl, I had already told you that she had never been turned down by the Royal Bank of Canada in 25 years, which I was stunned. I think I almost fell over when she told me. And I said, well, you're obviously not asking for anywhere near enough money, for starters, I mean. So, when you're getting ready to change your relationship with your bank, first of all, most of you are dealing with a bank you shouldn't deal with, so I wouldn't be wasting my time changing the relationship with the Doofus bank you're already doing business with. I'd go find me a bank that can take you to the next level. So everything I'm about to say, unless you're dealing with already a huge bank that can do that, you're going to use this on somebody else. The banks, basically, in today's environment, want deposit relationships, and they're forced to do debt relationships, but everybody's scared from what happened in the 80s. So to sweeten the pie, like I just renewed a loan that I had, I rolled over for another 2 years, not because I couldn't pay it off, but because I wanted to maintain the relationship with the bank. I wanted him to be able to be happy, and I know that he was charging me 3 over prime, which I'm big enough, I don't have to pay 3 over prime. But I wanted to set him up for the next time I need to use him. So I rolled this, this loan over, paying interest when I don't have to. That's one of the first things. Pay interest when you don't have to. Second thing is, don't bitch and complain about fees and stuff like that. If the difference between 1 over prime and 3 over prime kills your deal, forget the deal, shit can it. I mean, you shouldn't have to. I mean, the deal shouldn't be that tight. If you're in a deal that's tight, that means there's no margin for any mistakes whatsoever. And we already know you're going to make mistakes, and we already know the doofuses that work for you are going to make mistakes. So you've locked yourself into a recipe for failure. If the deal's so tight, the difference between 1 and 3 over prime makes a difference, something's wrong. It's absolutely wrong. Because you're going to make mistakes. I make mistakes all the time, so if I make mistakes, God knows everybody else is. Okay, so don't argue about the fees so much, Tell the guy or the gal that you're changing banks because you've outgrown this bank can't take you to the next level. Everybody hears that. And it's true a lot of times. It's important to leave your other bank on a good relationship, not that, that the guy's badmouths you when the guy calls and says, a way to do that is leave a little money in the bank. Because he knows when you leave that little money in the bank and you're taking your banking relationship away, there's only one reason you're leaving that money in the bank.
Come back.
Maybe. No. You're leaving that money in the bank because to soothe the cut around his throat you just did. And he'll appreciate that. And he'll talk so good about you. Oh, this guy is a prince among men. And instead of this, late on his loan, blah, 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 blah. Okay, that's how you start. Now see, and you're doing something, this is against conventional wisdom. Why would I leave any money with these pricks when I'm not going to do business with them anymore? Because you don't want them to cut your throat, that's why. Now when you're big and you're moving 80, 100, $400 million, you can do that. But nobody in this room has fallen into that category, you know. I called the president of Chemical Bank and I said, I wish we had the kind of phones where you could tell, you know, the TV screens, so you could see this. I'm taking my $85 million out of your bank and I hope you rot in hell. But I mean, I'm not suggesting you do that. I'm not suggesting, you know. So that's for starters. Secondly, you come to him with a cogent, intelligent, well thought out business plan. And you don't even have to be that smart. You can do this on software. They got all kinds of software now, I'm told. I don't know how to do it myself, but I know you can put together a business plan, a fairly copious one. I mean, in not too much time. Plug in the numbers and they pump them out. Instead of on the back of a yellow pad, and I mean, like Burl does. But Burl's got a lot more money than most people in this room, and she's got a track record of 20 years of doing this. Big difference. Okay. Next, you always ask for 3 to 5 times more of a line of credit. First of all, I'm coming here because I need a line of credit. I don't need someplace to hold my deposits. I can do that in my tin can in my backyard. And for the interest rate you're giving me, I might as well keep my money in my tin can in the backyard. You're going before a relationship. That's a great word. They're like, I want to build a strong relationship, because it's now called relationship banking. Hey, Jim, do they still call it relationship banking? Yeah. Yeah, it's a doofus term if I ever heard one. Some MBA moron came up with that deal. Because I want to build a relationship, because I'm going to be here long term. You're going to be here long term until they stop funding your deals, and you're going to go someplace else, but you don't need to tell them that. That's long term to you until they stop funding your deals. Then like, don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out. So you're asking for 3 to 5 times what you want. They'll agree on some number that's probably, a lot of you don't even have lines of credit. So, I mean, they'll ultimately agree on some number that's infinitely more than you think you can use. You always want a line of credit much larger than you think you can use. And then, believe me, I'll show you, you'll learn how to use it. Because what you want is you want the ability, when a deal comes to you, you can commit to it. And one of the reasons that we were able to go, additional reason we were able to grow so fast, is I was able to make commitments like this. Because I knew I could put the interim financing together myself through my own cash and lines of credit. And then I could go put together permanent financing later. On a smaller scale, you can do the same thing. Banks don't want to hear that you're going to grow at 11% a year, contrary to what you might have been told. Banks want to believe that you're going to grow at 50% a year. Because in the initial stages where most of these businesses are, if you're not going to grow at 30, 50% a year, something's wrong. Something is definitely wrong. For those of you that run more seasoned business, you can take some of that away, but they want, if I were Craig Hoffman, I'd go and say, I plan on starting a chain that in 3 years is going to have 100 stores. And I'm assuming this, I don't know if it's true. I run profitable, well managed, blah, blah, blah. This is the bottom line on these stores. Use one store as a model, obviously your best store as a model. I can make 100 of these cloned. He's already done it once, as they say in Texas. So the bank will believe, short of other, some other rationale, that he should be able to do it. And these are the 25 cities I'm going to do it in. Now, he's already got a track record of running successfully for a number of years. For those of you that have no track record, they're going to be asking for the equity in your house. You're going to have to sign. And if you're not willing to do that, then you're not going to be able to grow. That's why joint venture partners or giving up equity, big chunk equity, doesn't matter. In the first couple deals, I made 90 grand and $50 million. On my deal with Leggett, I don't know, we did $20 million in business, and maybe I made a couple $100,000. I don't remember now. It's been a long time ago. But just a moment. But the idea is, when you have a track record of transactions, the banks and financial institutions and the joint venture partners and all the other people that I've alluded to for the last 2.5 days are more readily and willing and able to get comfortable with giving you what you need. Yes?
You said shopping a lot of different banks. How do you avoid the credit reporting? If you've got 20 reports that you're shopping for money, does that affect you negatively?
No, it never did me. I mean, I shopped all over the United States, all over the world. I mean, so it's something I never worried about. It never affected me. It just never did. It was always more important to me to get the money than it was what the other bank that I could always explain away. It never happened to me, but I mean, I could always explain away. Well, I mean, they ran 9 TRWs or whatever the words are. I said, yeah, well, I've made 9 presentations. This business opportunity is going to go away in a few weeks if I can't fund it. So, and I can't wait every doofus bank. I mean, I got to go through the credit committee and this committee and that committee. The bank will understand. The bank will understand. See, you're thinking of ways why it shouldn't be done or it can't be done. I mean, you come up with a lot more obstacles than banks do. And again, it gets back to because you're not as comfortable with your deals as you think you are. You're not as willing to make those major commitments. See, I said it the first day, bless you, talking about being successful is cocktail talk of the 90s, It's like when you were 12 or 13 years old and you talked about sex, you hadn't gotten laid yet, It's the thing to do when you're 12 or 13. When you're a boy, look at Playboy or whatever you used to look at. And if you're not willing to do that, I mean, then all the grandiose things that I can talk about that have worked, and all the half a dozen people that we've talked to up here that are testimonial to, that it works. At the end of the day, you still have to be willing to pay that price to action and make that commitment. Okay. Did I answer your question about the banks? Okay. Any other questions so far? Does everybody understand how what I'm talking about applies to them? Okay. Now. Oh, ma'am.
This isn't exactly on the track, but it has to do with borrowing money. I'm just curious to know how you managed to get 11% financing, 1,100% of financing on that castle.
I put up, how many millions of dollars? Let me think. I put up collateral outside the bank, outside the actual castle and the grounds and the estate. That more than amply covered the coverage that they wanted. That's how I got 11%, 100%.
Guaranteed it.
Yeah.
Oh, I guarantee. I've had to guarantee every single thing I've ever had. When I borrowed 120% of my Houston house, I guaranteed it. I mean, it goes without saying. Most of you aren't willing to do that. And if you're not willing to do it, then, then a lot of what I've talked about, most of what I've talked about, you won't be able to accomplish. Somebody once asked me at a speech when I was just whipping the crowd. This was in Baltimore, Maryland. I was just whipping them like a dog because I was really pissed off because they were asking stupid questions. And there were 65 CEOs. About half a dozen were women. And somebody asked me, he said, Mr. Pena, he said, how much of what your success would you base on brains and how much on balls? Good question. Anybody want to guess how I answered it? No, 50-50. 50-50. And it wasn't, and actually in hindsight probably 70-30 or 80-20. I mean, brains versus the other. And because when you're really committed about something, you actually believe it's going to work. Ladies and gentlemen, see, the trouble is your deals, you don't actually believe they're going to work. There's a big difference. I know mine will work. You only think maybe perhaps on the 29th of February in the year 2006, if a star hits you, yours will work. There's a big difference. And the reason mine do work and Rick Scott's work is because they believe. Rick believes. Rick believes he's going to control, by God he is. Little skinny doofus that he is, But if you don't believe, at one time, I don't know if everybody believed in Santa Claus, but I know I did. And I believed in Santa Claus till I was 11 years old. And I wanted to believe. My kids don't believe in anything. They believe in dollars and cents and pounds sterling. That's all my kids believe in. But if you don't believe in it enough, if you're that kid in the sandlot, throw it to me, throw it to me. If you don't believe, your hands are going to catch the ball. By God, you won't. Self-esteem is the basis for excellence in business. All the rest comes after if you don't believe. If you're experiencing no anxiety or discomfort, the risk you are taking probably isn't worthy of you. The only risks that aren't a little scary are the ones you've outgrown. A high comfort level provides solid evidence that you're playing it safe, not growing, not really testing your limits at all, and not in the process of a quantum leap. I knew he was going to get up there for this one.
Boss, I gotta get
Okay, I know this one is the heavy duty one. This is a good one. But see, I think you're all heavy duty. See, that's the difference. I think everything I say is dynamite.
You're in love with yourself.
You goddamn right I am. I'm going to ask Linda will be here. She said, if you ask me to say that again, I'm going to say no, Dan. I'm going to tell them a different story. So I'm not going to ask her. She says, I don't like you putting me on the spot and making me say that. I'm not making you. It's true, but we don't need to tell everybody in Southern California. If you're experiencing no anxiety, some people in this room haven't felt anxiety since the last time you asked your first date out. The risk you're taking probably isn't worthy of you. The only risks that aren't a little scary are the ones you've outgrown. A high comfort level provides solid evidence you're playing it safe, not growing, not really testing your limits at all, and not in the process of a quantum leap. It's natural to want to be in the tummy of the kangaroo, the mommy, and they're nice and warm and cuddly. But that's not how you grow a business. In battle, it's a lot easier to sit on the bottom of the foxhole, watching the things go over your head. It's a lot easier than popping your head up. It's a lot safer. Not many battles won that way.
And revenue volume before you go public, dude?
No, it depends on the industry, but I mean...
I've heard people say you have to be up to like 50 million before they start to look at you and stuff.
No, you can be public on... because we're at the top of the bull market, there's you can go public on regional exchanges, Denver Exchange, the over-the-counter market. No, that's not really true. If you want a listing on a major exchange and you want to be brought public by a major New York investment house, then you're going to have to be a fairly sizable company. I'm not sure 50 million is big enough. It might be 100 million. Yeah, no, if you want to be on the major NASDAQ or American Stock Exchange, you have to have a pretty large company. But they're little, $10 million revenue companies that go public all the time. I know a guy I know out in Calabasas here that just took last year. He makes
Those DC carpets?
ink, the cartridges for laser printers. He makes cartridges. He's got one contract with Simmons.
Who is this?
I don't know. Lorraine, what's that guy's name out there?
What
Okay.
city? What city?
Calabasas.
Because that's the industry I'm in.
That's why I thought of it. I read the and forms you fill out, I'm not like, everybody collects these forms and then uses them for toilet paper. I actually read the Doofus remarks you put down.
But do you have the name?
We can find out the name. Yeah.
He went public?
He went public last year. He does $6 or $7 million of revenue, and he went public with some little company called, He's in Agoura, or Calabasas, yeah. And he has a major contract with Simmons, and it's a month-to-month contract. It's a month-to-month. It's not even a yearly contract, month-to-month. I read the prospectus over and over again. I couldn't get a hold of him. The guy was in Salt Lake City or something on business, and we finally got a hold of him. Auntie did the review of the analysis for me, and he said, I think this is a misprint because this was like a proof of the prospectus. It can't be a month-to-month. It must be year-to-year or something. And when I talked, he said, no, it's a month-to-month. They can cancel with 30 days notice. A company like Simmons can cancel with 1 minute notice. I don't remember, but we can find out. But he went public, and he turned his little company. They lost $300,000 the last fiscal year, and he turned his little company into a 15 million market cap, $15 million market cap, and he owned 60% of the stock. And I couldn't believe he did it. But that's why I knew Pardon?
How much did he raise?
We see. They sold 25% of the company. For what's 25% of? No, they sold 40% of the company. 40% of 15 million. What's that?
Enough.
6 million. He raised $6 million.
Hey, Dan, can I do a little answer to that question?
Okay.
What was the question? Well, you asked the question, how large does the company have to be to go public? One of the firms that designs all my restaurants, I heard they were designing a restaurant up in Universal Studios, and it was going public. And it was the highest. It went public, and it was one of the stocks that went up the most in the restaurant industry last year. It's called Country Star. The guys that founded this restaurant had never been in the restaurant business.
Good.
Had never opened a restaurant. They went and they got Morgan Stanley or somebody back east. They sold them on an idea for a restaurant concept. And they gave equity away. They gave 10% to Country Stars. It was modeled after Hard Rock Cafe. Hard Rock Cafe. They just opened in Universal Studios at City Walk, I don't know, the end of the summer. But he generated $7 million and $15 or $20 million in warrants with no experience, and I just couldn't believe it. Because I've been in the business 20 years, and the guy he'd never run a restaurant before.
But you believe it now?
Well, yeah, I do.
You should venture with him.
Yeah.
And I mean, he took this designer that worked for me back to New York, and they put the charts up, and these guys all sat in a room. They said, "We can sell that," and they.
That's all it takes.
I mean, I couldn't believe it.
Yeah.
Idea 5 minutes before everybody else, and it's such a great concept when you go to the restaurant and you're familiar with that whole genre, Planet Hollywood and Hard Rock Cafe. It just made sense that with all the country music fans, they'd go to a restaurant like this. So now I understand they're expanding to Las Vegas and all of those cities. The idea was good enough so that I'm not surprised that they could raise that much money with no experience at it.
Just like when I took an option public, the hundreds of people came in after me. But I mean, I had no experience. These guys have no experience. See? You don't have to have experience. You don't have to be ready. These guys were obviously promoters. They were comfortable. I mean, rightly or wrongly, that validates what I'm talking about. And somebody, like I said, some doofus in the world will. Morgan Stanley knows nothing about restaurants. You know, that's why I get excited when I hear Morgan Stanley in the room. I mean, I start salivating. They got those moron Ivy League MBAs in there. Sherry Wright, the Morgan Stanley guys. I mean, I would rather be across the table from them than anybody. The ones I don't want to be across from are those hard from Bear Stearns, where I came out of. I mean, these guys. I mean, you don't want to be across the table from them. You want to get up and leave. You want to see those white shoe Ivy League guys, you know, all puffed up. So then you can just peel them like a banana. Any problem solved will be replaced immediately by a larger, more complicated one. If you're not having to deal with challenges, problems that are bigger than the ones you just solved, then you're not growing geometrically. And it's never a time to count your victories. It's only a time to count the opportunities that you have yet to encounter. As Jonah Salk, this is what I tell Lorraine. Lorraine doesn't like this. As Jonah Salk said, the reward for work well done is merely the opportunity to do more. That's all the thanks you get. The opportunity to do more work. You like that one, didn't you, John? Jim? John's blanching up here. The reward for work well done is the opportunity to do more work. Okay, now, you have in your packet a red flag investment checklist. Okay, while you're looking for that, somebody placed an article up here. I don't know if it was Jim. An article, is this from the Journal?
Yeah.
From the Wall Street Journal, today's Journal, and the title of the article is Golden Touch. New entrepreneurs offer a simple lesson in building a fortune. What do new super rich have in common? Guts and ideas of convenience. And it gives examples, 3 or 4 examples, how guys with no experience that were basically morons made, 5 examples.
I'll transport it on my way.
I just have to ask again. The guy who raised $6 million only had one deal with one company, that Simmons, that recharging, that.
No, he had a half a dozen little regional month-to-month contracts here in the Valley, in the San Fernando Valley. He had one deal with Simmons.
And that was the big one.
That's it. Month to month.
I feel good.
Yeah, month to month. And I told him he'd never get it off the ground, because I mean, based on my background, I said nobody's gonna buy this. And it was done by a company, I thought it was Barclays Bank out of New York, but this is Barclays Investment House out of Philadelphia, which is a one-office shop, probably got 9 guys in it. I've never been there. And it was also co-underwritten by a little group out of Solona Beach. Where the hell's Solona Beach? Okay. Now the amount of investment firms, pardon?
By the sea.
Okay, well the amount of investment houses in Solona Beach, you got to be 0. I mean, that's who co-underwrote it, and they raised the guy $6 million.
Sure you can't see me earlier tomorrow?
Okay, I'm going to go through the checklist. Lorraine's going to be copying. I don't know what happened here. A little glitch. Okay. If you use this, now, see, I know it by heart. I mean, I don't have to use the list anymore, but I mean, and the things that we've already covered. If you follow this diligently, it'll preclude you from making a lot of mistakes. Investigate before you invest. Stick to your knitting. Stay laser beam focused. When you're working on a deal, ladies and gentlemen, be it a contract or whatever, you stay on that deal till it lives or dies, until the baby's dead or until it's burping. You don't get off on willy-nilly on something else. Now, I can get off willy-nilly because I've got 8 or 10 people that do these things for me. If it was just me, I can't do that. You, one thing at a time. Plan well, but then implement and execute. Avert avoidable mistakes. Forget about that which you cannot change. Seek advice of those whom you respect. That's your mentors. Dedicate yourself, dedicate yourself, dedicate yourself. And in the words of Winston Churchill, commencement speech, 1946 or 47, Cambridge University, shortest commencement speech on record. He got up, supposedly juiced up to the gills, with a big cigar in his mouth, and I normally smoke cigars, and because I'm a kinder, gentler guy now, I'm not smoking cigars, and you notice that? Yeah, I'd be blowing smoke right in your hair so you smell like that. And he said, never, ever, 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 ever quit. Thank you very much. And he walked back down and collapsed into his chair. Never, never, ever, ever quit. Now, this is the checklist for one to investigate prospective business associations. Base your search on information you have, voters' records, lawsuits, criminal convictions, and all these things can be done fairly easily. I personally have never done them myself. I've always hired somebody to do them, but I mean, you can do them yourself by going to the library. I think, isn't it the library? Kathleen, is that you?
That's it. What is that? Do you know the program? Because I know there is one. You have it?
You can get on that or online then.
Okay.
Is this stuff that's printed someplace?
Yeah, we're giving it to you. She's going up. She's going to get it right now because somehow it didn't get in your packet. Best laid plans. Remember I said? Best laid plans. Okay, check both the individual name and the company name when you're doing your searches. Company, special licensing, like if you're a real estate broker, mortgage broker, whatever you need special licensing for. The schools they went to, property guarantor records. When I'm looking to hire somebody or I'm looking to go into a joint venture with them or a business relationship, when I go through doing the due diligence on them, if I find one mistake on their resume or CV, that's it. There is no relationship. I'm very careful to say I graduated on the dean's list at undergraduate school. I didn't graduate with honors. I used to put honors down because I was on the dean list, but I didn't graduate with honors. I wasn't magna cum laude or summa cum laude. And so if you put down you went to Harvard, you better, we call Harvard, or you say you were at Oxford. I've been at Oxford. I walked across the Oxford campus. But I mean, you better have gone to Oxford, and they better have your miserable name on some diploma there someplace. And if you allude and you say, like there's an MBA executive course and there's a 5-week or 9-week course at Harvard where you get some kind of Doofus certificate, you better make sure I understand it's that Doofus certificate, not an MBA from Harvard. And I mean, because to me that is a show of integrity. It's also a show that you lack self-confidence in yourself because you have to make up things about yourself. And I just won't do business with anybody that falls into that category. That's a personal thing. Not necessarily, I can't speak from the mouth for the South and all these other guys, but I can tell you for me, each party, now we're talking about external growth still, remember? And that's why we had the checklist up there. Now, in external growth, there's going to be the active acquisitions. And in acquisitions, you're going to have to learn to negotiate if you don't already. Some of you in the room probably already think you know how to negotiate. And each party to every negotiation has a comfort zone. The effective negotiator is one who can define the boundaries of the other party's zone and place the deal at the boundary nearest to its own interests. Now, in your cases, almost under any circumstances, it's better to give on a negotiation and get the deal done than to get the best deal you can. And because, i.e., when you're negotiating with a bank, the other following sheets are coming. If you're negotiating with a bank, I mean, the difference between 1 over prime and 3 over prime is nothing and just get the deal done, just get the money. My theory in building a company has always been just get the money. Under any circumstances, just get the money. No matter what it costs, just get the money. Like a broken record, no matter what it costs, just get the money. Just get the money. And make the fees with your lawyers and accountants contingent on them making sure you get the money. Just get the money. Just get the money. I mean, you never see in all these big transactions, they never say that they're paying 1/2 under prime, 1 over prime. They never list the interest rate, do they? Because nobody cares. Just get the money. Just get the money. Nobody cares because it's not important. As my grandmother, who's expiring right now at the age of 92, would say, because it's only a little bit important. It's only a little bit important, which means it's not important at all. It's not important. And only little people worry about things that are a little bit important. And when you're a little person that worries about little things that are only a little bit important, you stay a little person. And that's not what the seminar is all about. The seminar is all about growing exponentially and hunting with the big dogs. And for those of you that are from the South or any of those areas, you better appreciate hunting with the big dogs, what that means. What'd you say, pee in the what yesterday?
Pee in the tall grass of the big dogs.
Yeah, pee in the tall grass of the big dogs. I like that. Yeah, yeah, pee in the tall grass. My housekeeper, who's a black woman, Ruth Brooks, who is from North Carolina, and she picked tobacco. And she says these kids, these also-rans that pick cotton, that ain't nothing. They're picking tobacco. And her husband died during the Vietnam War, and she's put 3 girls through school, through graduate school at USC. I think one's a dentist, one's a teacher, and one is the aide to Janet Reno at whatever the hell Janet Reno does, Attorney General. And yeah, that's right, man. And she says, when I used to have my young students over, and when the young kids have come over to visit me, she doesn't like kids much because they all wants to get paid and nobody wants to work anymore, mister. Now, I still haven't forgot that question you're going to answer. You know, I probably let your lunch settle too much before you're going to toss it up on the table now, but the dark side of equity financing. If you're going to have external growth and you're going to use other people's money, or you're going to use the bank's money, there's a dark side to that. If Craig Hoffman took his operation public, which he's, although, you know, a lot of smaller operations have been taken public than his, probably at some point in time, he'd lose control of the company and he'd get ousted out, thrown out on his ass. That's just, you know, a matter of life. That's not saying anything about his management skills, it's not saying anything about anything. But that's just what happens. That's why a lot of guys don't go public. Because, you know, what am I going to do? And I took the attitude, what I'm going to do is I'm going to count all the money I got. And I'll spend the rest of my life counting all my money. Now, but you have to realize that when you take in equity partners, that's a possibility. Because people that put up money will not allow you to stick around once you've reached your Peter principle. Peter principle meaning the maximum that you can do. Because they're there to make money. They're not there for you to fulfill your life's dream. They're there to get a return on your money. And Rick Scott is a preeminent ender of life dream thoughts for other people. Believe me. I mean, Rick is very, very, you know, matter of fact, very bright guy. And I'm told he's gotten to be a very good manager. I didn't know him as a manager, but so you've got to understand that with that money that you want more than life comes, there's another side. Everything's got is a two-edged sword. There's another side of it. So there is a dark side to the equity financing. And once you accept that idea that I would rather be a large part of a $100 million company than all of a $5 or $10 million company, it's easy to deal with until they throw you out. Then it becomes a little more difficult to deal with.
But then you got the money.
Then you just, yeah, that's right. Then you count the money. Whenever I feel bad, I stand on my wallet. You know, whenever I feel bad, I stand on my wallet. It makes me feel better right away.
Milk another cow.
That's right. Okay, now, managing growth and preparing for diversification. Big dreams, big problems, big rewards. Now, this is kind of a summary of a lot of the things that we talked about. Okay, closing the deal. If you're not ready to die, then you can't be ready to live. If you're not ready to do everything humanly possible short of dying, then the chances of the deal coming to fruition are just diminished greatly. You want to simulate success. That's how you attract the big boys. By simulating success, remember you only have one time to make a first impression, by acting successful, by hanging around with the big dogs, peeing in the tall grass. I mean, those are where you pick up the traits, the characteristics of high-performance, super successful people. The thing you've got to understand, you don't have to hit a home run every time you're at the plate, but you do have to swing. You can't just let the fastballs zip by you. You've got to swing. Sometimes you'll strike out, sometimes you'll hit a base hit or a double or a triple, and sometimes you'll knock it over the fence. Now, the way you position yourself for a grand slam only comes with experience. I know that Fire Resources and the thing that the Mosbys are running for me is an opportunity for a grand slam. I know that easily Fire Resources can have a in the billions of dollars market capitalization. I know that. I didn't even have to crunch any numbers. I didn't have to do any of those things, because when DuPont has two plants that each cost them $300 or $400 million to build, that just make Nomex, which is the competing product, and they've had a lock on the product since the early 60s, and they've said that we will viciously defend our market share, and they've done everything humanly possible to keep everybody else out of the business for 25 years, I know there's a big pot of gold there. I know that. I don't need anybody to crunch any Lotus 1, 2, 3s for me. And that's why when I settled up with Great Western, in addition to the cash I got, I took that patent, that oven, that special oven that we made in Italy, and I'm willing to fund it myself. Yet I'm still giving away equity. I'm sure I could find people to run it that and other people I don't have to give away anything. I'm sure, I'm positive I could find some guys from the textile industry. But I'm not doing that. Now, why would I do that when not all, but most of my adult career in business, I've done it the other way successfully? Now, why? Some people would say, well, because they're going to be billions of dollars, and for every point you're giving away is $100 million, or I haven't really run those numbers. Maybe the Mosbys have. They're shaking their head. Yeah, they have. I haven't run those numbers, so I don't know. You can ask Jim at the break what the numbers break down. But I mean, 1 or 5% or whatever is a lot of money, and I could easily talk myself out of doing that. But I haven't, because I know, and the reason I don't even think about it is because I don't want to even for a moment put myself in the position of second-guessing myself. I'd be a fool to start using a different formula now after all the successes I've had. I mean, I'd be crazy. And I've been called a lot of things in my life, but one of them's not crazy. Okay. Track record of deals. Other people's money. The best way for most of you to get within your comfort zone so you don't throw up when you do some of these things is on the back of somebody else for the first few times. Join up with somebody that's either got the expertise and or the money. Smart people that have the expertise, like myself, will say, fine, you can find the money, I'll give you the expertise. Because you'll be a better business person, you'll be more effective once you've scraped around on your belly, licking the boots of 50 or 100 financial institutions. And then that way, then you can train somebody like I train people now. Because just because I'm telling you how to do it, until you've done it, you can't train anybody. And we've got one of the big-time trainers in the United States sitting here, and I think he would agree with that. Until you've done it yourself, you can't train anybody. We've talked a lot about being ready for success versus being comfortable. You're never ready. Kirk Gibson wasn't ready to hit that home run in the Dodgers 88 or 89 World Series triumph. He was comfortable. He said, I got one good swing in me. It's being comfortable that you're going to be able to perform. It's the comfort level that the people that work with you, that you're not going to eat their head off when they do something wrong, that will allow them to make those judgments, those decisions to carry you to the next level. The Mosbys met with Luda Weasel this morning, and I mean, he was a formidable opponent. Smart, slippery guy. A lot of success in business. And I sent him into the breach like the Christians to the lions. And they did good. They did good. Good's a relative term, but they did good. They did good. They didn't sign over any stock to him. They didn't give him any money, so they did good. But I mean, it's the comfort. It's not the readiness. Staying on track. The outcome, this is important. Outcome equals commitment plus or minus measurement plus or minus modification. Your outcome that you're looking for is your commitment plus or minus measurement plus or minus modification, because you have to continue to modify the things you do. You've been given, I think, the red flag checklist a little late, but you've been given it for investing. And we've talked about dealing with the dark side. When they come at what you love. For some of you, to lose control of the company that you run 10 or 20 years, in theory, could be devastating. Because some people, their whole self-worth, their whole basis for self-esteem evolves around their work. That's why people don't turn loose. Their sense of self-esteem is directly related to what they do. And if they give away what they do, they give away their self-esteem. When they really should think about, when you give away self-esteem, you build self-esteem. Don't overlook the obvious, and why any challenge resolved should be replaced by a much larger challenge and a more complicated one, otherwise you're not growing. Like somebody, Leanne will call me from Houston or send me a fax and she'll say, we must be making a lot of progress because we have problems. We must be growing geometrically this week because, boy, we're in the middle of a pile of shit. I say, yeah. And as she said, she's talked to a couple of the seminars. That's a couple of the seminars because she's been there, and she says, the blacker things get, because normally people would ask Leanne, or I don't know if they've asked Lorraine. I'm not asking Lorraine to comment on this. Is it really like this? Is this how it really is? Blah, 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 blah. And they ask questions of my wife the same. But Leanne would tell you, the blacker it gets, the crappier it gets, the nastier it gets, the more pessimistic the set of circumstances that I'm involved in, the happier I am. And the reason I like that is because from chaos I know comes order, and with order comes a lot of money. And I've never made a lot of money without a lot of problems. So if I'm not having any problems, then I know I'm not going to make any money. And if I'm not going to make any money, I'd rather be playing golf with Hoffman or something, you know. So when we don't have a lot of problems, then I'm not doing anything. Just the contrary to the conventional wisdom that you've been taught, you've been brought up in. Anybody have any questions on this? Because this is a summary of sorts. Because, ladies and gentlemen, it's a very small step from the limo to the gutter. Yeah, it's a very small step. And it's a big step from the gutter to the limo. Yeah. You know, it's interesting. When I parked cars, when I was going to high school, I used to park cars at a place called the Pump Room on Ventura Boulevard, Studio City. And when they parked a car in those days, a big tipper would give you $1 to park his car, and most people gave you nothing. And maybe they give you the change in their pocket, a quarter, 50 cents. I look at people that park cars today, and I see the money. You realize now, this when I was in high school, that was over 30 years ago. People still give $1. Yeah, I mean, and some people still don't give anything. When I'm in Century City in the Twin Towers, they fight to park my car. I mean, and no, they don't want to drive the Cobra. When I pull up in a Cobra, they say, Mr. Pena, can you park right here in front? Because they're afraid to drive it because if they hurt it or something. But they fight because, you know, I get $5 or whatever, you know, I just give them some because I used to park cars, just like I used to be a caddy. You know, and I used to caddy for Alice Marble, the U.S. 1946 or 48 U.S. Open tennis women's champion. And I used to carry, you schlep the bags along, you know, and they used to pay $6 for a single in those days and $12 for a double. And they didn't have those light bags. These were those big Neanderthal, like I've got these big Neanderthal bags, and I'd be like a coolie. And my son is in a theater group, but the Will Greer Theater Group today. In fact, my wife should be here pretty soon. Maybe she'll bring my son. Will Greer was the guy that played on the Waltons, the grandpa. When he left a lot of money when he died to forming the Will Greer Theater Group in Topanga Canyon.
Yeah, come Botanicum, they called him.
Yeah? Okay. Well, my son is a part of that group. My son is directing Shakespeare. He's 12 years old. And he's, you know, he thinks he's Lord Olivier already, and which is good. That's good, you know. It's better than him thinking he's not. And so, he has no concept of getting a job when he's 12 years old. You know, it's different. You know, it's a different life, different generation. It's wise to keep in mind, ladies and gentlemen, that no success or failure is necessarily final. Whether you haven't been successful to this date doesn't mean it's forever. And to the extent that you've been successful to this date doesn't mean that's forever. Now, I get excited when I find somebody who's like a medical doctor who's going to go out and do something else. You know, I think that's great. That's because he's been a medical doctor a while. It's not like he just got out of his internship, I do believe, unless my eyes are failing me. Yeah, but I mean, that's great. You're looking for new challenges. You know, most people in this room, if they were, you know, notwithstanding the way the laws have changed and medical insurance have said, you know, you're doctor for life. Creating your exit strategy. Now, before we get into this, we're going to go around. Remember the question I asked earlier? What was the question?
What were we going to do with what
How does this apply to me?
No.
No. What do we have to do?
To what?
To go on with our plan, with what we learned here.
What price are you willing to pay?
Pay. Very good. Okay. What price does the make your stomach turn up inside you? At what price? We're going to start at the back of the room. Burl, what price are you willing to pay? And she's already made about, you know, a quantum leap. Oh, the mic. It's right there.
There is no price that's too high.
Ooh, I like that answer. Give her a gun, then. Give her a gun. That's good.
I could probably use it.
I know. I was making a joke, bro. You didn't have to tell everybody in the whole room. You know. Okay. And okay, whatever. Okay, no price too high, right? Okay, next. And I don't want the bullshit answer that you know, that you, because I know she meant what she said. I want the real answer.
You notice he puts in the bullshit caveat before it gets to me.
You have some of my blanket.
I think the scariest thing for me at this point right now, and that's the question, right? What would you not want to do? And therefore, what are you prepared to do? Is to take this job, this radio show job, and be prepared to quit. Outright leave, quit that job. Because tomorrow morning, when 2 million people read that paper, including Geffen and Spielberg and everybody else, my boss is not going to like me very much on Monday morning. Because if today...
We're talking about your exit strategy a little early then.
If today what he's paying me isn't enough, then by Monday it certainly isn't enough.
But it doesn't matter what the moron's saying. You already told me your boss was a moron.
Right. Yeah. Oh, absolutely. Sure.
Yeah, okay, I mean...
But the price would be to, in a very un-Mexican way, okay? In a way that you never tell your Mexican grandmother about, quit a job that has elevated you to this point in a very irrational way. So, and to be jobless for, 2 hours, 2 years, whatever.
Closer to 2 hours than 2 years, I'm sure. But you're right. That's the... Quit successful job. Okay, next.
With my new position, my whole...
He's the guy that chased this guy down like a dog all over the place and wore him down into hiring him, basically. Right?
Exactly.
Okay.
I make a whopping $500 a week, which I can't live on, so my balls are to the wall, and I have to perform to exist. So without performance and without saying what I do, if I don't perform or don't do what I said I can do, I'm looking for another job.
So you're going to have to perform?
Whatever it takes. Above and beyond. Legally or illegally. Yeah.
Perform at whatever it takes is a good answer almost for anybody in this room. But he quantified his. Next, please.
Well, in my company, I'm already one of the top producers, so my intention is to be the top producer. In order to do that, I'm going to continue getting up at 4 or 5 in the morning and going to bed at 1, 2 in the morning. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. What I really have is a list of intentions that are very, very well honed, laser beamed focus, and my intention is to do whatever it takes to realize those, and that changes from day to day. So it's actually being able to be creative daily, creative in the moment, and flexible as well as focused.
I can't focus. I can't spell focus. They're focused. Shit, man, focused. We're going to abbreviate whatever, W-E-I-T, so I don't keep writing it. Okay. Jim.
I think mine's, basically there is no price that's too high short of maybe killing my daughter. Notice I didn't say spouse, but I don't really think... I knew
that I loved that kid as soon as I saw him.
I don't think there is a price that I could put up there.
Well, if the first 4 guys are anywhere reasonably close to being accurate to what they are willing to do, I will make a guarantee. This is the 3rd guarantee I've made here today, or in the last 3 days, that they'll succeed beyond their wildest dreams. I mean, I can tell you that. The only caveat is if they really are sincerely mean it, because as Charles Schwab said in one of the slides, almost anything's impossible. Almost anything's possible with unlimited enthusiasm, and that's true. I mean, because Charles Schwab's not that smart either. He's a enthusiastic, energetic, passionate guy, though. Yes.
I think about a month ago I already paid that price because I felt that it was important for me to leave my job, and by doing that I was basically putting everything on the line, my whole career behind me, and pursue something that I was passionate about. And as of yesterday, I've already taken my quantum leap by making that decision. And as a result of this, I think what I learned was I needed to stretch myself to be more uncomfortable rather than comfortable, and make bigger decisions. Because I've always previously made decisions that were comfortable and easy.
Almost everybody does, because of the preconditioning that we've all unfortunately been put through by our families, more specifically our parents. We've learned to take the easy way out, and that's why when Napoleon Hill says people are like rivers, and they meander and they take, they're all crooked because they take the easy way out. The river meanders to where the ground's the softest or lowest. And there's nothing wrong with that. There is something wrong. Let me take that back. There's something wrong with it until you've been informed what it is. There's nothing wrong with it, or a little wrong with it, until somebody tells you. See, you're armed with a lot of knowledge, and one of which is if you really start to act like you don't give a shit what anybody thinks of you, that alone, you'll make so much money you won't be able to count it. I mean, Donald Trump takes pride on people not liking him. I can't begin to tell you how you're empowered over your competition, over your fellow worker, over your colleague. And again, I'm not talking about doing it in an unprofessional, seemingly ruthless manner. I mean, because you can just listen to, that's fine, in one ear and out. Just like you do your spouse. It goes in one ear and just floats through your empty head into the other. You know how you do with your children do to you? That's all I'm asking you to do. I'm not asking you to be a shithead or anything. Oh, yeah, honey, sure. And just go on and take care of business. I mean, that's not so bad. I mean, you do it every day anyway. Yeah, it's more fun being a shithead, he says. Okay, next. Doc, what do you got to say?
Right now, I'm not really working on anything, but once I find something that I can feel the real passion for, I'm willing to do whatever it takes.
That's an excellent point. Unless you feel the passion, don't be wasting a lot of effort on these things. That's an excellent point. You may already have found it. You may not find it for a week, a month, but don't be doing all these things until you find that thing that you can be passionate about. That's a good point. Sir.
Well, before I got here 3 days ago, I thought that I was willing to do whatever it takes. I proved it over the last year. Now I know without a question of a doubt that I'm willing to do whatever it takes. My wife validated that last night. She joined me after my first 2 days here. She said, "It's scary. You're almost cold." And I was. I mean, I don't want to associate. I've been getting that way anyhow. It wasn't just from these 2 days, but they finished it. They really did.
Well, if these 3 days don't put a stake in the heart of your wussy, wimpish attitudes about business, boy, because it's a jungle out there, and all these airy-fairy guys that run around and say it's not haven't made any money. I mean, these guys that I've alluded to for the last 2.5 days are assassins. These guys would rip your heart out and use your rib cage platter. And the 2 or 3 successful businesswomen I know are even worse. And I mean, this balanced life, airy fairy carted by the sea just is not possible. Just isn't. So that's good.
I appreciate everything.
Good. Thank you. Bruce.
Anything as long as it's legal, ethical, and moral, starting with ending the relationship we've talked about as soon as I humanly can.
He sent me a little note of 5 things he wanted to do, and the note, I read it, I forget, either last night or this morning, and he said it was on the back of a 5 Credo card, and it was to grow the business, I think 100 billion in revenue, 30 billion in assets, or something like that, and end a relationship with a business associate, and do whatever it takes, and as soon as you possibly can. And because it's easy, especially real hard decisions, so it's always easy to procrastinate about. It's very easy to get wishy-washy, and that's human nature. Again, it's our preconditioning. You know, it often amazes me how anybody winds up being successful with the training that we get from our parents and schools. I mean, it boggles my mind that anybody ever gets to be anything. I asked the question, or somebody asked me about leadership classes in college. Now, some of the better B schools do have leadership classes, but most of them don't, as far as I know. I think the Kennedy School does, and I think maybe Wharton does, and half a dozen others, maybe Stanford does. I don't think Anderson does here at UCLA, but when you've developed your leadership skills, that will automatically enhance your self-esteem and your ability to not be as concerned with what other people say. Norman Schwarzkopf, when he told them that they were going to attack Kuwait around going around the whole country and come in from, I believe, the northwest, and have his supply lines dispersed over 350 miles, that's not the way you win wars. You know, I've been to Command and General Staff School. That's not the way you win wars. You keep your supplies tight behind you. You don't spread them out over 350 miles and then get the hell knocked out of them. And all his Air Force people, all these guys that he had gone to school with and been, on the Joint Chiefs of Staff and known all these, they all told him he was nuts. But he said, it's either my way or the highway until the president relieves me, which I think he almost did. But the leadership, you're not as concerned because you know you got to take the heat. And part of being a high performance person, ladies and gentlemen, is when things go wrong, all the heat falls on one person. That's another reason that there's so few high performance people, because all this shit rolls downhill. Always have, always has, always will be. Always will, excuse me. You know? That's why President Bush was, he's a hero after the war, the Iraqi war, wasn't he? Because he got all the glory. If we had lost 300,000 guys and everything, boy, they would have impeached his ass. As it turns out, they might have well impeached him anyway, because they threw his butt out because the economy, he was judged on his economic prowess, which maybe he doesn't have much of. It's lonely up there. Okay, next.
Well, like Jay said, we do have a successful business, and I know that I'm ready to get rid of it if that's what it takes. My daughter called last night, and I'm not going to get rid of Jay, but I told her that we were going to start making money a different way, and she said, well, how? And I said, I don't know that, but I'm going to find out. And she said, well, has my dad woken up? And I said, yeah, he has. And what the next step is, I don't know, but I just know we're going to find a manager as soon as we're home, and we're going to start something else.
That's great. See, quantum thinking, they're going to start something else. Spin in a completely different direction. I mean, well, she's sitting in the back now, but with the young lady that was sitting up here in front, I got to get out. There used to be a song, I got to get out of this place. No matter what the hell, remember back in the 60s or 70s? I mean, and sometimes, a lot of times, that's what it takes. And I mean, if you're the most successful VR broker in the country 5 years in a row, not much place to go. I mean, at the very top. And other than down, and like when people used to say when we were the fastest growing energy company 5 years in a row, I mean, where are you going to go? I said, well, we're going to be 6 years in a row. As it turned out, we weren't 6 years in a row. But no, that's good. Yes, sir.
Well, on the first day, I said that I really had become aware of the need to, of the fuzziness of my own vision and the fuzziness of my focus. And coming from the East Coast to the West Coast, of course, we've been waking up at 4:30 every morning. But this morning at 4:30, I was tossing and turning in bed, and finally had to get up because it was just burning in my gut. And I went and sat on the toilet with the seat down, with my notepad, and began writing down the things that I woke up in my head and in my heart. And for me, the complacency is not there. For me, it's to stop caring about the morons, which today I've already had several opportunities to exercise and to keep the passion, literally eat, sleep, and live that focus and keep the burn there. Telling my family and taking the charge there, which I'm already doing because we're staying another day. Hey, honey, guess what? But so.
And on top of it, the gentleman from the LeGrand group, I'll probably be seeing every 4 to 6 weeks next year, and they're going to come and they're going to see me a week at the castle, and so they're going to be getting double, triple, quadruple doses. Yeah, but the replication, I mean, if you don't come back and hear me get around somebody that can be your mentor. I mean, Burl, this is the 9th or 10th, or I forget how many times Burl's been around, but it's replication. I mean, you know, I'm not trying to sell all the crap in the back of the room, but I mean, I listen to my own tapes day after day after day. And it makes me cry still when I listen to them. You know, I mean, and now my kids, I told you, they go blank. They just sit there like zombies, you know, and because, you know, and but you know, like the big dogs thing. I'd forgotten I used to say that. Want to hunt with now I'm going to say pee in the tall grass. I like that. Hunt with the big dogs and pee in the tall grass. Yeah, and so yeah. Okay, very good. Yes, sir.
Well, I have no restrictions placed on me as far as, well, from any quarter, actually, as far as home or family or friends or society in general is concerned. So I believe that we, even with a little conditioning, I could be ready for anything.
And he said
in a little while, but not right away, but within the next week or two, 3, 4 months.
He said an important word, conditioning. He understands how many years of conditioning he's had the other way, and it's not impossible to get over that. But I mean, it can be a laborious task. And that's why, like I tell my kids, if I ever, you know, get sick, or just put me down like the dog, I mean, because when you don't keep your mind active, I mean, you fall back into, it's like when I had a few drinks and I drive in the UK. I start driving on the wrong side because I learned how to drive on this side of the road. And I remember pulling out of the castle, the front gates one day, and Dan Jr. sitting there, and we're going. I said I was going to take him to get a haircut or something, and I'm on the American side of the road, and I don't like him I'm listening to my tapes. Now, I didn't have these kind of tapes then. I was listening to somebody's tapes. I don't know whose tapes. And he keeps going, poking me. And I said, what's wrong? He finally screams out, Daddy, Daddy, we're on the wrong side of the road. We're going to hit the car. And I swerve over, you know. And you fall back. You fall back into your old conditioning very easily. You fall back into your own conditioning when you get around the people that you've been raised with the people that, you know, have been part of that conditioning process. And that's why in 1984, God, my wife just walked in. She already walked out. She must have known I was going to tell this story. That's why in 1984, I yanked my wife and got out of the country and went to Scotland. Because you know, if my kids were going to be screwed up, we're going to do it my way, not my parents' way or my grandparents' way. And to get away from that. And so there's going to be some difficult choices that you'll have to make to get away from that conditioning. And by the way, and I'm not into the touchy-feely stuff, but I mean to the extent that you've made friends here and to the extent that you can stay in contact and continue to have intellectual, dialogue and discourse, I would highly recommend it. And I'm not, you know, I don't put up the cards and all that bullshit like everybody does. You know, I don't care if you know, that's not what this is all about. Just like we don't get up and do jumping jacks and jump around and all that junk. You know, you want to do jumping jacks, go in the parking lot. But no. That's right, the hot coals, yeah. But so, I mean, to the extent that you know, you've made some friends here, some acquaintances, I mean, I would highly recommend that you talk and you exchange ideas so you continue to replicate your successes and replicate between you and share successes. Yes?
I'm going to develop one or two mentor relationships. I'm going to make a real effort to do that. And probably the most difficult thing, and I'll probably do it gritting my teeth, is I'm going to give some equity to some key people in the company.
That's good.
I didn't tell you how much, but I'm going to give some equity.
See, I'm going to be, because I see him a lot, I'll be able to prod him along a little, see, now that he's told me that. What do you mean you're only going to give him 0.5%? Hoffman. Drawing up the paperwork costs more than 0.5%'s worth. Good. I'm glad to hear that. Okay, sir.
The most difficult thing that I need to do, and it would be my pay price to action, I guess, is letting go. It's going to be difficult. We had a clue, though. This summer we went to Europe for 3.5 weeks, and we left nobody in charge. We just left. People said, who's in charge? I said, nobody. I said, well, what's going to happen? I said, it'll take care of itself for 3.5 weeks. And that was in August, and it's been our best month this year by 50%.
You know, that says it all. When I say the problem is, you know, if you took off a year, what would happen? You know, I mean, that says it all. Hey, have we got, if you could say that directly in front of the camera after this thing, because that says it all. I mean, that's exactly what I'm talking about. We is the problem. And that's not that I need it validated, but I like to hear it validated because I've done it so many times now, you know. But that's exactly what Burl and a lot of these guys and gals over the last 15 months since I've been doing this, they can't believe it when it happens. Like the guy that we talked to, Casey, he couldn't believe that when he went away finally on his honeymoon and he came to the Castle Seminar on his honeymoon, they did more business than they ever had done before.
We always thought it was coincidence.
Yeah. That's timely. That's great. Doctor?
Dr. Abraham Maslow, many years ago, stated that you should change your career every 10 years, and to create the
Hierarchy of needs, by the way.
create the
Maslow's
stimulus in life, the joie de vivre, to live, and I'm willing to take that paradigm shift and change direction in my career, which is a well-established career, and to be able to move out of that into other areas. I have been committed to that before, coming here, and even more so now. And of course, it makes it easier, the fact that my kids are growing up and I'm single. It does make it easier, but nevertheless, I'm willing to make that commitment.
I'd forgotten that Maslow had said that. The hierarchy of needs that he wrote about 30 years ago or thereabouts are what a human being, mankind needs, and food, shelter, and I forget what else, sex, warmth, some other stuff. But that's right, every 10 years. Well, that's about what I've done. I was 10 years on Wall Street, 10 years in the energy business. Linda, you got your double espresso? Yeah. 10 years on, in Wall Street business, 10 years in the energy business, and now I'm on my third 10 years. I hadn't really thought of it that way. But, and it's interesting, when I walked away from my Wall Street firm and when I walked away from the energy business, I never looked back. With all the success I had in both places, I never looked back, and I just thought it was time for me to do something new. Yes?
Yes, we've decided that we never had the fire go out. It never even hit ember. But now we've had some serious petroleum products thrown on it. And it's a full roar now. We're not complacent anymore. We're seeing where we have to go and what it has to take to do it. I kind of knew what I needed to do, but I found out that I really was too dependent on a lot of the things that we've discovered here that we need to cut and move on. And I don't have a problem doing that. And it's going to happen. It's just now dreaming the bigger dream and setting those goals that I won't achieve in a lifetime, and using the laser beam focus and getting that passion to go and do it. I don't see that being a problem. It's now, like Mr. Hoffman said, I've now decided to pick up on 2 more mentors to get me through and lean on, use. I don't have a problem with that. The only thing is now going ahead and doing it. I've got their names now. It's just like the Mosley brothers said, all I got to do is ask, and the worst they can say is no.
Good. Yes, sir.
Well, I paid a pay point to price to action to whatever several years ago when I walked out of a very successful job and started another small business. Over the last 2 years, I sat up, and if you want to talk about pride of authorship, after 2 years, I've built the absolute bottom line, best construction estimating program there is anywhere. And my big pay point right now is going to be to give up some equity to go get my dream team. I think some of that dream team is sitting here right now, but the only problem is they're all in a position of wanting to go out and find their own damn dream teams. So I've got to figure out a way to go find a dream team and then figure out how to release that so that I've got 50% of something that's outstanding and has a huge growth potential, as opposed to having 100% of something that I can't move because I don't know enough about it. I mean, I need the dream team bad.
It's kind of changed my focus here, is that previously I was focusing on just making a particular company a lot better, but now I see that it may be a vehicle towards other things too. And also I think an attitude of not really allowing or accepting incompetence and putting more responsibility with other people is also something that is kind of impressed upon me here, even though I've heard it all my life. I think the only price that may be hard to go beyond is at the point of alienating people that are close to me. I don't know if that's a line I would go beyond to achieve success, because that would be kind of against my definition of success, but I think I got a lot of good stuff out of the seminar here.
Okay.
Well, as far as the price I would be willing to pay to accomplish my goals, it's anything that's anything at all within the bounds of the legal, ethical, moral caveat. one of the things I've gotten here is I've just gone through a little different situation. I'm in a situation right now it'd be kind of easy to sit back for a while and cruise, and I've got to go for the bigger goals and keep charging ahead and face the fact that what I've done is not that damn great, and keep going and turn it into something great.
One of the easiest things to do, and I've alluded to it a few times in the last 2.5 days, is that people that have attained some degree of success to sit back on their laurels and pat themselves on the back. And a difficult thing to do is to immediately refocus your energies and go on to do something else. And but I think that he's hit upon it very accurately. Yes, sir.
Listening to you today, I think I've taken a lot of chances in the past, but last few years I've been playing it really safe and comfortable, and being thoroughly pissed off with myself. What you've helped me to do is realize, it's scary. I'm going to be stepping into a whole new field, and the buck's going to stop with me. And I know a lot of people, they're saying, "Oh, they're great," but it's scary for me. It's not. I'm going to do it, but it's just part of it. I'm just going to have to be scared, but go ahead and do it. Just take full responsibility for the project, and if it goes bad, take full responsibility for it. I guess that's about it. You've turned me into the Dominator.
The Dominator, that's good. Okay.
Yeah, Dan. I had already made a lot of decisions before I came to your seminar. I've been in the same computer business now for about 14 years. I've been in the industry now for over 25 years. And the company is either going to go on the market, or I'm going to give equity to some key employees, let them run it and walk away from it. Prior to your seminar, I had already made decisions to move into a different career in the real estate and retail market area. And I'm going back to Texas to do that, and down in Mexico. So decisions had already been made. So I'm just going forward with what I have to do. I know exactly what I have to do. The mentors that you talked about, I already have those in place. And I already have the qualifications, the background that I need. I just need to go find the money. And I know how to do that. I can sell it.
Good.
I'm willing to do anything to get what I want. And that's the bottom line.
The question was, what price are you willing to pay? And I've been sitting here thinking, and I don't know what price I'm willing to pay, because I've already paid all the prices. You can't get any lower than where I came from. We were in a hard charging mode before we got here. We were already on fast pace and already in hyperdrive. So it's not what price I have to pay, it's just some of the things that we have to go back and get done, which used to seem rather large, now seem rather small. Basically, we're going to go home and see if we just can't make a mess out of things more, that's all. Only a bigger mess. And I want to tell you, I mean, I've been in the seminar business, being in the training business. I run across a lot of people, and the people I associate with all have good things to say, and they all are real people. But the event from the last 3 days is the culmination. It is the high end. It is the point to where I've been trying to arrive in what I've been doing in the past. And I couldn't, if there's 2 words in the English language to describe the title of your seminar, I don't know how we could have done it better than Quantum Leap, for those who are ready. And I understand that some aren't, but it just happened to hit us. Of course, we knew before we came here you were going to screw us up, so it's nothing.
Thanks.
All right. Well, I'm already a leg up on a lot of folks here. I'm already a family maverick, haven't had much to do with them, brothers and sisters, for probably 20 years. And my immediate family, they think I'm nuts because I do crazy things in real estate, and it's not supposed to work, but we make it work. So I guess what I really have to do, I don't have to worry much about, about that side, but I do have to reevaluate some of my acquaintances, I guess, and maybe some of the associations and organizations that I belong to. Kind of more on type things. And no, seriously. And
I believe me. I know.
yeah, and start running with the big dogs. I never really did care much what people thought. I mean, that was never a concern of mine. I don't plan to give up any association with the female companion that I have, though.
Doesn't even matter if she's a moron or not.
No, that's true. No, sure not. No, sure not.
Moron or not, you stay.
Someday you'll understand why.
Okay.
Okay. I thank you very kindly for the 3 days. Very, very enlightening and rewarding.
Thank you.
I like to stand up when I talk.
Well, that's because you look the same height whether you're standing or sitting. Yeah, I mean, what the hell's the difference?
That's right. Why is this? Speaker. Okay. All right. Okay. Well, in this 3-day event that I've taken part in, I have gone home with Dan to my home. I bring him with me into my sleeps and my dreams, and I haven't been able to really sleep. I haven't been able to really eat because that's not important. Eating and sleeping, so physical. But what I wanted to say is, Dan, I have already given up so much anyway. I've always known that my success was going to cost. Sometimes you don't know in detail exactly what you have to give up to get there, but I always knew where I wanted to go. So I have given up a lot. I have lost 3 grandmothers. I've taken myself away from my family, which means a lot to me, and came out to California by myself with a husband and 3 children. I think I've done a really good job with my children. They're all pretty successful. They all know their talents and their gifts from God. And but what I've learned from this seminar, it kind of put the frosting on the cake for me. I just got back from a vacation in New York, and on the flight home, something said inside, well, I hope you enjoyed your trip, because now is when the work really starts. I always knew that I was getting in the way. I never put the responsibility on anyone else but myself. I always clarified myself, or what I validated myself was through my work. My work is always valuable to me. Someone saying I've done a good job, someone saying not just Naima, but great Naima or fantastic Naima, that meant so much to me. So what I think I'm willing to give up now at this stage is a little piece of my business to allow it to grow. Seek a dream team, which has always been in my plans. I need a mentor, and I'm going to pursue a mentor maybe that's retired, that doesn't have a lot on his desk, and will have a chance to run around with me a little bit, and we'll have some fun. But anyway, I want to be I've always felt myself as being a trailblazer, and that's what I'm going to do. So I don't think I have to give up too much inside my home. I'll still keep my better half, moron or whatever. And
significant other, that's the new word.
Yes. So I don't think, he's never stood in my way. He's always told me I've been a Harriet Tubman, and if anyone knows who Harriet Tubman was, she was a slave who escaped, who went back into the South and rescued like over 1,000 slaves. So my husband has always referred to me as Harriet Tubman. And he's never allowed me to cry on his shoulder, no matter what job I had. It's always, Naima, you want it, okay, you've got it, and don't cry to me. So that's what I plan to do.
Okay, thank you very much.
Yes, Dan, I consider myself a contrarian, liking myself to a ram in a lot of ways, and if people say I can't do certain things, like in athletics, I go ahead and do it. And I have had a commitment to certain athletic events and laser beam focus and a discomfort zone while I've been participating. And I haven't transferred that into business yet, but I'm willing to do what it takes to do that, and to get rid of the negative people in my life, be it family, friends, or associates, to carry that through. And this 3 days has been very enlightening and enriching in my life, and I'd like to thank you again, Dan.
Thank you.
Well, for me, I already, at a young age, I sort of broke out of that cultural cocoon that I was placed in being the only daughter. And after I did that, I made everyone else in my family very uncomfortable. But was very happy about what I did, being independent. And now I found that I'm at a level where I need to go 110% and work that extra more, so that way I can achieve the dreams that I haven't even maybe put into the big picture yet. So I need to be focused and continue being the one and only like I've been in my family.
Thank you. Let me make a comment while it's fresh in my mind. A lot of you have already, that we've talked to you so far, said that you've been a person that has gone against conventional wisdom. You've already made your a commitment to yourself to do this and that. But what you're really saying, and the reason why you're not a high performance person yet, does anybody know why?
Than what we're looking for.
Well, no. Your expectations are too low. Expectations for yourself are too low. I've heard 10, 12, 15 people here say that I'm willing to do this, I've always been willing to do this, I've always been a da-da-da-da-da. Well, then why in God's name, then, aren't you a high-performance person? Because your expectations are in the toilet. It's all about self-esteem. It's all about feeling good about yourself. If that doesn't change, either you're all lying or you're telling the truth and you got low expectations. There's one of the two. You can't have it both ways. On that simple note, carry on.
Thank you. I married into a religious culture where you went to church often.
Culture or cult? What?
Culture.
Oh.
And you went to church often and you said, I am not worthy. I am not worthy. It occurred to me one day what I was saying. I went home and I said, I am never going to say that again, and I will not be back. I explained it to my 3 kids because they knew I would go to hell if I didn't go back. And I said, that's my decision. You do what you want. They said, thank God, Mom. We've been waiting for ages for somebody to come up with this. But the conditioning part is really important. Several years later, I'm at my mother-in-law's funeral, and I say, and I am not, I started to say it, and I went, just like that, in the middle of a funeral. So you're right about the conditioning. It'll slip up on you.
This would have been in Latin, would it?
That's right. What am I going to do?
I know.
I already said that my first event this month was to listen to Dan. I'm sorry, in October. I went home and I said, we're changing the program, but we've got to investigate. You go learn this, I'm going to go learn this, you go learn this, you go learn this. When I get home, we have a meeting scheduled on Friday with our associate who doesn't know yet that he's our customer for the practices. Mm-hmm. Between now and Friday, we will structure the transaction that will entice him to take it over. And Dan, we've done this several times. We've gone into other ventures. We've I don't like to use the word fail, but we've experienced a lot of learning at them. And you know what? So what? It just doesn't mean spit.
You're right.
You just got to go do more.
That's exactly right, because it's all about transactions. I mean, again, Babe Ruth leading home runs, leading strikeouts. You know, he was the highest paid. He got paid more than the president, if I remember correctly, back whenever he did. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
After calling my job last night and finding how many hours I get for next week, Dan already told me to quit, and Mike told me to quit, and my brother told me to quit. Next Monday, Monday coming.
Day after tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm going to quit. I'm going to give him a week's notice and say, screw you.
Very good. And you'll feel good, especially when you tell them the screw you part.
Well, you asked a question, what price are we willing to pay? All that I can give, that's basically what I want to pay to get done what I need to do. And I've been on a path of unconventionalism for a year and 2 months now with this business that I'm involved in, network marketing. I chose that business because it was unconventional. I knew that I couldn't be what I wanted to be doing things the conventional way. I had to break the mold. And some people don't think I can do it. I believe in myself and this company and my products, and I'm going to do it. And I'm going to take it. The only thing that I could say that I've done wrong thus far is my expectations have not been high enough. I have to go for $1 million a month. That's my goal. And I know I can do it. So I've learned that from you, and I owe it all to you if I ever get there. Thank you.
Thank you. When you get there. When you get there.
When I get there.
Let me make a comment about expectations again. You know, how many of you ever sold life insurance? Geez, only 2 of us? But this is a higher class group than I thought. Okay. Why do you think that, you know, the $1 million round table and that kind of stuff? Did you ever think, what if it was the $100 million round table? Or the $1 billion round table? When I was selling insurance, as soon as because it was one of the products on Wall Street, I wasn't fully committed to selling life insurance, and I made that suggestion, and I didn't know anything about the structure of like the seminar now, because this was almost 20 years ago, and they told me that you can't do that, it's never been done, Prudential won't do it, and today they still got the $1 million round table. When you see the football games that are sponsored on Channel 7, they say that $1,000 is being donated to the scholarship fund of Oklahoma State. They've been given $1,000 now for 38 years. $1,000, you know, what? Conditioning. The same $1,000 in 1955 meant something. The same $1,000 in 1994 doesn't mean spit. I don't know what the hell you can buy for $1,000 in college now. But it's conditioning. It's the same, more of the same, and you're going to get more of the same. Excuse me, go ahead, please.
I have to finish writing, please.
Oh, okay.
Excuse me. Well, I originally came here for this weekend for the benefit of my son. I thought he had to make some life choices, and I made a few myself. And while I've been here, I mean, I've already had a big dream. On my sheet, I said that in 10 years we'd like to have 1,000 stores, and I've doubled that now. Also, while I've been here, my loan came through. Everything's hawked, and I've also been appointed the training director for the company yesterday morning by the main principals in the company, as well as in my own Bay Area thing. So I'm going to read my notes every day for a long time, and I've got a good team, and it's certainly nice to have met all you wonderful people too.
Thank you.
Well, I fall into the category of people who has paid the price, achieved success, but by other people's measurement, not by my own, because the vehicle in which I was successful didn't give me the lifestyle, didn't allow me the lifestyle that I wanted. And I have known for a long time that I wanted to do something different because I'm not challenged and I know I'm not using all my potential. But it took me a long time to figure out what I wanted to do. And it also took me a long time to decide to go back in there and start paying that price again, because I know how hard that was. And I did not read that article that the good doctor talked about, that it's normal and healthy to change your career every 10 years. I was conditioned by my family that when you're successful in something, it's irresponsible to give it up. And then I started hearing things like you have to give up something to get something better. But I couldn't quite get myself to do it. And I had made up my mind to do it when I went to that seminar, and I went there seeking information. And when I saw you, I realized that what you had to offer was the teeth and the reinforcement that the ideas that I've always felt are okay to feel, because I have achieved whatever success I achieved by the attitudes many of the attitudes that you've had, but I didn't know it was okay to have those attitudes because I was the rebel all the time.
Excuse me for interrupting. It's even less okay in society if you're a woman to have attitudes like mine. I mean, you're thought to be a rank bitch. I mean, and I use this, and that was Burl is a perfect example of that, because I mean, women that are high performance people that don't care what other people think. Just think about that.
Exactly.
I mean, it's a dichotomy. I mean, it's not possible in today's society, and that's why there's so few high-performance women.
That's right.
There's just, I mean, I tell the story. There's one Fortune 500 one Fortune 500 CEO that's a woman today. In 1971 or 72, Lillian Affinito was the first Fortune 500 CEO woman, and who's a friend of mine. And she was for Singer Sewing Machine. There's still only one. 22 or 23 years later, there's still only one. And it's because it's a dichotomy. I mean, women, because of their conditioning, they've even got more goofball conditioning than men in general, because they're supposed to do this, they're supposed to do that, they're not supposed to do this, they're not supposed to do that. And so you're right. I mean, it is okay to think that way, and to put yourself in a position to, be all that you can be.
I have also always felt like I was a visitor from another planet, looking in at things that made no sense to me. Unfortunately, I haven't had the good fortune to find any people like you in my life to change my association to be with. I am always the exception. I'm always the one that people are draining the energy and wanting from me, and so I have always known what I had to do, but I just couldn't provide myself the facility to do it, and I made up my mind that I was going to go and seek whatever it was I needed, no matter where I had to go. And so I'm here, and I think it's a real tribute to you, especially because you don't have to do what you do, and nobody else at your position would do it, because they don't care enough. They have what they want.
Amen.
Well, I didn't do that. I didn't say that to flatter you, because I know you don't mean that.
I agree.
But I mean sincerely.
But the other thing is, that's why I can be as candid as I am, because I don't care what the morons say. I mean, I just don't. I'm not, and I got into the business because I can do that. I can put myself in a position to give you the straight poop and the candid talk. I mean, I forget, somebody told me in San Diego, or maybe they told Ed, that they thought one of the reasons I was able to be so candid is because I didn't have to really make a living doing this. I like to make money at everything I do, and the reason, before, when I did it for 15, 18 years, I did it for nothing. I didn't know anybody pay me to do this.
Exactly.
It's a mitzvah, it's a miracle.
Most people who have the facility, even if they're friends of yours, and even if you are doing business with them, they don't want you to know anything, because they're fearful that you might have the intelligence to do as much or more than they've already done, and then that would hurt their ego. So I've noticed that. So even among the people that I know who are successful, they're not willing to give the information because they're fearful that maybe they're not as smart as maybe they were lucky, just like you said, and maybe someone else will come along and surpass them, and that won't do.
You're hanging around with the wrong big dogs then, because there's plenty of big dogs that'll share information. But there are a lot of big dogs that are selfish, insecure, and know they couldn't do it again. She's absolutely accurate, and I've alluded to that a half a dozen times in the last 3 days. There are a number of them, and I've been, not blessed, because I go out and find them. I mean, the ones that have helped me in my career, and I continue to go out and find them. And when I give guidance to other people, like the young kids, to go call on Jerry Buss, who was thrilled. Nobody called him in 25 years. It's unbelievable when you think about it.
Well, in terms of paying the price, I realize that and I have always realized, but now it's just more reinforced, thank you, that you pay the price now or you pay the price later. I mean, there's no getting away from it. I mean, you pay the price by either not knowing that you aren't the best you can be, knowing that you haven't accomplished all that you could, and also not having the kind of money to afford you the kind of lifestyle that you want. And I've always been the kind of person that felt the last thing I want to do is, be an old lady in a nursing home thinking about what I didn't do. So I'm going to
good thought to pay everybody to place in their mind.
I'm going to suck in
old
my
lady or an old man in a nursing home.
So I'm going to suck in my pantyhose, to coin a phrase, to
right.
adopt your phrase, and just pay the price.
Very good. Thank you.
Like I was going to just stand up here and blow smoke up my ass and say I was willing to do anything, but I wanted to quantify that, and so like the 7 steps you have to success, the TAPE program, I have my 7 prices to pay this month. I'm going to close my business, so I'm not going to waste time selling it. It's not worth it. I'm going to move out. I'm going to move without a forwarding address. I'm not going to let my family or my Doofus friends know where I am. Yeah, I'll tell. Well, what I'm going to do is I'll tell my mother and father. I'll give my mother and father a call. Also mention to them that it's not a phase. I'm not going to have. They should stop waiting for grandchildren. I don't want children, and I'm not going to have children.
It's not a phase.
Yeah, I thought next year.
I understand.
Okay, and I've already canceled all my vacations on the break. I'm going to burn most of my clothes and ask Linda where to shop. And
ooh, that's the heaviest commitment of them all.
Throw away 90% of my files and my books. And I've already taken a step to do this. I'm going to drop out of the doctoral program I'm in for education. It's a waste of time. And then the last thing is carry a barf bag wherever I go for the next month. So I really appreciate it. And
carry a what?
A barf bag.
That's very good.
Thank you.
That's excellent. And we haven't gotten into in the longer seminars. What I do is I make control freaks give a commitment to going to clean out all the 7,000 things that you've got, dump them in a trash can, just in a big doggy bag, go through all the mail, all the junk that you've kept for all your life that doesn't mean anything, all the old clothes that you're never going to wear, you're never going to fit into again. And that's one of the things that we do. In fact, I told you that the kid got it right away. I mean, when she sat right up here, I knew it instantly, It's like the hot man or the hot woman. I mean, she got it. She's got less preconditioning to fight with, to fight over. She's got less garbage in to get rid of. But it's still not easy. I mean, she saw she was stuttering when she was saying it.
I'm getting nauseous right now.
Yeah. The barf bag she's going to get, I believe her. Yeah. I mean, that is the ultimate. And there's no doubt in my mind that 6 months from now, a year from now, a year and a half from now, that I'm going to be able to get her on the phone like I did Casey, or have her at one of these deals like Burl, and she's going to have made quantum leaps in her career, whatever she decides to do. The idea about not wasting her time selling the business, I would agree. It's like I tell some of these guys, just turn the key, walk away. It's like I gave away 10 years of equity. Remember the building I gave back into the bank? 10 years of real estate equity that I rolled up in tax-free exchanges and all that crap. All the time I wasted on that damn building, it just pisses me off. And I had a partner named Chris Popovich, used to play basketball, 6'10" or whatever. And I knew we were in trouble when he says, I'm going to give you my half.
Good indication.
Yeah. And so he says, Dan, I can't screw with it anymore. I can't well, how am I going to manage it from Scotland? And I ultimately gave it back to the bank, and we had a lot of equity in it. I just said, this is it, forget it. Because I'm spending so much time fiddle-farting around with this big, huge building, then I'm losing money. This is costing me money and all the other things I do. And I gave it back. I didn't bother, didn't sell it, didn't do anything, just gave it to them. And they sent me a check for $13,000. I still remember this, and I couldn't figure out why. And it's because my lawyer had agreed that I would pay part of closing costs when they transferred. Anyway, and at the end, because there was so much equity left in the building, they sent me the 13 grand back. They couldn't even take it from me. The bank didn't have the balls to take my money, so they sent me back to $13,000. But I mean, I just walked away. And I mean, for this room, I had you'd consider it a good net worth, let alone just equity in a building or a series of buildings. But sometimes that's what you got to do. Just walk away. So I relate to what she just said. Okay. Yes, ma'am.
One more thing. On the subject of what she said, it might be a good marketing tip for you to create some quantum leaf barf bags to give out
quantum
at the
leaf
end
barf bags. Yeah, that's a... Whoops. Okay. We're gonna come to a crescendo now, and it's gonna be rapid. Exit strategy. Most of you, your exit strategy will be dropping dead. Hoffman's going to drop dead at one of his stores, just curl over behind the register, checking to make sure nobody stole any dollar bills, and that's not what quantum leap growth is all about, And I'm not saying it's 3 years, 5 years, or 10 years, because I already told you if you're over 40 years old and you're in the next cycle, blow your business out. I don't care where, just blow it out. Because you may not live long enough to see the second cycle, and I'm a proponent of selling things in up markets, not down markets. Just blow it out. Whether you're ready to retire or not, just blow it out. And Mosby's, if that happens, when it happens to us in Fire Resources, remind me of this. Don't let me hang on, and don't let Grubbs and Harris try to convince to hang on. Blow it out. Just blow it out. Expecting the unexpected and trying to plan an exit strategy around all the alternatives that could possibly, or all the permutation, is impossible. Desert storm, hurricanes, you name it. You're going to move up here? Yeah, okay. And all the other junk that can happen to you. I mean, floods. But don't ever underestimate how wrong you can be. Don't plan for it, but don't underestimate it. So then when it happens, it doesn't take you a year or 4 years to overcome it. To dig yourself out of the emotional hole. Remember that you've got two checkbooks. You've got an emotional checkbook and you've got a financial checkbook. Most people's growth is prohibited by the emotional checkbook. Everybody in this room thinks they need more capital to grow. What you need is a deeper emotional checkbook. You need more money in your emotional bank account, not in your financial one. Keeping your laser beam focused to the point of exclusion of everything else. I used to use a slide, the exclusion of God, country, and family, and not necessarily in that order. But because I'm a kinder, gentler guy, I don't use that slide anymore. I just tell you. Do the ends justify the means? You damn right they do. And anybody that tells you any different hasn't been there. The ends do justify the means. As long as it's legal, moral, and ethical, I will tell you that your moralities and ethics will change. And if you don't think that, you live in, I got a bridge I need to sell you. I mean, and why does a racehorse wear blinders? To stay focused. Most of you ought to sell blinders. Make a note of this. We're going to have quantum leap blinders for these people next time we do this. Barf bag and blinders. Going to give them a quantum leap special deal. And of course, they don't want to give it away to make it a special, see? Make it a special bonus. The most important decision you'll make since starting your business is getting out. And very, very, other than the insurance industry that covers it too well, I don't know of any industry that covers exit strategies. And they're trying to sell you $4 billion worth of whole life. Unless this business has changed since I used to do it. I mean, they've got all kind of fancy products, but it's basically whole life. And somehow whole life seems to be better, right, Craig? Okay, it hasn't changed since I did it. Yeah. These people are writing quick, huh? We got to put a book of all the overheads and sell that. You know?
Tom Peters just did that.
Yeah, I know he did. Well, pay yourself first. This is my favorite slide, because this is the thing I believe in the most. This is where my heart's in 100%. Most of you that are living off of your businesses that aren't public are squeezing it and paying for your water bill at your house and just squeezing it to death and trying to ride the profits down so you can live off the company. Okay, I understand that. I don't agree with it, because then when you try to sell it, then I told you already, well, if you back all these numbers that I stole over the last 25 years, the company's really made a lot of money. Well, nobody does that. But what you should do, and is mandatory, is as you grow, continue to pay yourself out of profits. Don't keep plowing them back in, because then, one, if you never get to that cycle to sell, at least you've gotten a lot of money out of the business in the meantime. And two, and more importantly, when it's time to sell, you don't have to squeeze the last damn dollar out of the business because you're already rich. I've seen more entrepreneurs, businessmen that run companies that have had to walk away or not get what they wanted out of their companies because they were asking for too much. They were trying to stretch. But if you paid yourself all the way up, you don't have to do that. Big, big point. Even after I got thrown out of Great Western, as the jurors saw, horrified as they were, Dan Pena pulled out $26 million between 1985 and 1991 to pay himself. I pulled it out, though. Damn right I did. What if I hadn't have pulled it out? Then I get thrown out of my ass. Then I'd really be sick. I'd have to use that barf bag. I paid myself, and I paid everybody else. I paid myself down to the guy that drove me in my car.
How did you pay yourself? Bonus or?
Bonus, salary increases, whatever I could think of. Or not, actually, whatever O'Melveny and Myers. And we hired some other doofus big-time compensation company, so it was all pretty and nice and legal. They used to have to remind me, well, this month you're supposed to give yourself a $60,000 raise. And I forget. Well, I didn't keep track of that stuff. Well, what are you here for? Controller? Pay it to be retroactive. Do you want interest? Nah, you don't have to give me interest. You don't have to give me interest, you know. I'm a sport. You don't have to give me interest. Yeah. Well, can I take the interest then? You pay me in the interest. Pay yourself first. It gets you out of a lot of problems. It also makes it more readily or easier for you to get used to hunting with the big dogs. Because if you're plowing all your money like a skinflint back in the company, you got no money to hunt with the big dogs. You got no money to go around the world for 4, 5, 6 weeks playing golf with your good friend, like I'm going to do here in a few weeks. You got no money, because it's all back in the company. And if you do go public, and they throw your ass out because you're worthless, and you've hit your Peter principle 15 years ago, by the way, a lot of people don't go public because they know in their hearts they are worthless. They know the first time, if they can get a quality board together, which ain't likely, normally Merrill Lynch will do it for you, and one of the caveats, and they tell all the board members, if the investment house puts the board together for you, I'll guarantee it, within 12 months you're gone. We got to keep him on because his name's on them stores, but as soon as that, he's in history. We'll throw his miserable ass out quicker than Johnny got out of the Army. So I'd put my own board together if I was you. Craig, they'll offer to put your board for you. And if I'm on that board, Hoffman, I've got to look out for the shareholders. Because Omar Khayyam said it better than I. Some for the glories of this world, and some sigh for the prophet's paradise to come. Ah, take the cash and let the promise go, nor heed the music of the distant drummer. How many was that? 4,000 years ago? When was that? Long time ago. And they knew it even then. Take the cash and run like a thief in the night. I keep telling you, this stuff isn't new. Since before Christ, since Cro-Magnon man crawled. By the way, Steve Sussman, God love him, one of my top lawyers, he looks like Cro-Magnon man, looks like a throwback. Since Steve Sussman crawled over that big slimy rock. Okay, now, you didn't think it was over, did you? You didn't get off the hook that easy. You can think positively all day long, all year long, but positive action is what counts. We talked about, a lot of you said that you've already been doing what it takes, but you've got low expectations. Otherwise, you'd already be where you want to be. Trying harder and harder starts producing less and less. I think some of you in the audience have already been exposed to that. It's not about trying harder and harder. It's not trying like, I'll do my best. It's, I'll do what is necessary, as Winston Churchill said. I'll do what's necessary. Your doubts are not the product of accurate thinking, but habitual thinking. That crappy preconditioning that your parents gave you, and your school teachers gave you, and all your doofus friends gave you. It's habitual thinking. Because remember, just because you've never seen it, absence of evidence doesn't mean evidence of absence. I want you to get out there and get ruthless. Now this young lady, she's getting about as ruthless as she can for where she is in life. Get out there and get ruthless. I want you to be like the last 2 minutes of your last Super Bowl. Now, just a quick brief summary on how we get started, how are we going to go out and do this. We got a dream. You've got to have the human resources. You've got to put a dream team together. For some of you, that's a board. For some of you, that's a mentor. I already told you what I think of mastermind groups. I don't think much of them. Although some people do make them work, I've never been part of one that was worth a damn. Because I told you they suck all my brains. And I'm the one limp leaving the room, and everybody else is all charged up. And you got perception equals reality, and I call it the roost success. You want to act more successful. You've only got one time to make a first impression. I didn't come to this seminar the first day with this sweatshirt on. I came the last day, because your perception of me has already been built. And it's way greater than you ever think, you can even imagine. My grandiose lifestyle and what I've done. It's bigger than life. And that's the way I like it. Almost cost me my financial net worth in trial, but we got over that. And we're going to talk about that in a second. You've got to take action now. You've got to step up to the plate. You're going to develop your quantum leap battle plan. You've gotten the forms. And you only need a marginal shift. I already told you the difference between a 250 batter and a 350 batter is the difference between making $300,000 or $400,000 or $500,000 a year and making $5, $6, $8 million a year. One time at bat, 10% better. That's it. There's not a man, woman, or child, and to some of you younger ladies, you're just children to me, that can't make a 10% additional effort. None. You've been given the 11-step idea to execution, and now we want you to apply for those seminars that are worth going to. Now you can go back and apply some of the good things that you have learned at those other seminars and through those other tapes and through those other books. You've been given the foundation, the tools to pick and choose what really works. And I've tried to stress, even though I'm at the General Patton or the Schwarzkopf end of the continuum, you can be a Henry Kissinger type and still get it done very, very effectively. There's no question about that. There's too many guys out there that have been successful at it. And you don't have to do it alone, and more importantly, you can't do it alone. Forget about, you don't have to do it alone. In my judgment, you can't do it alone. In my judgment, you need a mentor. We've talked about who, where, how, when. Talked about Jerry Buss answering these guys' phone calls. Nobody called him in 25 years. How long has he been here in Los Angeles, Jerry Buss? 25 years? Nobody's called him since he's been here. Can you believe that?
He started off with houses in Compton and White.
Okay. Well, I mean, since he bought the Lakers, since he got to be a high-profile guy, nobody's ever called him. How do you ask for help? One form is being here. One form is asking a mentor. Don't find time, make it, just do it. And again, like the last 2 minutes of your Super Bowl, your last Super Bowl. Each person is able to realize your dream. Concluding remarks, you know what my background is. It wasn't too stellar to say that I'm being kind when I say that. I got my act together. It's no panacea. And this is your wake-up call. This is your wake-up call, ladies and gentlemen. Now, this was... Could we turn the lights down a little? You put in your mind what your dream is. This was mine. Living in a castle with all the overhead and all the expenses isn't everybody's cup of tea. It happens to be mine, and it happens to be my wife's. And it's my kids don't know any different, don't know any better. But whatever yours is, you should constantly eat it, sleep it, breathe it for every day of your life from now till they put dirt on you and daisies are growing up from your chest and maggots are eating your eyes out. That's pretty graphic.
That's brutal.
Yeah, that's pretty graphic. But I mean, I showed you the castle timeline goal deal from April of '83 to August of '84. It all happened. It all happened. It can happen for you as quickly. This was my perception of myself way before I was like this. You have to, in your own mind, have the perception of what you want to be, and then people's perception of you will follow. People perceive me as being bigger than life, but I am. And they will perceive you to be whatever you perceive yourself to be. The people we call gifted are different from the crowd in one very special way. They accepted their gifts. They let them happen. The high achievers, the persons you admire, are those individuals who opened their gifts. These winners have more gifts because they claimed them, took them out of the wrappings and used them. I've merely opened them up. You haven't opened a lot of them yet. We've all got the same gifts under the tree. We've already proven we're all about 100 IQ from the first day. Now that I've known you a little better, I'd say that we probably gave most of the people in the room a little, and as opposed to taking any away from them. But that's, hindsight's 20/20. The path that is your destiny is yours. This was written to me 36 years ago, or 57, 58, 36 or 37 years ago. It's the only good advice my dad's ever given me. It's the only advice he ever gave me, probably. To my son, this was when I graduated from grammar school. Approach it, the future is yours. Approach it with honesty and ambitiously, with a will to fight for the rights of mankind. I'm always in litigation because I don't like being screwed around and I don't like other people being screwed around. That's one of the reasons I litigate a lot. And it's a cleansing process. It separates the men from the boys. All high-performance people litigate a lot. Always balance the rights of man with the rights of society. Have faith in yourself and faith in people. Have faith in yourself. That's what self-esteem is all about. Have faith in people. Give them the opportunity. Give them the equity. Allow them to make mistakes and help them grow. For if you trust no one, you cannot trust yourself. If you don't allow people, you get paid for what you do and what you get other people to do for you. If you are not effective getting people to help you, not beyond your dream team, you will not be able to create quantum growth in anything that you do. You've got to incorporate the use of other people. You can't do it by yourself, and I'm not just talking about a mentor. You've got to create a team that works for you, that transcends the few people that you can organize and supervise properly. Now, I've told you I know there's life after death because I've been dead 5 times. I've come back from death, so I've seen that tunnel, but every time I see the tunnel, it's a dollar sign at the end. I don't see God down there. I see my dollar sign. Maybe someday I'll see him at that end of the tunnel. Hopefully not anytime soon. But it's important that even when you get these high-priced advisors and you believe in them, you get the best money, the best you can't afford, they make mistakes. And this is when the ultimate suck up your pantyhose time. Now, this is a letter that was written to me March 19, 1993 by the law firm of Sussman and Godfrey, the highest paid plaintiff lawyer in America today, Steve Sussman. And it says here basically, you were not as pessimistic as Skip. However, you stated that you would not proceed at trial if Steve and I thought you only had a 1% chance of winning, but that you were inclined to go forward if I had a significant chance of winning, even if it was less than 50%. Our right to address that issue. To make a long story short, he tells me I can't win. I can't win. This is in March before the trial. This is the end of the letter, and it says, very truly yours, da-da-da-da, we'll defend you till you run out of money, basically. Then on September 11th, this was 3 weeks into the trial. As I indicated this, as I dictate this, we are at the end of the 4th week of the trial in your case. I want to once again urge you to consider settlement. Although you have rejected all previous settlement entreaties by Great Western, we have now completed, he goes on to say that you got no chance of winning, and you've had your say in court. They thought I just wanted to get up and flap my mouth.
Dan, why did they want you to settle? So they be sure they could say?
No, they wanted me to settle because they honestly felt that we didn't have any chance. They had, I was being accused of 32 counts of wrongdoing. That I had, they were suing me for something in excess of $200 million. If I had lost, it would have pretty much wiped me out. And they said all the evidence, they had 30 or 40 witnesses that all came up and perjured themselves. All that dream team that they're going to bring in to be your board of directors, Craig, all perjured themselves, will all perjure themselves when it comes between you and their ass. Cameron, everybody. And we had one witness, me.
What were they offering to settle for?
Nothing. They said, you pay us $1 million and go away and we won't put you in jail.
What a deal. What a bargain.
Yeah. Yeah, what a deal. So even when you get the very best that money can buy, which they were, they're not always right. And conventional wisdom was I was going up the river. Of course, after I won, which isn't true, I don't plan to come back to England. This is an English paper. I don't plan to come back. But, you know, it sounds better that I did plan to come back. Life is like riding a bicycle. You don't fall off unless you stop pedaling. And that's Claude Pepper, God bless him. He was in Congress and in the Senate and governor of the state of Florida for 60 or 70 years. He had the best looking 30-year-old administrative assistant I ever saw in my life. And I mean, Claude used to, with his head flopped over, drooling on her big breast, sit there. Is it time for me to vote? God bless him. He's gone now, old Claude. Now, we have covered a lot of material, and we have talked about concepts that are very much foreign to you in many, many ways, especially the expectations and the self-esteem things. For those of you that are ex-altar boys, nemo potest extrium patriam. And I didn't used to have a translation underneath, but then nobody remembered their Latin very well, so I put a translation underneath. Perhaps I can help you beyond today, yesterday, and the day before. I've talked to a lot of you. We've got ongoing dialogues and discussions, and we're going to continue those dialogues. But the most important thing to me is that whether you continue to talk to me or you don't continue to talk to me, is that you put these things into application for your own self, for your family. Again, when you lose focus, you not only let yourself down, your business down, but you let your family down. And I don't think any of you want to do that. I'm open to questions on anything that we've covered, on anything other than politics, because I don't give a damn about politics. I don't know about 187 or anything else. So, Ed, do you have something? The mic? Yeah.
What's happened to Great Western since you've left?
Well, I helped them. I talk to them. I give them help. I still the largest shareholder, individual shareholder. So I helped them get them into South America. They're in the process. They're doing fine. I mean, they're doing well. The stock price is way down. Not so much because of me, I don't think. Maybe it is, but because of you know, the Iraqi war and all the things that they had to deal with. I think partially they cut the dividend out when I got thrown out because I got most of the dividend, and so they decided, and they didn't understand when they cut the dividend, all the income funds that owned them sold the stock, and the stock dropped 60–70%. But just so I wouldn't get the dividend, they did away with the dividend. Short-term solution to long-term problems, but they thought that they could tie up my money and I wouldn't have money to fight the defense, and so that's why they cut the dividend now. So now if they instill the dividend, none of the institutions that believe them, they're going to keep it around. Whenever they get in trouble, they'll just cut it again. So we were a trustee stock. We were a widows and orphan stock. And so, but you know, I don't worry about that. I could use the several $1 million a year I used to get dividends, but you know, that's life. The company's doing well, though. They're doing very well.
Earlier today, you said that when your father is asked about you, he just considers you an enigma and says, I don't know, I can't explain Dan. The family just kind of, But then it was eerie because when having that in mind, when you put up that slide about that quote from your father, way back when you were graduating from grammar school, and you started to realize what I've heard for 3 days and apply it to what your father had given you. Maybe not even aware of all that he'd given you back then, everything, giving away equity, everything.
He didn't give. He wrote that in my little book, And I used to use that signature to forge my passes at the Miss School. The book is all worn out, where there's Manuel Pena, because I used to use tracing paper and I used to forge it. And my senior year in high school, I missed 187 days of school. There's not many more than 187 days. But I mean, so I wonder maybe he did. I didn't realize, you know, I picked up on this when, you know, 15 years ago when I was given the Latin Business Association award as Businessman of the Year. I was trying to think of a keynote speech I was going to make, and because you know, the Latins like the familia bullshit, and so I was trying to say, what can I say positive about my family? And I couldn't think of anything. You know, he whacked the shit out of me, broke my ribs, you know, ripped my arm out of it. So I mean, that's not what they want to hear too much.
My question was whether he ever makes the connection.
Oh. No, I'm sorry. No, not at all. Mm-mm. I said this at a speech, and my wife will attest to this. Remember how he sobbed? He started sobbing. I used this in the middle of the speech, and you couldn't hear. I mean, there was like 2,500 people at the Biltmore Hotel, and you could hear this old man. Sherrod, you were there. Where's Sherrod? Sherrod left. He was just sobbing because he knew he had nothing to do with it. And Dan's he had the guilt. He had the Jewish guilt. He felt like shit because basically he treated me like shit most of my life. But it was good, boy. All the Mexicans out there crying. It was great. I really worked though. I can give a great speech. There's no question about that. But it worked. I mean, and he just felt bad because here, you know, he knows now. I think when he wrote that. 1957, his intentions were right, and what he would say if he were here today, he'd say, I did the best I could, I know that I did wrong, but I thought I was doing right, and, you know, that's what he'd say. He's told me that, you know. But he tells my kids that I was an honor student, that I was this, I was that, and that I never had to hit Dan because he was always such a good boy. And so Dan and Derek come down to my office this a couple years ago, and they tell me this. I said, that's bullshit, kids. That's not true. We're going to go down and talk to Grandpa, get it straightened out. So we went down into the den, and he's sitting there drinking, watching the TV, and, you know, and I said, Dad, we need to talk to you about this. And the boys just came up and told me that you said I was an honor student, and I said I was anything but that. And I said, you never hit me, and the kids want to know if that's true. And I said, I want you to tell them. Like this. He never looked up. No, it's not true. He feels the passion that I do about how wrong he was now. But, you know, you can't waste time on things you can't change, you know. We're not very close, and we haven't been, probably never will be. But it's you know, it's part of the thing that's probably made me what I am today is because I've gone out of my way to be successful. You know, my family, just to keep me alive was their goal until the age of reason. That's, you know, not get out of high school, not get good grades, just if we can keep them alive. And I tested that on many occasions, you know, and but it makes, you know, it makes the resolve, and we all have our stories about our life. But I mean, I didn't get any of this this feeling of being successful till I was in my 20s, and I really made a resolve when I was in my early 30s. I got a late start. I mean, some of you say you're older than that now, but I mean, it's never too late. I didn't really get my act together till I was in my early 30s. Shit, and I'm in my late 40s now, so I've only been doing this 15 years, really. But I'm, you know, one thing that differentiates me from almost everybody I know, I'm a quick learner. When I figure out something that works, I don't go back and reinvent the wheel over nothing. I am a quick learner, boy. I mean, when I learn something about the energy business from Jerry Ormond or Grazos, I mean, that's it. It's in concrete. I don't need to reinvent the wheel. That's why working with women, when I work with women, it's easier because they don't reinvent the wheel. When I tell them, you know, Burl, I think to make your next 20 million, what you got to do is you got to let a cab kind of crease you over here, hit you kind of in the side. Burl say, do you want me to hit him from the back? Hit the cab, hit me from the back? Do I have to expose my, you know? She wouldn't ask. Whereas some of the men, well, you know, gee, I could get hurt there. What if the guy doesn't hit the brakes in time and I could get a broken rib and, gee. Some of this stuff is almost blind faith. Let the force be with you, you know, like in that movie. It's like Obi-Wan Kenobi. You know, maybe I'm your Obi-Wan Kenobi. For some of you, I'm going to be Obi-Wan Kenobi. Obi-Wan. For some of you. For some of you, you'll put your tapes away and never listen to them or give them to somebody. For some of you, your notes. For some of you, that's life. When I first started doing this, you know, my ego was involved that I couldn't understand how come I can't change everybody's life. But I understand that's not possible. But what I would submit to you, if you just change a little bit, you're going to be better off in your business. You're going to leave more to your family. I mean, and that makes me feel good. I've already, only doing this 15, 18 months, I've already had a lot of success with a lot of people. So now what we have to do is get me in front of more people, and that's what we're working on. You know, it's taken us 15 months of doofusing around to figure out what the formula was. This seminar has sold for as much as 10 grand and as little as $119. Testing the market. That's a big dichotomy. That's a big spread. And the 10 grand people think they got a bargain. And some of the $119 people bitched. I'm not lying to you. You know? And what, you know, I want to, you know, crush their heads. But I mean, you know, we've been told, and we're still continuing to test marketing, and you know, I'm trying to get a book written. I am going to get a book written, but I'm working on getting the right ghostwriter. And there's all kinds of. I didn't even needed product for the first year and 1 month. I had nothing to sell. Didn't have a tape, didn't have a book, didn't have squat. And then, you know, Ed kind of fell upon me like the clap. And, you know, and I was going to be more graphic and say, are we still on the camera? Oh, yeah, never mind, okay. And so, and he's helped me a great deal in defining where I should be. But I think it's suffice it to say, I think this audience is good proof. And you have critique forms, don't they? I don't want any doofus critiques. I didn't get my question answered. It's because you didn't ask. So don't just, if you're gonna put that down, just don't bother filling anything out. And because I'm here, I'll answer them still. It's been a learning process. I tell the biggest marketing mistake I ever made, and people have heard me. I sent out 65,000 brochures, $8 brochures, with no phone number or address how to contact me. True story. I said that at the Abraham. It's a true story. And I remember one of the guys at the Abraham says, I got one of those fancy brochures. What were you trying to do? But it's true. You know, I've done, you know, fortunately I had money, otherwise I'd be out of this business already. But I've made all those mistakes because when I got into this business, I didn't really understand it was a business. I just thought I'd have an open forum to flap my mouth about stuff that I believed in. And it is a business, and so we're running it more like a business now, or we are running it like a business now, not more like a business. But the name of the game is exposure, and that's what 95 is all about, is exposing these, bless you, exposing these precepts, these concepts to as many people as we can, as fast as we possibly can. And because I'm not sure, I plan on doing this the next few years. I'm not sure I'll do it forever, but at least for the next few years until my kids, you know, probably get out of school, and my kids are young. Yes, a question in the back.
Dan, on the first morning you said that there were 4 to 5 major points to remember, things along the lines of all high-performance people have a good high level of love for themselves, focus on only 2 to 3 things at once. The third point, by empowering people to duplicate your energy, you will affect a greater presence and results. Number 4 was act as if there were no limits to your abilities. Is there a 5th or 6th point you'd add to that?
Yeah, you asked me that before, and I remember. All high-performance people give away parts of their deals. They all do, in different forms, but they all give away. All high-performance individuals never look back. They only look forward. They're not interested in what they did. You know, There's a lot of the KKR guys and these guys have done so many billions of dollars in deals. They don't look back. They're only looking at what they can do going forward. And so those are all common traits of high-performance people. High-performance people also don't even think about pay price to action. The only reason I've articulated it like that is because I'm doing this now. They just do what it takes. Winston Churchill says, "Don't do your best. Do what it takes." And they just naturally do that. Joe Montana doesn't think about pay price to action. He's going to get a less salary and this. He just does whatever it takes. Takes him down the field. They got 2 seconds or 2 minutes. Takes him down the field. That's it. And and when I make the analogy, playing the last 2 minutes of your Super Bowl, they don't even think about. It's ingrained because remember, motivation gets you started, a habit keeps you going, and these people are in the habit of winning. I'm in the habit of winning. I mean, I'm dumbfounded when the financial institution turns me down. I'm dumbfounded when something I do doesn't work. Mike here, please.
Earlier when you were talking about delegating or giving your critical path to your subordinates or your team or whatever it is, and you talked about that naturally they're going to make mistakes.
By definition.
It's a certainty. And my question is, if you have an individual or individuals that, and I've made a lot of mistakes myself, and one of the things that I think I do well is I am also a quick learner. I usually only make a particular mistake once. But sometimes I have some people who make the same mistake, the same mistake 2, 3, 4, 5 times.
Those are people or history.
That's about what I thought, because yeah.
Do I have to do it on the mic?
Yeah. We want to memorialize this for time eternal.
We had that discussion at breakfast this morning with one of the crew that is here, and it could be that if he's making the same mistake over and over, is because he knows that you're going to correct the mistake.
That's a good point. Yep.
That is the best answer.
Oh, thank you.
Everyone knows that
Good
they're
point.
going to correct their mistakes. How do they know that? They keep on helping it. That's their job.
Can you go over how you get your attorney and accountants into the deals step by step?
Using stealth and canny. Well, the lure of greed of money.
Yeah, the big promise. And
Yeah, I mean, because especially now, the accounting business and the lawyer business is extremely competitive. Big time. I mean, these guys would do almost anything for business. And what you do is, when I find an attorney or a lawyer or a financial person that I want to bring into my deal, I first of all start by giving them all my business, or at least all the business that makes sense. If I'm fighting a lawsuit in Houston and I got a New York lawyer, I mean all the business that makes sense. And I bring him in and start to talk to him about giving him a piece of the deal. And I'm meaning it, though. I'm not just jerking him around. I'm giving him a piece of the deal. And normally over 3 or 6 or 9 months, because it normally takes a guy that long, if he's got any clientele whatsoever, to phase himself out of certain cases. Because unlike just closing down a door, a lawyer will get disbarred and sued for malpractice. He can't just walk out the door. If clients have any brains, and maybe clients don't have any brains anymore, you sue them for malpractice. You can't just leave. So you phase them in. That's one of the only things that I believe that it's a smart way to phase them in and tell them, okay, you're the lawyer, we're doing business. A year from now, you're going to join the firm of ABC, and you're going to own 10% of the company. And 2 things happen. Number 1, he becomes more dedicated to your needs. Number 2, it allows him to phase out. And number 3, it allows him in a proper way to re-dictate or how the billable hours are doing. Now, some of the big, huge firms will not take contingency cases. Some of the big, huge firms have an absolute policy of not taking equity in deals. O'Melveny & Myers is one of them. I mean, O'Melveny & Myers will not take a contingency or an equity position ever. But I don't use O'Melveny for that. Whereas Sussman & Godfrey, which is one of the finest litigating firms in the country, will. They'll take equity. In fact, I was going to get the Penthouse in London as part of a settlement with Great Western. They were going to take 40% of the Penthouse. This is when we were negotiating a possible contingency. As it turned out, I just paid them the money, and I didn't do a contingency fee. But they were going to take 40%. 40, you know, the two senior partners said, okay, well, as long as we can use it when we're in London, that's part of the fee. And originally, I mean, the junior partners of the law firm told me that was impossible. But when Steve Sussman likes London, Neil Manny likes London, their Doofus wives like, we got to put a nice big 3-story, 6-bedroom penthouse. That'd be great. Now, you can't give them a fishing house on a lake in Waco, Texas. They'd be less interested. I mean, in fact, I don't think they'd be, but maybe a partner in a fairly big regional firm in Waco, Texas would be interested. And I'm sure, but you can, for any firms that's got like 10 to 100 lawyers in it, you'll be able to bring them into deals. 10 to 100 lawyers off the top of my head. Accounting firms, some regional, well, accountant by GAAP rules can't take equity in deals. Accountants can't take, because then their opinions are not tarnished, whatever, invalid.
Who can't?
Accountants can't equity. They're not supposed to take equity in deals.
Do.
I know, but see, those aren't the big 6 accounting firms, and their numbers are by definition, by GAAP, general accepted accounting procedures, shouldn't be accepted. If the other side knew that they had equity in the deal, by definition, the numbers are invalid. See, but see, like business, a lot of business brokers aren't honest. They take fees on both sides of deals. I mean, doesn't mean just because the rules say that they're supposed to do that doesn't mean they adhere to them. So over time and after experience dealing with various accountants and lawyers, you find the 2 or 3 that you think that you could live long term with, and then you approach them on a business basis that I want you to come in as my in-house general counsel or chief operating officer or chief financial officer or whatever. Most medium-sized businesses are poorly represented in the chief financial officer area. And companies $0 to $50 million, and I'm talking about revenue now, are normally always poorly represented. I mean, they don't have any experience, and that's why they have poor banking relations. They don't have adequate lines of credit. They're not, if they are factoring receivables, they're factoring them in a piss poor way, and because they got some guy, and there was internal who was the bookkeeper that they rose or pushed up the line and promoted him way beyond his level of expertise. You know, the famous Peter Principle.
Why did you decide to get into oil? You were just looking for a deal, and
No, I was with a Wall Street firm, Bear Stearns. I saw the first oil embargo in 1973, and when the '79 oil embargo hit, I saw a lot of idiots become instantly worth $20, $50, $100 million. Oil went from $2.40 a barrel to $14 a barrel. I mean, it was obvious to me that this was an industry I had to be in. In my judgment, the large oil companies were at that time the most poorly managed companies in commerce in America. And they just, I mean, Jerry can tell better stories than I can, but I mean, there were fortunes made on the mistakes of major oil companies. I mean, and so I thought that there was chaos. I didn't know anything about the oil business. I had one oil client. One whole big oil client. That was it. That's enough for me.
J.R. Ewing was always my hero.
Yep. Well, they used to call me the J.R. of London. There's a lot of newspaper articles that referred to me as a J.R. And they didn't do it in the negative sense that because I was doing things that were disreputable. They did it because the guy always made it happen. J.R. always, you never think, J.R. never failed, did he? And I was a J.R. of London, boy. And and I did for you know, for a lot of years, I mean, everything I touched turned to gold. I mean, for a lot of years, for almost 10 straight, 10 years.
So oil's, it's down now, right? It's at the low end of its...
No, it's way back. It's up again. It's up about 40%. Yeah, there's not as much chaos in the energy industry as there once was. Now, there's chaos in different countries in the energy industry. South America, there's a lot of chaos. Russia, China, there's a lot of chaos. But I'm not interested. If I want to do something, I want to do something different. I'm not interested in doing something. I already know how to build an energy company. I know how to do that. I know how to build any company, so I want to do something different. And so that's why I've had many opportunities to get back in the energy business, but I'm not interested. I'm just not. I can make as much money, if not more. Plus, to the extent that I help Great Western prosper, you know, I still have all those many millions of shares of the stock that I can help direct its destiny, because I talk to the CEO all the time and give him guidance. And so, at least so far, he's listening. We'll see what happens.
Was he one of your team?
No, he was one of the team that tried to cut my head off. He was always trying to cut my head off, and I was always successful in battering him down. He had a couple of the board meetings. He called for boardroom votes, but I always battered him down. But then the Kuwaitis brought in a chairman who was slicker than him. I don't know if he was slicker than me. I don't know if you could say Howard was slicker than me, but he ultimately replaced me. Because when a company that owns 40% of the company in a public company decides it's time for you to go, it's time for you to go. There's no choice. You have no choice. And but they didn't want to pay me. After I left, 2 weeks later, they said, well, we decided we're not going to give you that big golden parachute that we owe you. And I slapped the suit on them immediately. And the other thing about suits, you know these people that write letters, well, if we don't hear from you in 2 weeks, we're going to... You slap their ass with a suit instantly. You don't screw around. Just like we did to that doofus piece of shit just recently. I mean, because you know how many people get letters from lawyers that we're going to sue you and they don't get sued? I kick them right where it hurts instantly. You don't get a letter, we're going to sue you from me. You get a lawsuit. And then, well, oh, we didn't mean that. And then you, and the plaintiff always has the best run, by the way. It's always better to sue than be sued. The reason the plaintiff in a jury trial gets 2 cracks at the jury, the plaintiff gets up and has their closing arguments, then the doofus defense gets up and does it, and the plaintiff gets up again. You got 2 cracks. And if you got a lawyer that's worth his salt, in fact, I was going to give the closing arguments in my big trial, then the judge told me I couldn't. She wasn't sure it was in the Constitution or something. To Texas or something crap. I was going to give my own closing arguments. I'm as good as my lawyers, not better. So you always sue. Don't wait.
So if somebody sends you a letter,
whap them.
You hit them over the head.
Yeah, you just whack it to them right quick. Because I mean, plaintiff has always got the advantage. It's got the advantage in filing and all the other junk.
Venue.
Yeah, venue. I mean, that's exactly right. Venue. I mean. That's right. I mean, because to me, litigation is a business tool. That's all it is. It's a business tool to make people honor contracts. Because I tell people right up front, I'll sue you quicker than you went to potty this morning when you got out of bed. I mean, if you don't honor your contract with me, I don't like to get jerked around. I spent a couple $300,000 on a lawsuit over a $10 trophy that my wife won on a marathon race. Seems like a century ago. But had Judge Wapner, the TV judge, he was our judge. And I mean, I've sued over Great Danes. I've sued over boundary lines. I've sued over a lot of different things. Because it's important to me. I don't like to get jerked around. I don't like to get screwed around. I just don't. I mean, I won't. And this is before I had any money. I made that lawsuit long before I had any serious money. I didn't develop these character traits just when I got rich. I mean, I've had them.
That's why you're rich.
That's exactly right. That's exactly right. And most people, we've been conditioned. We're afraid of litigation. We don't want to, with lawyers. Whenever I go to Virginia Country Club, Hoffman's not here now, he says, I hope to God, Dan, that Virginia Country Club never gets a copy of this. Because he says, but whenever I go to Virginia, every table in the grill, they're complaining about lawyers. Every single day, it just gripes me. Because, lawyers this, lawyers that. Lawyers are a tool to be used effectively in running a business. It's that simple. Sometimes it's at a proactive way. Sometimes it's in an administrative way. In my place, it was never on a defensive way. I mean, and I've been in so many, I know the law pretty well. I mean, when you've been in court as many times as I have, like when Raul signed that, I couldn't believe Raul, the group of 4 of the guys that I'm working with, they signed some letter of intent on something, and one of them brought it by to me to look at, and I looked at it and I said, was Raul there? He's the Harvard lawyer, the young kid that was here. I said, he was there and you signed this thing? Yeah. He says, what's wrong with it? And I said, there's nothing right with it. What do you mean, what's wrong with it? And I says, Raul was sitting there when you signed this? He let you sign this? He says, no, he signed a copy too. I said, Jesus. I couldn't believe it. And but then he says, Fidel took the blame. He says, well, I was so hyped up, I was so enthusiastic, I got everybody to sign it. And I said, God. And that's good, because I'm trying to teach them how to be enthusiastic, and they were so proud, they thought I was going to be so happy with them. Then I said, well, we got to get out of this deal. So, but then we worked, and we role-played, and we went in there, and they signed a new deal, and they Doofus the guy. They clipped a much more experienced group's wings. And these 4 guys, the amount of business acumen they've got, I mean, Dan Jr. is pretty sophisticated. My 8-year-old daughter's got more. But using it positively, it's just another tool.
Dan, I wanted to ask you, who was your mentor before you became wealthy?
Well, one of them is in the, I already had a few bucks when I met Mr. Orman, but Mr. Orman, who's in the back of the room, has been my mentor in the energy business, going on 20 years now. Costa Grazos, who I told you about, who was my general business mentor from Onassa Shipping Lines, and Jim Newman, get your head out, screwed on straight mentor. And those were my 3 mentors. I really didn't have any. I had a mentor in the military. I had a guy named General Roy Atterbury, West Pointer. His claim to fame, he graduated from West Point with the most demerits of anybody that ever went through West Point. Douglas MacArthur, General Robert E. Lee graduated with no demerits at West Point. This guy had the most demerits of anybody ever to get through West Point. And he was a decorated hero from the Korean War, and he had his leg all shot up, and he used to didn't button his blouse. He was a general. A general officer in the Constitution, by the Constitution, says a general can make his own uniform up. That's why Patton had all the junk he used to wear. Well, he used to keep his blouse open, his coat, and he used to drop cigar ashes and burn holes in his shirt and tie. And old Roy, Pena, where's Pena? Where's Pena? And he was a good guy, even though he was a slob. He was a good guy, and he's one of the reasons I wanted to stay in the Army, be a career officer. But, so he was kind of a mentor for me, and he helped me and said, Pena, keep your name Pena. We don't like Mexicans. He's from Texas. Mexicans, Army, we got too many Mexican officers as it is. How many we got, general officers? None. We got too many, like I said, none. He was from, I forget, someplace in Texas. He was a funny guy. But he helped. I had a mentor in school, Dr. Jim Bennett, who unfortunately couldn't make it because he was at some other conference. He helped me in school. He was the first guy to have faith in me that I was really brighter than my family thought I was. And he allowed me to take 26 units a semester to try to finish my degree in 2.5 years. 26 units load, which full load at that time was 12. And I went to 2 schools at the same time, UCLA and Cal State Northridge. And he had a lot of faith in me. He was a man. He's still a very good friend. He was one of the original board of directors at Great Western Energy as well. And he's been a mentor of mine and a good friend from a lot of years. And if he was here, he'd tell you Dan has not changed 1/10% since the 60s when I was in college. Haven't changed. The only thing is about my accomplishments have caught up with my mouth. Write that down. That's a good one. My accomplishments have caught up with my mouth, and because they have, you know. Now, in my career, I don't have to prove anything to anybody. I've been there, I've done that in spades. And I can answer your questions, I mean, because I've been there, I've done that. I mean, I haven't heard, and I've done this now, I don't know, 30 times, 35 times, and I've been in front of a lot of people. And even before this, and when I was doing it, when I was the CEO of Great Western, I've never been asked a question I couldn't answer. I've never been given a business situation that I haven't been in personally. I haven't. I mean, now the doctor might tell about an ankle surgery or something. I haven't been that, but starting that business, I know how to do that. Whether, you know, I know how to do that because I've done that. I've been with small business, I've been, you know, I've run big business, and I've run a lot of them. And I know that, so the things that I talk about, I can say with no qualifications or reservations, and more important, and I think more importantly than that, is that not just that I say it in a forceful manner, but I know what doesn't work, and that's more important than anything else I can tell you. What doesn't work, you know what works. A lot of things work for you now. It's what does. I can tell you what doesn't work. Don't do this. I mean, because I've done that, or I've had friends that do it, done it that way, or Grazzo's told me, and one person once asked me at a seminar a few months ago, well, just because Grazzo said so, I mean, did you ever try it yourself? I go, nope. Well, why? Well, when the CEO of one of the largest companies in the world tells me that he tried this several times and it didn't work and it cost him $25 million or whatever, I just don't need to experience that. I mean, you know, I think I'm smart, but I don't think, you know, Ario Onassis and Costa Grazos were pretty smart. They built a pretty big organization. And I just, you know, I don't have to, my ego's not that big that I need to try to say, well, I did something that Ario Onassis failed at. I mean, because likelihood is that I'll fail too. So, I mean, I just don't need to go through that learning curve. See, sometimes, you know, when you tell a kid don't do that, he's going to get burned, he does it anyway. In business, you'll go to and listen to some of these people and you do it anyway. I could never understand why. Of course, look at me. Instead of making more refineries, I go in the movie business. I mean, I think I would have been better if I would have been in the movie business if I had been single. I didn't get any benefit out of being in the movie business because I was married, and Linda used to travel with me in those years because it was before we had kids. I mean, single in the movie business, you know, I don't know if it'd been worth $25 million, but I mean, so I mean, that's the benefit, and the things that you find yourself struggling with, hard to do, they're the same things all the audiences struggle with. We've been raised to have low expectations of ourselves, you know, and it's like we want our kids to go to a good school. At least the way, you know, I wasn't raised this way because I wasn't expected to go to any school. But then after that, especially in the minorities, after they go to the good school, and I'm not saying that education is mandatory, then there's no focus or no plan to get rich after going to a good school. They just leave it at that. You went to a good school. Well, what's the use of going to a good school if you're not going to do something with it? Unless if you're going to teach. You know, I tried teaching one year and I couldn't take it because I got so frustrated with this youth of America. They were all going in the toilet. Yes, ma'am.
How many hours did you, when you first got your mentor, that you spent time with? About how many hours?
Jerry, how many hours a week or a month or did we used to spend when you were teaching me the Albans? Excuse me.
Considerable.
Yeah, I spent a lot of time with him. We used to have lunch all the time, play golf all the time. I used to... It
wasn't unusual to work 12, 14 hours a day.
Yeah, and and I was coming...
It was more than that.
Yeah, I used to fly to Dallas when his corporate headquarters was in Dallas, and spend time with him, and to a lesser extent, then his youngest son Ron used to spend time with me. And because his father, and rightfully so, set him on this track, and it was the Wall Street track, NBA Wall Street track, and that's the track I came from. So I used to spend time. I remember being in Dallas with Linda having breakfast with young Ron. Had come over. I'm thinking of making this change, and I'm doing this, and Dad says I should finish my MBA at UCLA, and I said, your dad's right, and for him it was right. It was right, and he's doing very well. He's at Oppenheimer. I sat on next to him about a year ago on a plane, and I looked over. I said, God, that looks like Ronnie Orman, but he looks tired. And he said, yeah. And I said, he says, Dan, is that you? I says, yeah. He said, yeah, this is my 3rd trip in 5 days, New York to L.A. I said, well, I've been that. I know how to do that. I said, you know, what you got to do is you got to have a couple drinks, go to sleep or whatever. And yeah, so we spent a lot of time together. And
have you ever met Estee Lauder?
No.
No?
No, I haven't. I haven't. In the back of the room.
Dan, how did you buck the mafia?
Well, in 1982 or 3, we had a gentleman who will remain nameless to protect the guilty, who sold one of our deals to the number 3 guy in one of the big mafia families in New York City, unbeknownst to me. And then when oil was $40 a barrel, it had letters of credit attached to it, so if the price of oil fell, the letters of credit were called. Needless to say, oil went from 40 to 20 like it had a rock on its neck. And so they were called, and the banks are calling this guy's accountants and said that, called, and he had bought personally $500,000, and he felt so proud about it, he went over to a cousin or a distant relative, one of the other mafia families, and they bought about $2 million of it. And so he said that, and the guy that sold it to him, he says, you don't have to worry. Well, now, when you tell somebody in a crime family you don't have to worry, that means that they're not going to lose any money. And so he flew out to see me in Los Angeles. I was in Scotland, and I get a phone call from Charlie Soliday, and he's whispering, Dan. I go, what? They're here. Why come speak up? What the hell's wrong? And he says, they're here. They want to talk to you. They want their money back. And I said, who's there? And he told me who it was. And I said, okay, I'll get in a plane. I left Scotland. I flew to Los Angeles. And so I walked in the room, and I walked in the conference room looking around. Where are they? They're in your office. They set up a shop in your office. In my office? Who told them they could? Anyway, so I go in there, and he looked like John Gotti. Short, portly guy, really well manicured, And he gives me a big hug, and he says, what kind of name is Pena? And I says, well, and I told him, I says, but my grandfather, I'm 1/4 Sicilian, which I am, my mother's father. And he gives me another, goes, too bad it's a not a half, because I'm 1/4. And so, but we go out to dinner, and he leans up to me, and he says, and I lean across the table like in the old E.F. Hutton commercials. I said, yes. He says, I want my money. I said, I beg your pardon? He says, I want my money. I said, well, I can't give it to you. I mean, it's all pissed away. I mean, and he said, we had just gone public, thank God. And I said, I run a public company. I can't just write you a check. And he says, you're not listening to me. I said, I'm listening anyway. So we got crossways, so to speak. And funny things started happening, and we hired some people to protect us. And we sent some messages to them, which were received loud and clear. And he says, this guy's crazy. He says, he's doing to us what we do to people. And they said, the bearer of these messages, who Lorraine knows, said, he is crazy. He doesn't care. He's not giving you the money. He didn't think he did anything wrong. Make a long story short, he sued me for $144 million. And we fought it in the state court in Texas to the Supreme Court of Texas. And we fought it to the Supreme Court in New York. And we fought it to the 12th and 8th District Appellate Courts. We fought for 5.5 years. And the FBI and the various people that were investigating them used to say this is the first time in history that these guys have gone to court. They've been sued plenty, but they never sued anybody. And they went around and strong-armed all the limited partners into being part of this suit as a class action. They didn't come and say, do you want to be part of the class action? They said, this is your amount, we need the check for your portion of it. And they sued us, and we won. We won in all the courts. And then he got indicted, thank God. And the
no horseheads in your bed?
Pardon? No. Well, we had some difficult times, But then during this whole process, I went to his restaurant. He owns a French restaurant in New Jersey. And why are you going to his restaurant? I said, because I want him to see that we're not afraid. He says, but Dan, we are. It's only that you're not. And so we went to his restaurant, Charlie, Mark, and I, and he came up and he saw me, and he comes up to me and says, you've got a lot of balls coming here. I says, food's not bad. He says, and then he went and he says, I don't want your money. He says, don't have dessert, get out. And so we didn't have dessert, we got out, and but he's retired now. I mean, after he got indicted, and then when he got out of prison a year or so ago, or where, no, he didn't. Did he go to prison, Laurie? I don't remember. Yeah, he went to prison, yeah. Yeah, but that's how we did. But see, like I told you, at one time I would have taken a bullet for the company. Almost did. But because at that time, the pay price to action, I would have done anything. When I said anything, I meant anything. But you know, we wiggled off that hook. But now and I've broken unions. I built a refinery in Lake Charles, Louisiana, non-union. And I mean, and gun battles with mercenaries and all kinds of junk like that. And so when I go into these companies and say, we got a union problem, you know, where we were in the coal business was called Harlan County, Kentucky. It's called Blood County. That's where the unions got broke. I come in, they say we got union problems. I mean, I've dealt with, I know how to deal with unions. I mean, I know how to deal with organized crime. I mean, I've been under a probe by the federal probe by the state attorney, U.S. attorney, because some people we had done business with got indicted in South Carolina. And is that where Strom Thurmond's from? Yeah. Yeah, Strom. And I mean, the guy that represented Ollie North, Brendan Sullivan, was my lawyer, my criminal lawyer. If I was going to get in a criminal beef, you could bet your ass I was going to get the finest criminal lawyer that I could afford. And, you know, I was forced, we paid a lot of money, and the shareholders paid a lot of money, but the shareholders used to say, you know, Dan lives and dies by the sword. If we ride the hill up with him, we got to ride the hill down with him. And so we had plenty of that. So, I mean, there's nothing that can, I mean, I've had people leave their wives. I've had people plot to kill their wives. I mean, the other side, I mean, there's nothing in business or life that I haven't experienced growing these businesses. Nothing. Absolutely nothing. I've had, you know, partners die, top employees die, God forbid we've had children die. I mean, I've seen all this. I've seen all this. And so, to the extent, some of it I wish I hadn't seen, but I have. I've dealt with the Vatican. The Vatican screwed me in the only business deal I ever did with the Vatican. Costa Grazos, I think I've told this story to some of you, told me, he says, you got to get the $250,000 up front from the Vatican because they'll stiff you. You know, Catholic altar boy, I couldn't fathom that. And they stuck it, man, they stuck it up my backside. I mean, and I wound up having to put up the $250. I was in a joint venture with Imelda Marcos, Mobil Oil, Onassis Shipping Lines, the Vatican, and myself. And I put up the $250 for the Vatican because I didn't even check the letters of credit. I just assumed it would be there. I was dealing with Cardinal the guy that got in all the trouble for the Italian bank thing. Manchinko, whatever that guy's name. You know, I learn now, I mean, unless Christ, and he better be able to prove it to me he's Christ. You know, if Christ came down through the ceiling here with a halo and the thorns, he better have ID. You know what I mean? He better have ID. Otherwise, I mean, he better just have ID. Because, but I mean, you know, even big banks. Citibank has, you know, stuck it up me. Of course, Citibank would say I've stuck it up them more than they stuck it up me, but dealt with all these foreign countries, all these foreign governments, and always come out on top. So I got a lot, I mean, that's a wealth of experience. That's why people want to be my partner. That's the only reason that anybody should want to give me any equity in anything, and then I give it to you, I earn it. But I mean, these other guys, you heard me screaming, there's this lady that's a business development coach that is running around sending all these pamphlets out. Kellyanne, my 8-year-old daughter's got more experience than she does. And everybody's got a right to make a living, but I mean, and I think when you're talking about growing businesses, because what if you're, see, I'm going to be wrong. These people are going to be wrong more than I am. It's not fair to the people that put up the money. It just isn't. I mean, you deserve the best you can get. Now, you happen to get this inexpensively because we're testing a new price market. This isn't obviously the $10,000 deal. But, I mean, it's essentially the same, much of the same information. I mean, maybe 40 or 50% of what you covered here is in my $15,000 seminar. But, but you've got the nuts and bolts, and you have the tools, and there's no excuse come Monday why you can't be a different business person. So I used to say businessman. See, look at how 90s I'm getting. Yeah, yeah. And there's no reason, because you've got those tools. Jerry Orman, I mean, who's been in business a lot longer than I have, since a long time ago. I mean, if somebody like Jerry was doing these kind of seminars, he'd be worth listening to. You'd garner so much, glean so much experience. It would be tremendous for you. But I mean, guys like Jerry aren't running around doing this. At least I haven't met anybody. If anybody in this room knows of anybody that's doing this, that has experience, that's anywhere near mine, let me know. I mean, they're just not. Yes, sir.
I think first or second day you were talking about interviewing people. When you hire them, you ask them questions like, are you gay, you got AIDS, and stuff like that.
Yeah, I ask all those.
Have you ever been sued for that?
No. No, I have. One time I got sued by a woman. Remember Maida Sarah, Linda? That girl that said that she, got raped on the hood of our car out in front of, and the guy that supposedly raped her was here a little ago. There was no rape that went on. But I got sued. The only sexual harassment I've been sued, I've had 3 employees that said they got raped, not by me, but by employees. But they sued me because I made the environment conducive to rape or some shit. Yeah, which I didn't. We beat those. I mean, those were easily. They just wanted to be paid off. But those are the only 3 type sexual harassment suits I've ever been involved.
So when you're asking these questions, I mean, what do people do? I mean,
you know what they say? Yes, I am gay. No, I'm not. No, I'm HIV positive, negative. That's how they answer. I've never had anybody say, I don't have to answer that. Don't let the door hit you in the ass on the way out, then, youngster.
Okay.
You say you ask religion. Does that?
No, well, no. If we come in with a Buddhist that can't work, we come, first of all, you shouldn't be coming to interview with anybody in my organization. You come in dressed like that. And it's not that we're against them, but I mean, that's not how we dress. You know what I mean? Or you come in like that crazy stuff. Who's the convicted killer? The King? No. Who's the fight promoter that's a convicted murderer? The black guy?
Don Tyson.
Yeah. No, Don King's a convicted murderer. Yeah. You come in dressed like when he wears all that crap, that he wears with his hair. I mean, you ain't going to get the job. I don't care if you're the most qualified guy that walks the face of the earth. You're just not getting the job. You don't fit in the mold. I can't see you sitting in my living room with hair that goes up like this and all that African garb on. I mean, that ain't going to do it. And it's not that I'm bigoted or biased. It's just, I'm not going to be flying from here to London with you, sitting in first class. It just ain't going to happen. Just as if you come with a sombrero and a serape and the shit, tacos, that ain't going to happen. You ain't going to be working for me,
What do you think of Don King's business practices?
I think that they're probably corrupt. Yep. I think so. I think that.
He does whatever it takes.
Yeah, he does whatever it takes, but I mean, he steps over the line. I mean, pardon? Yep, I met him at the Tyson, the first or second fight that Tyson had at the Caesar's Palace. Yeah, I have met him. Yeah, and I'm trying to think who Tyson knocked out in the second round, that big guy.
Michael Spinks?
No, before that. Yeah. No. I know Larry Holmes, too, but he's a nice man. Larry's a nice guy. I hope he doesn't get hurt in this next fight. Somebody, Ruben?
Mark and I were asking before, all the people you mentioned, of all the people you mentioned before in terms of high performance people and people who make money, and you were asked a question about Don King, but we were wondering what's your opinion of Steve Wynn and...
You mean the guy, the
gambling?
The gambling guy.
Yeah.
Well, he's a smart guy. I don't know about his business practices. I don't know about that, but I know he's a smart guy, and he's put together a lot of big deals, and they all told him, you can't build a 5,000 room, you can't build a 3,000, you can't, and he continues to do it. So, I mean, he's pretty much, I think Las Vegas is a good example of going against conventional wisdom. A 1,000-room hotel wasn't supposed to work there.
Thinking to get gambling in Florida.
Yeah, I mean, do you think he cares? I mean, he doesn't care what anybody thinks. He does what he thinks. Or he does what, 2 or 3 people that he works closely with. Kerkorian, he's another psycho. He doesn't care. I mean, he lost $600 million on one of his recent deals, and he doesn't care,
He built MGM Grand.
Yep, and Kirk is a good client of Bear Stearns. He has been for a long, long time. But Bear Stearns wouldn't underwrite his last deal. So he went to somebody else after 19 years of doing deals there. Now, whoever made that decision, I'm sure got blown out of Bear Stearns, no question. I can't imagine they would have done that. The guy's paid hundreds and billions of dollars in fees. That guy, that young 30-year-old Harvard MBA managing director had a short career on Wall Street. That guy is history. I mean, and nobody will hire him because anybody's got that piss-poor judgment, nobody's going to want him. Obviously, the Kerkorian deal was a huge success. But he did not do the deal just because Bear Stearns told him not to. He went someplace else and did it very successfully. You mean they believe in God?
Yeah.
No. I don't know any of them that are agnostic, but I don't think that you'd call them seriously spiritual. They're about as spiritual as I am. Pardon?
Like J.C. Penney, he was supposed to be buried.
Well, I didn't know him. It's a little before my time. You got to use the mic. Now let's stop with this crap, okay? But all these guys, by the way, swear. And that's why I swear in my seminars most of the time. Because this is what business is like. And if the women want to get with the program, it's like the number, I'm trying to think if it's the one lady CEO of Fortune 500, she told them an example that when she was a chief financial officer, they were talking about giving bonuses, and this guy, her boss, said, well, I'd like to give this bonus to this little cutie pie because she's got a nice ass, he said to her. And this is in like Newsweek magazine. And so when they came around and they were talking about the people she wanted to give bonuses, she says, yeah, I'd like to give, and they all said, oh, that guy doesn't need a bonus. He says, yeah, I'd like to give that guy a bonus because he's well hung. And yes, and she's saying this to Newsweek. It's not a story. She's saying it. And I said, I guess, well, I know why she's the only Fortune 500 CEO. But there are not many women like that, I can assure you. I've only read about it. I've never heard no woman business that I've ever dealt with one exception, has ever used talk like that. I mean, especially the Newsweek. I mean, but she's supposed to be really rough and tumble, a rough and tumble lady.
I think it was the first day we were here, you were saying that most people fish with fishing poles and you fish with nets.
No, I said most people fish with their finger down in the water with no bait on it, and they expect the fish to jump up on their finger.
Yeah.
Some people fish with a hook down there and no bait. Some fish with a hook with bait. Some fish with a fishing pole, and I fish with nets.
And then you said you're changing your strategies from what you used to.
Well, no, what I said was the mouth from the South, Ted Turner, when I heard him say to me a couple years ago, Dan, my daddy left me 2 things when he died. $2 million, which took him 51 years to make. And number 2, he left me with the idea that, Teddy, don't set goals that you can achieve in your lifetime. And I said, that's changed my way of thinking. It's given me a new lease on life vis-a-vis what I want to do, as much as I've already accomplished. I've only scratched the surface. That's how it's given me a change in my strategy going forward. And part of that strategy, and the young men that I'm doing business with now are benefiting from that, because I probably wouldn't have had the foresight to turn over operations to as young and inexperienced men that I do now. I probably wouldn't have done that. I wouldn't have been willing to take the chance. See, I would have looked at it that way instead of giving myself a chance. But now I can do 5 or 6 times more than just monitoring 2 or 3 people or 2 or 3 projects personally. So it's really given me the opportunity. And so that's how I've changed, because I fully expect Fire Resources to go beyond my lifetime. I mean, kick DuPont's ass and spin-offs and all kinds of things from that. And there's other things that I'll be doing with the other young men that I'm working with. And and it's interesting that they're only young men. I haven't found any young women, and I'm not saying that I'm looking for them, but I haven't found any. And but then there's not that many young women, or middle-aged or old women, for that matter, that are willing to pay that price that I need to see. I need to see that. I need to see John Mosby said, "Yeah, I'm going to get married in a few days, but I'll have my ass there." I need to see that. You know, it's got to pass the Doofus test. And I'm, you know, and I shouldn't say this in closing because this is kind of a ratty thing to say, but in my 24 years in business, with all the successes I've had, I've never had a man say that he couldn't close a deal because when his mother died, or because you know, when he had a vasectomy. I've been in a lot of deals with women. I got to have a hysterectomy. I got to have this. My mama died. I got to go be with her. I never heard a man ever in all my life say that, and yet I've heard it many times from women. That's why there's not more women Fortune 500 CEOs. Because I assure you, that bitch that's running that one company, the company's called Wanako, or I forget what the name of the company is. I mean, I don't think she'd be you spending much time at her mama's funeral. I just don't think so. I don't think she'd be.
In a nice way.
What?
That bitch in a nice way.
Of course. Yeah, of course. See, pardon?
Ms. Bitch.
Ms. Bitch. And so I just don't think so. And, you know, what's that? My mother says, a daughter's a daughter the rest of her life, a son's a son until he takes a wife. You know, yeah. And, you know, old school, you know. But, so that's why. But I've seen that commitment in young men, not just young men, but in men, many more men than I have ever seen it in women. Any other questions? Thank you very much. I don't know if Ed still wants anybody that will give it, you know, talk on the film. The answer is yes. If you do that, I'd appreciate it. I'm going to be probably doing this. Not probably. I'll be doing this a number of times next year. I've got a couple more appearances this year. I think one in we still doing that Las Vegas and San Diego thing.
We're not doing Las Vegas, and San Diego probably.
Yeah. So, thank you very much. Go out there and rip them.